One staring at me. Shit, I've been standing here for a few minutes already, haven't I? Fuck, damn it, I'll just go with the random name generator. What's the worst thing that can happen? I mentally tap no, and the blue window disappears. Random name generator processing. Would you like to name your raid leader, Gob? Yes, no. The son of a bitch. Someone has to be fucking shit. No, I yell, startling the nearby goblins. Someone is definitely trolling me. There is just no way. I refuse to negotiate with these damn terrorists. At least they gave me the option to decline, or else it would be hell to pay. So what can I name him? It's a he, right? Well, his ears are horizontal, he have to be, so what is a good name for a goblin? Slasher, Ratbag, Rex, Warg. No, just no. How about? I make my choice, and 2 windows appear after only a second. Congratulations, your new raid leader has successfully been seeded with a higher grade virtual intelligence unit. Congratulations, your new raid leader has been named Rex. Thank you, great chieftain, a sharp voice speaks up. I swivel around and try to locate the source of the sound. My eyes fall naturally upon the cutlass-wielding goblin in front of me. During my zone out, he has gotten back up on his feet and are now towering above me. Yeah, it seems like he grew a little. So far, I had considered myself a giant amongst the goblins at an impressive 140 meters tall. Most of the other goblins are around 130 to 135. It may not seem like much if you take a human perspective into account, but it makes a whole world of a difference for a goblin. The cutlass, I guess it's Rex now, was one of the taller of my goblins at around 135 meters tall. He was big but still noticeably smaller than me, which is why I feel slightly annoyed that he grew up to become 145, that bastard. Who does he think he is? Not much else has changed on his body though. His muscles seem to be more toned and his arms are slightly bulkier. His long fangs are naturally longer to match his new height, and he is still as bald as rock. The real difference, however, is the look in his eyes. He no longer looks as if the only 2 thoughts in his head is fighting and sleeping, but now there is a clear glint of cunning hidden behind his red eyes. Shit, the messages said he got seeded with a higher grade VI like gut. I wonder what his personality is like. I quickly inspect him. The status screen. Name, Rex, race, Goblin tribe, Dark Fangs Mana, NA rank, raid leader class, warrior war party, 9. Skills. Class skill passive, enhanced strength command, level 1 melee mastery, level 12 sword specialization, level 12 power/riposte shield specialization, level 10 shield bash shield charge utility mastery, level 7 concealment, level 7 tracking, level 1. Equipment. Main weapon tier 2, rusty cutlass 83%, secondary weapon tier 1, rusty buckler 44%, head none, chest tier 3, leather chainmail tunic 14%, legs tier 3, leather chainmail pants 12%, hands none, feet tier 3, hardened leather boots 32%, bag none, items none. Yep, things definitely changed. His status screen looks nearly identical to Gut-S now. Well, apart from the specifics, you know what I mean. There are some differences though. He has a new skill tree. Command, war party, what does that do? Gotta ask Gut, but damn, this is so cool. This opens up so many possibilities. I have another VI, I have so many questions. How does he differ from Gut? Are there some other statistics that I don't know about, something hidden? Oh shit, he just said something to me, didn't he? Come again, I ask him. Rex blinks once in confusion. I asked, what is your orders, O great chieftain? He brings his sword across his chest in a salute while lowering his head in respect. I'm a little unsure how to respond to this, after being stuck with only Gut to talk to for 8 days. Shit, I'm starting to sound like a broken record. I guess you can start by telling me about your command skill. I accidentally make that sound more like a question rather than an order. Rex straightens his back and stands at attention. His eyes look straight ahead and seems to connect to nothing. Certainly, great chieftain. As I command your forces against your enemies in your name, I will gain experience and unlock abilities tied to increasing the effectiveness of the troops in battle. He recites with a clear voice. So it seems like his new skill tree is tied to leading my forces and giving them buffs further down the road. Very useful. I guess this means that war party must be the amount of goblins he can lead at a time. Seems pretty straightforward. I have to confirm this with Gut later. So much to think about. So many numbers to crunch. This is amazing though. With these skills and the intelligence from being seeded with a VI, there is actually a way for me to effectively utilize complex strategies later down the road when I have more goblins. It was one of my main concerns. The intelligence levels of my normal goblins are less than impressive. I couldn't delegate any complex tasks to any of them. Christ. Just look at how long it took for me to teach them how to play hide and seek. With this lieutenant system, I can actually establish a proper chain of command. The possibilities. With a bright smile on my face, I once more direct my attention at Rex. He stands straight as an arrow. It's as if he has watched one too many Jarhead movies growing up. Not that he grew up though. Shit, this VI shit is complicated. Brilliant, you can ease up on the formality, Rex. We're goblins, no need to act like a human, I chuckle. A loud roaring laughter surprises me from behind. Well said, young one. It seems like Gut has arrived, and my joke has clearly amused him. What a weird old mage. As you wish, great one, Rex says. His straight back curves as his body slumps a little, making it look as if he is hunched over. He doesn't seem to have relaxed more though. His arms are raised and his feet have more of a spring to them. He seems ready to pounce at a moment's notice. There is something odd about his posture. It changed too quickly. Whereas he earlier stood at attention like some sort of poster boy for the army, he now looks more feral, like a predator. It's not all that changed. The look in his eyes, I don't know how to describe them. It is as if he has an unquenchable thirst for blood. He reminds me of a wolf, and a rabid one at that. What the hell is going on? Are you feeling okay, Rex? I ask him uncertainly. His eyes meet mine and what I see gives me the shivers. I involuntarily take a step back. I hesitate for a moment, but I slowly move my hands towards the crossbow that is slung across my back. I feel great, chieftain. His voice has changed. It sounds raw. It's as if someone went mental on the inside of his throat with sandpaper. I just look at him flabbergasted. What the actual fuck happened to him? His eyes keep boring into me. My stomach turns and my skin crawls. I eye him warily, ready to turn tail and run at a moment's notice. I will drink the blood of your foes. What the... Jesus fucking Christ, man, tone down on that psycho shit. Chapter 14, Eyes of a Bird. Chapter 14, Eyes of a Bird. I can't believe this shit. I'm still shaking slightly after yesterday. That was some fucked up shit. My new VI, what the shit. Gut assures me it takes a few hours for a freshly created VI to set his personality traits. Apparently, they can jump between quite a few before they settle on one. It seems like I triggered a personality change when I told Rex to ease up on the military act. I'm not sure if the word goblin is what triggered his personality to turn into some real psycho-horror shit, but I vowed never to mess with that stuff again. I'm scarred for life. After I quickly withdrew from the conversation with Rex, Gut took over. I don't know what was said, but it seems like Rex settled on a personality in between the two first ones. I exchanged a few more words with him later on in the evening, but only after I had partaken in a few dozen sips from Gut's ever-full wineskin. It's going to take some time for me to get used to him. I quickly do my morning routine and stretch my imaginary sore spots. I really have to complete building that chieftain's hut soon. Oh yeah, the chieftain's hut is my next building project. It unlocked itself for me to build as soon as I spawned the carpenter. It's nice to know that I can finally build some proper items. My ever-growing stack of gathered resources has been taunting me for days now. For the last few days, I have started to make a habit out of taking stock of my resources every morning. After the recruitment spree during the last few days, my food stores are once more starting to dwindle. I currently have 50 goblins in my tribe, including Gut and I. Only 7 of the goblins are food gatherers. I also have a cook, which has really made a difference in how to best utilize my resources. I'm pretty sure it has made a vast difference in the grand scheme of things. Today I have decided to boost my food gathering crew. I spawned 2 more foragers, seeing as they are the type that yields the most amount of food for me at the moment, taking my level of technology into consideration. The last goblin I spawn is a carpenter. I need another one of them because the one I currently have just doesn't have the capacity to produce both furniture and shafts for spears. Oh man, there are just too many things I need, but I can only spawn 3 goblins per day. I need to figure out how I can increase that number soon. I have a decent hunch on that one though, one that I plan on rectifying first thing on the morrow. The next part of my morning routine is to inspect the progress of my troops. Including Rex, I currently have 15 soldiers in total, whereas 2 of them are being trained as mages by Gut. His apprentices have started to learn their first basic spells, but it's a slow and arduous process. Poor Gut seems about ready to throw a fit. It shouldn't be too long though. The mage apprentices have both reached skill level 6 in their respective fields. A couple more days should do the trick. Hopefully, for Gut's sake. My fighting force fares far better. I now have 10 goblins which reached weapon specialization 10 and have been promoted to warrior S, including Rex. This is a perfect number for him to lead in his war party. I did a few experiments yesterday, and it seems as if the goblins are far more inclined to listen to Rex's orders if part of a war party than without. It's a pretty neat game feature. Not to mention unnecessary ones, these dumb sacks of... The last 3 goblins are the 2 freshly spawned spear-wielding females from yesterday and my newly designated tracker. Oh man, if I have some high hopes for that tracker. I have been drilling her non-stop for 2 days, playing hide and seek with the goblin warriors on rotation, and the progress has been immense. She has already reached tracking level 9. Only 1 level to go to see if it will trigger some sort of tracker class. I'm practically bubbling with excitement. It seems like it's far easier to level the utility mastery, skill tree compared to the fighting masteries, and I'm immensely glad it is. Grinding skill levels is already a far too long-winded process if you don't have to also take support abilities into consideration. Luckily, this has been a quick process. If this experiment is a success, then I will definitely start dumping more goblin recruits into this sort of training. My grand strategy is dependent on a flexible and utility-based combat style after all. Anyway, I'm crossing my fingers that she will cross the threshold during the day. The day continues like the ones before. My soldiers keep sparring and my workers keep hammering. I've started to make a habit out of spending a few hours each day inspecting the progress of each work group. This is to make sure everything is flowing along nicely and make certain that my tribe's efficiency levels are peaking. I am definitely not doing this because I'm sick and tired of practicing with my crossbow day in and day out. Nope, not at all. I spend some time making my rounds today. My first stop is along the mountain ridge, where my miners and masons are hard at work. The sound of picks against stone can be heard from quite some distance away, and I ponder about the possible security complications this might bring later if I ever have to move my mining operation. No matter, it's a problem for another day. Disappointingly enough, seeing as my racial traits give me heavy penalties to physical labor, the progress is downright abysmal. My miners have been hard at work for 5 days now, and they only managed to gain the same amount of skill levels. At this rate, I won't get better metals until my goblins die of old age. And don't get me started on the progress of my stonemasons. Bloody horrendous is what it is. Moving along, I move over towards my builders. If you can consider my labormen subpar, then my builders are the belle of the ball. My 6 strapping goblin builders are hard at work as usual. The pride of the tribe is what has been keeping my spirits high since the beginning of this game. After finishing my workshop, yesterday morning, they have started on what is probably going to be my most important building going forth. A building I unlocked after I finished building and staffing the workshop. I decide to bring up its information window. Chieftain's Hut Basic Command Structure. Grants access to tactical overview functions 30 pinewood, 10 grass, 2 furniture, 4 pelts. The building description is what's satisfying my wet dreams at the moment. It's going to be beautiful once it's complete, I just know it. And it's so close to completion as well. All 6 of my workers are working tirelessly to finish it. Only a couple more hours. The anticipation is killing me. The hours drag by and not much happens. Swords are crossing clubs, spells are being flung, nails are being hammered down and stones are getting picked. I, however, have retreated to a secluded little hiding place I just so happened to stumble across during my walk earlier. I'm currently lazing about on top of a small pile of grass in a small half-cavern, hidden directly behind the tiny waterfall pouring down into the miniature lake. You wouldn't spot the cavern unless you knew exactly where it is, as the small opening is perfectly concealed behind a thick bush. Hell, just me finding it was an incredible piece of luck. During my afternoon round of professional-level procrastination, I decided to take a nice bath in the lake. It was one of those pleasure baths, seeing as my in-game avatar doesn't seem to have any need at all for personal hygiene. Well, like most bathers with access to a waterfall, my instincts told me to stand directly beneath the falling water. Because why wouldn't I? I just so happened to accidentally stumble across this little sanctuary. And man, does this feel nice. This is my place. The falling waterfall muffles most sounds from the outside, and the cool water causes a small gust of wind to pleasantly wash over my face. It's relaxing as fuck. This cave could be a great tactical asset for me, but nah, I think I'll keep it all to myself. I won't even tell Gut about it. That grumpy old fleabag would just find a way to ruin. Young one, are you coming out soon? I said, God damn it, how the hell? What, I grumble. Your tracking goblin has reached the sufficient level for a promotion. Oh holy shit. I quickly jump to my feet and jump headfirst through the bush, covering the entrance with a manic grin on my face. I nearly crash into Gut, who has to take a sharp step backwards in order for us to not bump heads. His foot catches on something and he stumbles. A rough pair of green hands manage to catch him, however. The hands steadying Gut belong to a frail-looking female goblin, or so I think at least. I still can't tell them apart really. She seems a bit jumpy and it doesn't quite look like she knows what to do. Her submissive eyes flicker around wildly before they settle on a small tuft of grass in front of my feet. She seems a bit more shy than most of the other goblins. Weird. I didn't think the common goblin VI units would have individual quirks like this. Oh well, I shrug. It doesn't really matter. It's nice to notice these little details every now and then. Without further ado, I pull up her status page. Goblin Fighter. Class upgrade available perk, frail morale 0%. Skills. Melee Mastery, Level 3 Club Specialization. Level 3 Utility Mastery, Level 10 Concealment, Level 4 Tracking, Level 10 Analyze Tracks. I decide to forgo bringing up her equipment page, it's depressingly barren. Looking through her status page, I'm not too surprised with the contents. Her skill levels are all fairly low apart from tracking, as it should be. Her Analyze Tracks skill shows great promise though. It appears to be an information-based skill. Can't wait to see what it does in detail. Anyway, she will be my first attempt at specializing a goblin. The fact that I can assign her a class is looking very promising. Focusing my mind on the upgrade option, a new window appears. Attention, your goblin fighter has the possibility of upgrading her class to one of the following options. Scout unlock criteria, tracking level 10. Gain, possibility of raising mastery levels above 10, 50% increase to utility mastery acquisition. Unique passive ability, enhanced sight lose, 50% decrease to spell mastery acquisition. Warning, choosing this class will cause the unit to lose all accumulated skill levels in spell mastery. Yes. Hell fucking yes. It worked, I can't believe it worked, fucking finally. My whole body is shaking, the good kind. I had already started to mentally prepare myself for the game system to throw another middle finger straight at my face. But finally, the break I needed. This confirms my suspicion. Classes are granted when my goblins reach level 10 with any given skill. It means I'm definitely on the right track with training my mages. Now I can fully start to devote myself into unlocking more classes. The only question remaining is, how many class possibilities are there? Is it possible to gain new classes if my goblins gain even more skill levels? Oh, the experiments I'm going to do. Ahem. Snapped out of my thought, I turn my head and see Gut staring at me expectantly. almost like bellboy at a hotel waiting for his tip. Ames, do you need anything? He starts to frown. GRRR, yes, young one, your chieftain's hut is also completed. You need to activate it to gain its powers. What powers, Gut lets out a long-winded sigh. He turns around and starts walking off, motioning for me to follow. Follow me, young one, the familiar string of muffled curses trailing him as he walks away. Normally I would be incredibly annoyed at his demeanor, but I don't think anything can bring my mood down today. And hell, it sounds like I'm going to gain some more skills. I smell a good celebration brewing tonight. I start jogging in order to catch up to Gut. We walk mostly in silence back towards the base, Gut wearing an angry scowl and me sporting a gleeful grin. I only break the silence when we are halfway there. By the way, Gut, how did you manage to find me so quickly? He turns his head to look at me, looking slightly confused. Right, she tracked you. He nods his head towards my new goblin scout who up until now walked quietly behind us. I snap my head backwards, startling the scout. I give her the most devastated look of betrayal I can muster. How could she? That was my special spot. The scout, scared out of her mind, freezes. Her eyes scream with fear as she tries to make herself as small as possible. In her panicked state of mind, she drops to all fours and buries her face in the dirt. I'm so sorry, great chieftain, forgive this one, she pipes up, surprisingly fluent. Crap. Oh shit, sorry, I was only messing with you, I blurt out. I bend over to help her up, but she refuses to budge an inch. This one has failed you, great chieftain, she sobs. Oh crap, now she's crying. Fucky. No, you did well, the fact that you managed to find me there at all is impressive. Please get up, I plead with her. She stops sobbing. She slowly raises her head from the ground and stares up at me, making eye contact for the first time. Her round eyes look innocent, still wet from the tears from earlier. A sharp pain in my chest strikes as I'm staggered by the realistic display of emotion she radiates. Really? She stammers. Yes, really, I nod and try to give her my most reassuring smile. I haven't done it before, so I'm not certain the message gets through. It seems like it does. She gives me a weak smile. Thank you, great chieftain. Holy crap. What just happened? I just interacted with a lesser grade VI and she actually managed to tug on my heartstrings and make me feel bad. This is just too freaking weird. It has never happened to me before. It was odd at first when I started sympathizing with Gut earlier, but that is somewhat understandable. But with this simpleton. I don't get it. We wordlessly continue on our way towards the base. I give the scout a concerned look over my shoulder. The little goblin sports a shy smile while diverting her eyes as far away from me as possible. Her posture has improved somewhat since earlier, but I can still spot several quirks in her character. What's going on? Can even the lesser grade VI get some semblance of a personality? Did they just need time to settle in? Did the game developers sneak in a patch at some point? Shaking my head in confusion, I decide to drop the matter. I will most definitely keep an eye on the matter, but pondering about it for too long is just going to result in a massive headache down the road. Coming up to my chieftain's hut, the good feeling I had earlier returns to me. It's somewhat halted though when I notice Rex is waiting outside. I still haven't gotten used to the guy. He creeps me out. Greetings, Chief, he shouts when he notices my approach, raising his shield arm in a salute. I return the gesture with a low-key wave of my own. It doesn't seem to dampen his mood though, as he takes a step forward and nods his head in a sign of respect. He is making it damn hard to ignore him. I look over his shoulder and attempt to divert the conversation over towards our newest building. Frankly, it doesn't look all too different from any of the other structures. The building is constructed on a sturdy wooden frame, with crude planks boarded up between them. The roof consists of thatched grass supported by long, thin beams. It wouldn't be far off to describe it as a peasant's hovel from medieval time, but I suppose that's all one could expect from a hastily erected low-level building. Perhaps the inside is better. I shove myself past Rex and enter the building. The inside is not unexpectedly, but slightly disappointingly, barren. There is a small fire pit only a meter inside the door that serves as both a source for heating and light. I can't see any hole in the building for the smoke to escape, but I suppose asphyxiation doesn't matter when you are a video game character. Other than the fire, my carpenters have added both a chair and a table. The chair is placed up against the back wall, facing the room. The rough wood is covered by a couple of untreated furs to make it look more comfortable and inviting. I suppose that's my throne. Every chieftain needs his special seat, I suppose. The most interesting addition to the building, and what catches my eye, is the table. It is located at the center of the room, and it has a map stretched out over it. I have no idea where these little gremlins managed to find a map, but my gamer instinct just screams how important it is. I immediately head over to it. Looking down at it, I notice a few peculiarities with the map. I'm not certain what material it's made from, but it appears to be some sort of thinly woven cloth. The edges are tattered, and there seems to be some random burn marks along the corners. It looks as if it hasn't been really well cared for, but as if it has survived for a few decades. It looks really cool. Very goblinoid at the very least. One thing's for certain though. None of my goblins made it, and it sure as hell wasn't part of my starting kit. Its origins is of lesser import though. What's truly fascinating is the soft blue glow it radiates. My subconsciousness forces me to inspect it. As I do, my mind explodes with a myriad of sensations. My eyes teleport to the skies overlooking a forest, my forest. I panic for a moment, thinking I accidentally activated a teleport scroll 200 meters into the air above my base. My stomach drops as I start flapping my limbs around frantically. It takes a few seconds for me to realize that I'm not falling headfirst to my death. Hell, I realize I don't even have a body. I'm just an invisible entity floating around in the air looking down. Oh yeah, I know what this is, my excitement building. This is what I was missing. This is what defines a strategy game. The bird's view. Yeah, that's right. The best tool in a strategy player's arsenal. The complete and utter real-time overview of the map. It's the exact same feeling I had when I inspected the map during the pre-game options before the game actually started. I quickly try to accustom myself to how the controls work. I perform various mental gymnastics, trying to get a proper feel for it. I quickly regain the feeling from earlier and activate my zoom ability. I'm able to study a small pebble in great detail and watching the entire forest all at once. There are tons of familiar features tied to my ability. First of all, it seems like the only area I can see in detail is the immediate area around my base where my goblins are located. Everything else seems to be hidden behind the fog of war. This makes obvious sense in a strategy game. It wouldn't be any need to recruit and train units to gain intelligence if I can see everything my enemies are doing after all. Another cool feature is that every single one of my units have a slight green glow to them. The glow doesn't disappear no matter how far out I move my vision out. It's a pretty neat way of keeping tabs on where my units are at all times. This is going to be immensely useful. Playing around with my ability some more, I figure out that I'm also able to both spin and tilt my view, looking inside the very house I'm currently occupying. I see myself standing bent over the table, my gorgeous well-trained green body. Cough asterisk. My perfectly average and unremarkable goblin avatar is standing just where I left it. Flanked by Gut and Rex, my avatar looks frozen in place. Something is amiss though. Instead of the normal red eyes which all goblins have, my eyes are now glowing blue. They look more like computer monitors than anything else. It's kind of cool, albeit a little scary. Disengaging the view mode, my senses come rushing back into my body, completely overwhelming me. In other words, I fall flat on my butt. Ow, fuck, I curse as I start massaging my buttocks. It doesn't actually hurt though, it just feels like the right thing to do in the situation. Virtual avatars are nice like that. You all right, Chief? Rex offers his hand to help me up. I accept it with only a minor feeling of reluctance. No need to be rude just because I don't like the guy. I'm fine, the new ability just caught me off guard is all. The sudden appearance of the ability startled me, much more than I would expect. I suppose this is just another one of Logan's pranks on the players. That dick. Gut strokes his beard. The Overwatch ability is a mighty one indeed, young one. I'm impressed you seem to operate it as well as you did. Most new chieftains fall over screaming the first time they activate it. Well, I'm not sure who these previous chieftains are, but I have a good feeling he is referring to other players. I hope Richard was one of the ones who freaked out. Would serve him right. Did you learn anything useful, Chief? An eager Rex shoots in from the side. I lean against the table, crossing my arms across my chest. I get an idea, something I've wondered about for the past week. I raise my right hand and gently rub my chin, looking deep in thought. Yeah, I did, however it feels lacking, somehow. Gut raises his head slightly at the queer. A wide smile spreads across his wrinkled old face. Jackpot. Good instincts, young one. He hobbles over towards the comfy-looking chair. If you would take a seat. He beckons at me. Eager, I hurry over and sling myself into the chair while using a little more force than necessary. Damn. I think I just cracked the code to trigger Gut's information blocks. So far I've found it increasingly annoying that Gut seems to withhold information from me involuntarily until I ask for it. It has really slowed me down and impeded several important moments for me. Just like yesterday when he withheld the information about lieutenants for 2 whole days. That's a freaking lot, you know. So I figured there had to be a certain set of parameters for me to trigger these information events. A couple of times so far, I've noticed that as long as I seem to suspect there is more or strongly hint at it, then it's enough for Gut to spill the beans. Just like now. I had no idea there was more information to be had. I just faked it until I made it. Take that, stupid developers, I figured out your trick. Now what? I ask the mage. Gut clears his throat and looks pleased with himself. Now that you have a seat of power, you can use it to access the status of your tribe. Like what? I nearly shout with a wide grin on my face. Gut pauses to frown. I was getting to that, young one, impatient little grr. Yes, sorry, please continue, I urge him on. Slightly mollified, he continues. You now have access to peruse the status of your tribe's population, morale, resources, combat strength, your territory, officers and buildings. You will also have access to the knowledge of the gods. He scratches his beard once more. I believe you chieftains like to refer to it as a Wikipedia for some reason. He shrugs with indifference. HNNNG. I quickly open up the 2 first lists, one after the other. Population Dark Fang Tribe. Goblin Soldiers, Goblin Warrior, 10 Goblin Scout, 1 Goblin Fighter, 4 total, 15. Goblin Workers, Goblin Builder, 6 Goblin Lumberjack, 8 Goblin Mason, 3 Goblin Hunter, 3 Goblin Forager, 5 Goblin Fisherman, 1 Goblin Hauler, 1 Goblin Herbalist, 1 Goblin Gatherer, 1 Goblin Miner, 3 Goblin Cook, 1 Goblin Blacksmith, 1 Goblin Carpenter, 2 total, 36. Morale Overview Dark Fang Tribe. Summoning Points Counter, 5160. Morale 30 Goblins, 10 Soldiers, 20 Workers, plus 20% Morale Lodgings, 0% Food Variety 3, 15% Cuisine Novice, 5% Comfort, 0% Magic, 0% Population Density, 0%. 21 Goblins, 5 Soldiers, 16 Workers, 0% Morale Lodgings, minus 20% Food Variety 3, 15% Cuisine Novice, 5% Comfort, 0% Magic, 0% Population Density, 0%. Beautiful, just beautiful. This is what I'm talking about. Raw, delicious numbers and statistics that put my wet dreams to shame. It's been far too long since I had the possibility to crunch numbers like this. Shit, I nearly need to wipe a tear away. The list of my goblin population is pretty self-explanatory. It's not useful as of yet, but it will save me loads of work in the future when I have far too many of these little rascals running around. The morale list, however, is where the gold is. Just look at that beauty. There are so many things that affect my morale, it's a lot to take in. The list is divided in 2. The default setting must be to divide my goblins into groups based on the amount of total morale they have. All my goblins seem like they have the same benefits except for lodgings. I only have 1 longhouse, which from its description can only house 30 goblins. Hey Gut, what's the benefit from having high morale? GRRR, their attitude towards you. I drag my eyes away from the blue display to give Gut a deadpanned look. Don't fuck with me. He lets out a sigh. The morale affects how efficient your tribesmen are in what they do. He stomps his staff into the ground, taking a moment to listen to the sound echo between the walls. Every % of morale adds up to 0.5% of efficiency. I quickly do some mental calculations. So it seems like my goblins who live in the longhouse have a 10% increase to their efficiency. Not bad at all. All my goblins are luckily at either neutral or positive morale. I suppose it's good that it doesn't appear to be difficult to gain morale. Looking through the different morale boosters, I'm happy to see that I have several sources of beneficial morale already. The most mysterious part of my morale overview is my summoning points counter. It's currently at 5160, the exact number of goblins I have. I'm pretty darn certain maxing the counter out is going to lead to some sort of drop in morale. I guess it's one of the devs' ways to balance the game up. A small tribe has an easier time of gaining higher morale than a large one, which should help to make up for being the underdog during combat and production. I just fear how large the morale drop will be. I guess I will find out in 3 days. But I know one thing I have to do. Gut, I need you to reorganize the housing, put all the warriors and crafters inside the longhouse, prioritize our strongest fighters, and make sure there is room for the blacksmith and the carpenters. I will leave the remaining room for the workers who work the hardest. I'll leave it up to you to choose who deserves it. The mage gives me a courteous nod. It will be done, young one. I catch a glimpse of his departing form from the corner of my eye. A small grin can be seen from under his hood. With Gut leaving, I sit down and browse through the remainder of my overviews. None of them are as exciting as my morale overview, but they give me some decent statistics to play around with later. They are all pretty self-explanatory. The buildings list lists all the buildings I have. Big surprise. The only interesting aspect here is that it also lists how many occupants each building has and how many goblins work at each station. It's worthy to note that there actually is a limit to how many people can work at my crafting buildings. I have to remember to keep an eye on that. The officer list gives me an overview of Gut and Rex's status windows. Not very helpful at this stage of the game. Same for the territory overview. It basically functions as a filter on my overview map. My own little pizza slice of a territory is highlighted in a bright green color. It irks me that I'm not in control of Harvalan's territory though. Her territory is unceremoniously grayed out on the map. Perhaps I need to establish an outpost there or something to truly claim it. I shrug. I wonder what my map will look like after I do a little scouting. Combat strength is interesting though. It gives me access to loads of interesting numbers about my troops. Not counting how many types of each soldier I have, it also gives me access to what their skill levels are, the unlock criterias for my already unlocked classes, the equipment I have access to, their kill counts. There's a lot to take into consideration here. I'll browse through it some more later. My biggest and most extensive list is my resources tab. The list is divided in 3 where 2 of the lists are locked from view. The one list I can see is the amount of food I have. It also shows me tons of other useful information. It shows me how much of the different food types I gather each day, how much food I'm consuming, and to top it all off, it shows if my stock of any food is expected to rise or drop in the future. This is huge. If I spend some time on this, I can maximize efficiency in gathering resources. It's a logistics officer's wet dream made real. The other 2 lists are for crafting materials and weapons. Apparently I'm required to build a warehouse and an armory to access them. My ever-expanding list of top priorities is growing faster than insert sexual joke about the male reproductive organ here. The best part which I have been looking forward to forever is the Wikipedia. Sweet baby Jesus, it was about time I unlocked it. Maybe things will go more smoothly around here now. I open it and peruse the information. My initial reaction is surprisingly disappointing. Sure, it grants me access to several hundred pages of content, but it all seems a little bare. As I expected, there are no real numbers or statistics that explain the strength of a unit. There are no numerical measurements for strength, agility, intelligence, or the like. It's just skill levels. Simple and scalable skill levels based on percentages. It doesn't satisfy my inner statistics cravings, not by a long shot, but it sure as hell answers a few of my unanswered questions. It also confirms a whole lot of my suspicions, which is nice. The list doesn't seem to be complete. Sure, there are a lot of information available, but most of it is locked into buildings I currently have, or technologies I currently have access to. I never expected the developers to give me too much of a break, but it sure as hell helps. The biggest segment of the entire Wikipedia is the information about the different races. That information is worth its own weight in gold. There are far too much information for me to memorize, but it will be helpful when I figure out which race I'm currently in conflict with. Another good reason to get some scouting done soon. I need to be prepared for anything. Grinning with content, I close all the lists and get up from my chair. I am left alone in the room with only Rex as company. I must admit, I totally forgot about the guy. I'm not sure if I would even have allowed him to stay if I knew he was here. The guy still creeps me the fuck out. But it doesn't matter, I'm in too good of a mood. Noticing my sudden movements, Rex lowers his head in respect. "What do you require of me, Chief?" I turn my smiling form towards him. "Rex," he lifts his head, "gather the warriors, we have a job to do." He squints his eyes in confusion. "It will be done, Chief." He gets to his feet. "What do you need us to do?" I chuckle lowly to myself. I massage my hands, gently popping my knuckles one at a time. "It's time we go hunting." Chapter 15, A Dragon Joke. Chapter 15, A Dragon Joke. Click, click, click. Sounds of rapid steps walking hurriedly down an empty corridor at Syntech headquarters is all that can be heard as a determined Kelly rushes towards her destination. The sound of her high heels echoes loudly among the bare walls. She soon finds herself in front of a large double door. She forcefully slams them open. "Logan," she shouts. She finds herself in a large open office space, the very same room that was previously the call center for the contestant interviews. About 24 technicians are hard at work, monitoring the large streams of data coming out of Fantasy Royale. Every head snaps in the direction of her sudden shout. When their eyes lock onto the source of the noise, a general feeling of confusion spreads in their midst. Kelly stares back at them, murder in her eyes. Her usually tidy hair is surprisingly askew, while her chest heaves with exertion from her brisk walk towards the office. She tightens her fists and takes a stance that promises violence to the first person who crosses her path. She takes a deep breath, trying to calm herself. "Everyone, get out," she says through clenched teeth. Everyone just stares back at her, not quite comprehending the meaning of her words. And now she screams. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, everyone moves at once. Some grab anything with reach, be it laptops or stacks of paper, before rushing towards the exit. They all give Kelly a wide berth, not daring to get too close. It doesn't take long until the large room is void of people. Only 2 remain. She stomps her way over towards a couch near the back-end corner of the office area. Her ears register rough techno music, similar to the ones of old-school arcade games. A pair of feet sticks out from the end of the couch. Its thick woolen socks sports a myriad of bright colors. She stops at the top end of the couch and glares down at a jovial bearded face. Logan lies comfortably on the couch, legs crossed and currently heavily focused on playing some game on a handheld console. Completely ignorant of the recent shoutings, he probably didn't care. "You," she sneers. "Top of the morning to you too, Kelly." Logan smiles, not taking his eyes off the console. Kelly's furious face tightens as she blows a large gust of air through her nose. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" she shouts down at him, not acknowledging his playful antics. Logan feigns innocence. "What do you mean? Did you really think nobody would notice, that we were going to let it slide?" Her volume rises. "Jesus woman, calm down, why won't you?" He discards the handheld console and sits up, the techno music still playing, his playful expression all but gone. He sighs. "I know what you think, but we had to test the software anyway. What better way to do it than in this perfectly controlled and heavily monitored environment?" He waves his hand in a dismissive manner. "You have no right, the software hasn't been tested at all. It could be dangerous, Logan, don't you see that? The possible ramifications to the contestants could be huge. Do you want the project to shut down? Because I'm one step away from calling the whistle on this whole thing. It's just a small AI upgrade, Kelly. I made precautions, he says, his confident smirk slowly vanishing. Precautions? There are no damn precautions. This is military-grade developed AI software, Logan. It is designed so that you cannot make precautions against it. Certainly not in under a month. Who do you think you are? Her sudden remark leaves him indignant. Relax already, okay? I know what I'm doing. Geez, I put in a failsafe. The game's main AI will monitor the contestants' mental state. It will activate the kill switch for the update at the first sign of it interfering with their mental state. Really, there is no need to worry. He raises his hands defensively. Kelly, still shaking in anger, lowers her shoulders. Seriously, Logan, she closes her eyes and tries to collect herself. You can't play around with this. Why would you even think this was a good idea? You know why, Kelly. She clenches her jaw. Tell me anyway. Logan sighs. He drags a hand over his unkempt hair, diverting his eyes away from his assistant. The entertainment is growing stale. We are losing viewers by the thousands every hour. There is just no drama, no depth to any of the streams. Sure, we see a cool-looking battle every now and then, but that's not everything. He spreads his arms wide. Let's face it, our current VR units suck. Horribly. Every interaction between them and the players are plain and without depth. It's boring is what it is. It needed to be done. Kelly squeezes her temples between her thumb and index finger. For entertainment, really, are you willing to risk everything? Your job, their lives, for what? Better dialogue? Are you insane? Couldn't you just work with what you had? Logan slumps back into the couch. Are you aware of how long that would take? Years, Kelly, years. I don't have that kind of time. And you figured putting an untested and dangerous AI into the game was the best way to solve that problem. It wasn't designed for this, Logan. It is designed to break the mind, not to entertain it. This is far too reckless, even for you. It will be fine, I promise. Nothing is going to happen, you have my word, he states confidently. Her eyes stare daggers at Logan. That will do little good when something does happen. You are in way over your head. You can't do this stuff on your own. You need to tell someone, the investors, the military. You should call a press conference, IMD. Whoa, hold your horses, let's not be rash here. He quickly interrupts her. He raises his hands, palm forwards to try and calm the situation. There is no need to worry them unnecessarily. I have this handled. Kelly flares up. Are you serious? She screams. You can't just sweep this under the rug and expect me to. Calm down, Kelly, he shouts, once more cutting her off. Kelly radiates fury. You're telling me to calm down, me, you fucking asshole. She screams at him, some spit flying from the corner of her mouth. Logan's expression drops. Kelly has never insulted him before, never. She is mad, far angrier than she has ever been before. A hot feeling builds in his chest. What did you say to me, Kelly? His forehead furrows. Kelly looks slightly taken aback. She knows she lost control and she didn't plan this. She hesitates and takes a step back. Must I remind you that I am still your boss? You don't tell me what to do, ever. He stares her down, the first time anyone has ever seen Logan so serious. I can't let you do this, she says. You can and you will. He crosses his arms over his chest tightly. Besides, there isn't anything you can do. Nobody would listen to you. You don't have the proof. She glares back at him. He wrinkles his nose, sneering at her. Don't even think about it. I'm revoking your access to the AI databank. With a huff, she turns on her heel and marches away. Don't do anything you will regret, Kelly. I mean it. I won't tolerate this behavior forever. He shouts at her, departing back. Oh, for the love of God and all that is holy. I mutter to no one in particular. I trudge along and curse my stupid decision to jump half-assed into this game. My feet are sore, and I'm incredibly and utterly bored out of my mind. I currently find myself in the woods, heading westwards away from my base. I try to let my mind wander for the umpteenth time, and I can't say that I notice anything new and interesting that's out of the ordinary. There is wind rustling the branches, birds chirping, goblins humming, and trees. Lots and lots of fucking trees. Hell, I thought this adventure would be fun. I'm playing a game here. It's supposed to be fun and exciting. Action at every corner, something to draw in my interest. Hours. I have been walking around for hours. Don't get me wrong, this was my idea. I'm the moron who wanted to go for a little raid on my neighbor. Shit, why wouldn't I? You can't have a strategy game if you don't mess up your opponent's things and take their stuff. It's the primary purpose of any proper strategy game. Not doing it would be pointless. If you do play strategy games and you don't do these kind of things, then you are a moron. Nothing as dumb as being a turtle player. In case you have no idea what I'm talking about, a turtle player is a strategy player who only hunkers down in his base, stacking up on defenses and just sits still and waits until he is attacked. This kind of player never wins. Ever. And even then, it's the most common noob tactic there is. Tusk humans, am I right? There is a problem being the attacker in this game though. The travel distances suck balls. Holy crap, it's so boring. I have only been walking for about 2 hours, but I'm just about ready to tear my fangs out. Literally. I have never been a fan of hiking in the woods. Sure, lots of people love it, but I don't see the appeal. I understand it plenty. It could be nice for some people to feel the fresh air washing over your face, see the natural wonders of Mother Nature and feel the exhaustion in your muscles after a good workout. I don't even get that here. The game dulls my senses. I don't feel much pain, there is no magical freshness to the wind circulating in this game, and there sure as hell are no natural wonders. This place feels so fake. Sure, there is a bunch of trees and bushes around, but nevertheless it all seems so barren. I swear, most trees and bushes are just copy-pasted from the same template. Well, they have a wide selection, but I'm pretty sure I have seen this oak I just walked past 4 times already. I can't expect too much from a virtual world, I suppose. Anyway, I need to start focusing. I'm in enemy territory after all. I may have been walking for 2 hours, but I know it shouldn't be too much longer. At least I think so. Hopefully, I'm going on a hunch here. So far, I have been marching west along the mountainside. It's basically just a scouting mission, but I have a pretty decent bet going that most players decided to locate their base along the center mountain. It's the most strategically sound decision for the long term. Yup, just like what I did. It took us little over an hour to leave my own territory. Going by those numbers, it shouldn't be more than half an hour more until I reach the center of the inner enemy territory. I just hope that the enemy is actually there and not in the forest somewhere. It could take days to scout out the place, and I don't have that kind of time. Well, I do, but I don't wanna. On my quest to rid the world of another player, I enlisted the help of my finest little miscreants. Well, most of them at least. I had to leave Gut behind with my weakest units to tend to my production crew back at the base. And let me tell you this, he didn't like that order one bit. I'm pretty sure he was going to pop a blood vessel when I told him he had to stay behind and protect the base. He was all like, "Rabble, rabble, you are too reckless, blah blah blah, racist stuff towards elves, ranty rant." I swear I'm pretty glad he didn't come. I need a little break from him. A little me time. I was worried about leaving the base with so little protection, but I instructed Gut to keep the fighters out scouting with orders to take the workers, and bolt for the forest if there's an attack they can't handle. I gave him a lot of leeway to sacrifice goblins at his own discretion, but keeping as many of them alive as possible is priority number 1. It should be okay though. I already know there are no enemies to my southeast anymore, and I doubt any players will attack from a different biome up north. I mean, really, why would they do that? Logan clearly said there were bonuses to be had to conquer their own biome. Besides, we will only be gone for a few hours. Nothing should happen, hopefully. Anyway, I brought the A-team, all 10 of my warriors including Rex. It's my elite strike team. The only other participants in our little group is yours truly and our new scout. Oh right, I also brought the hauler, because why not? I might need him to carry back some loot, I have to say though. Apart from me and Rex, the scout is the weirdest of the bunch. She doesn't do much, but she still sort of sticks out in a weird manner. Come to think of it, all my goblins seem to have changed. They all seem so, I dunno, alive. It's hard to tell, I never really paid much attention to the goblins. They always seemed too stupid to bother with too much. But lately they have changed, and I think it's for the better. It's definitely for the better. Whereas they earlier seemed to be tiny green mannequins with the personality of a woodchipper, they all seem a bit more raucous. They are laughing, mercilessly punching each other, and their vocabulary seems to have multiplied tenfold. They act like young and unsupervised delinquents. So yeah, pretty much acting like a standard goblinoid creature should. Well, minus the terrible personal hygiene and their tendency for rape. But I figure that's no great loss. Something definitely changed. Whether it's because of some great update to the AI in the game or if the VI units get an upgrade after attaining their classes, I don't know. But I'm not complaining. It does seem a bit more lively around here. Considering my current predicament, I'm still stuck in this godforsaken forest. Perhaps I should build a tavern. Chieftain, a voice startles me. I swivel around and find myself face to face with the scout. Her eyes avoid me shyly, and she shifts her weight between her feet. She seems antsy to get away from me as quickly as possible. Not sure how I feel about that. I found a trail, she mutters after a while. Oh crap, I got sidetracked again. What really? Awesome, what did you find? Show me. She brings me up towards the front of our group. She gently kneels in between two small bushes. I walk up closer and try to examine whatever it is she sees. I don't see jack shit. I give her a questionable look. What exactly are we looking at? Footprints, chieftain, 2 pairs, heading in that direction. She points further southwest. What? How can you tell? This makes no sense, I'm a freaking ranger. I'm supposed to have 5 levels in tracking. Why can't I see shit when I'm supposed to have a decent skill at it? It's right there, she points at the ground. What's she looking at? I narrow my eyes and focus intently on the spot. I guess one of the branches on the bush has snapped and there is a small imprint on the ground. Is this? As soon as I think the thoughts, the broken branch and the imprint start to softly glow blue. Holy crap. I always thought tracking was a passive ability, but I actually have to use it actively to notice the signs. Sweet. Yggdrasil Online didn't have this feature, it's so smoothly implemented. Damn, why didn't I try this earlier? I quickly try to analyze everything around me. It doesn't take long for me to see several different signs of recent passage. I can see knocked over rocks, scraped off moss from logs along with several more imprints and broken twigs. I'm soon greeted by a sea of glowing marks on the ground. It's all lined up neatly, clearly indicating someone passed by here at some point. My discovery hands me a little gift. Congratulations, you have gained 1 skill level in tracking. Not bad at all. Something nags me though. How can you tell it was 2 of them? I ask her. She seems to fiddle with her thumbs for a moment. I just can, she mutters quietly. I nearly slap my forehead with enough force to give me a concussion. I stare at her blankly. Elaborate, please. Her eyes drop to the ground. She hesitates. If you see these marks here and those here, she points at a set of imprints on the ground. One being couldn't have made those on its own, and since there aren't that many of them, there should only be 2. She shakes slightly, almost as if she is ashamed to lecture me. I focus intently on the set of imprints she pointed at. Nope, still don't see shit. I'm just going to write it off on the tracker skill she has. Anyway, the trail she pointed out, appears to lead towards the center mountain. This is excellent news. It would appear my hunch is indeed correct. I quickly get up and rally my warriors to my position. Rex takes the lead and gets them into a loose circle formation, with us at the center. What are your orders? He asks with a glint in his eyes. It seems like he is aware of the situation. I smirk. We are close, I can feel it. I take a moment to point in the general direction of the enemy base. If my calculations are correct, then it shouldn't be more than a 15 minutes walk tops. We most likely haven't been noticed yet, but I'm not willing to take any risks. Rex, I want you to take the lead along with 2 of your best warriors as well as the scout and see if you can find the exact location of the base. And I can't stress this enough. Do not be seen. And if you do, hightail it back here. Don't do anything stupid. Rex frowns. I'm not supposed to leave your side, he says gravely. Excuse me, what the? I promised Gut to protect you at all cost. I am not to leave your side. He stares at me with a glint of resolve in his eyes. What the hell, man, I just gave you a freaking order. What does that old fleabag have to do with anything? I blurt out. Great, now I probably sound like an idiot again. You are not to leave my sight unguarded, he states matter-of-factly. What the hell are you on about? How am I unguarded? I'm still surrounded by 7 freaking warriors, far from danger. Would you just fucking go already? I try my best not to shout at him. What the hell is up with this mutinous behavior? Not good enough. But for the love of go do your job, asshole, I hiss at him. No. That's an order. No. I swear to God I'll shoot you. No. I sigh, what the fuck, man? Does it say chieftain anywhere on my status page? I thought these dumb-ass VI motherfuckers were supposed to be 100% obedient. Where is the damn break I'm supposed to be getting? This is that damn sack of mold's fault. Apparently Gut has more sway over my goblins than I do. I don't get it. What the hell is up with the VIs in this game anyway? I sort of get it why Gut acts weird. His settings got messed up because of the possible hacking attempt or whatever the hell happened. The developers should have fixed these problems though. I should really have Rex tested. I open up the bug report and run a diagnostic on Rex. Nothing, what the hell, so he isn't broken. This shit's getting weird. Their behavior makes no sense. This is supposed to be a game, isn't it? Why are they acting like this? I thought they were just pawns for me to use. Why are they acting on their own discretion? Is it just showmanship? A way to entertain the masses? I don't get it. Really? How am I supposed to play a game when the VIs themselves gives me a handicap? I really need to find a way to fix this. Should I abort this raid? It certainly would be the most logical option. This problem could become a liability, but then again, it might just be a game feature. Both Gut and Rex have been nothing but loyal to me so far. I just don't see why the game would add a possibility for the VIs to rebel for no apparent reason. Shit. I've come this far, the least I can do is to check the enemy out. Damn it all. Fine, I'll go with you and the scout then, happy. He takes a moment to scratch his chin, a wide grin spreads on his face. Lead the way, Chief. I grunt, get on my feet and start walking towards the enemy at a brisk pace. I can hear Rex and the scout trailing behind me. A soft whimper can be heard from the scout. And yeah, I'm sulking, deal with it. We walk off with this sullen mood for about 5 minutes before we start to get serious. We are in enemy territory after all. This particular area of the forest is much more dense than the paths we have followed so far. This is mostly because it helps to keep us hidden. Our pace slows considerably, but it's a good precaution to make considering walking into an ambush would be really fucking stupid at this point. We trudge along, keeping our eyes peeled for any sign of enemies. We decided on a loose 3-man formation to utilize our different strengths. Well, Rex decided. That prick. The scout takes the lead to look for any signs of enemies. Rex insists on walking directly behind her and directly in front of me. This is so that he can soak up any surprise attack that comes our way. I did argue that I should be the one walking in the middle so that I can more easily offer ranged support if the scout runs into anything. My opinion, however, falls on deaf ears. Rex is being an asshat. Maneuvering through the underbrush isn't quite as cool as one would expect. I have watched plenty of movies where the hero deftly moves at high speeds through dense foliage, keeping his clothes clean and his boots stainless. This game, however, is much closer to what one would expect in reality. The game does have pain filters, but I can still feel minor physical stimuli like before. Like all these damn branches and bushes scraping and itching all over my nearly naked body. It's excruciatingly annoying. The only thing that seems to help is muttering a bucketful of my favorite curse words for every step I take. The worst thing, however, is that my loincloth keeps getting stuck on twigs and branches every time I move my body. My hands automatically move to secure it in place, so I won't accidentally reveal my privates. Luckily, the game is designed in such a way that it's physically impossible to remove the loincloth unless you really want to. Not that it would matter, though. My character is like a Ken doll down there. Yeah, I checked, don't want to talk about it. I shoot an angry glare at Rex's back. The bastard is still wearing my leather armor. I bet this damn foliage doesn't bother him at all. Little bastard. Wait, why didn't I ever take the armor back? I eye him menacingly once more. Fuck it. It probably benefits him more than me in a fight anyway. As much as I hate to admit it, I just can't help but to maximize efficiency. It's both a blessing and a curse. I hope to God I unlock some sort of woodsman skill at some point that makes forest travel less painful. I can see enemies. The scout whispers from up front. Butterflies fill my stomach as I register her words. Oh shit, already. My body tenses up. Do they see us? I whisper back, trying to catch a peek over Rex's shoulder. No, I don't think so, she responds. They seem to be chopping wood. How many soldiers? I don't see any. Excellent, we seem to have stumbled onto some of their production crew. That means we can probably take out a few enemies before they even know what's going on. I slither my way past Rex as quietly as I can manage, taking up positions next to the scout. I lift a low-hanging branch out of the way and get a good view of my surroundings. There is a large open clearing ahead of us, pretty much identical in size to the clearing at my own base. It seems to be the default setting for freshly spawned bases in the game if I would have a guess. The terrain is slightly different though. Whereas I have a small lake next to my clearing, this guy has a river extending outwards from the mountain to the southwest of his clearing. Lucky bastard. It seems to cover way more ground than my tiny lake. Also, while the ground near my base is mostly flat, his clearing is much more sloped up towards the mountain, granting him a better overall defensive position in case of an attack. I can't believe the luck of this guy. We are currently located about 15 meters inside the edge of the forest to the northeast of their base. At least I guess so. I can't really see any buildings for some reason. Perhaps there is a plateau at the top of the hill. That would just be the icing on the cake at this point. HRMPF, it just makes me want to kill him harder. There is a cluster of lumberjacks a little ways off, doing their own thing. The creatures are small of stature, about the same height as my goblins. Seems like they are also a Tier 1 race. Good. I'm not sure if my poor equipment and small numbers would be of much use against larger foes. They seem a bit bulkier, but their feet are both shorter and looks to be less maneuverable. They are bipedal creatures with thick brown fur covering most their bodies. Their backs are slightly hunched, with beady eyes and short, stout noses that seem similar to a pig's snout. One thing is for certain, they won't win any beauty contests anytime soon. Rat men, I mutter, they look disgusting. Huh, Rex turns his head. What do you mean? He looks back towards the lumberjacks and narrow his eyes. I always thought they were kobolds. I hear they taste great in a stew. He looks disappointed. What kobolds those? Are you kidding me? Aren't kobolds supposed to be reptilian creatures? They love to live in caves and their eyes adjust poorly to sunlight, I ask. They do live in caves. Dunno about the rest though. Haven't ever heard about a kobold having scales though, he ponders. What those can't be kobolds, no way. Scales is like the kobold thing. What have you been smoking? They are supposed to be a descendant from dragons, for God's sake. Rex just gives me a deadpanned look. Are you seriously trying to say that those pathetic things, he points towards the kobolds, have dragon's blood in them? Well, yeah, I tilt my head and scratch my temple. Shit, when he says it like that. They are supposed to be really distant cousins. Rex guffaws. Hilarious, didn't peg you for a jokester, chief. Nearly had me there. Scales, that's funny. Rex chuckles, hardly making an effort to hide the sound. If I hadn't been this put off by the fact that the developers messed up designing the kobolds, I might have told him to put a clamp on it. Well crap, good thing Rex thought I was joking. Yeah, I suppose I oversold it with the dragon part, eh? I smile at him, lying through my teeth. Yeah, a little bit, was a good one though, he laughs. Now how about we start cracking some skulls? He gives me a bloodthirsty grin. Yep, still creepy when he does that. I raise my hand and cup my chin with the palm of my hand, attempting to hide my repulsed grimace. Rex's personality issues are still gnawing at me. Is he okay? He seems fine, perhaps I'm just being paranoid. There really shouldn't be any reason for him to put us at an unnecessary risk. I'm going to go with my gut feeling on this one. It has served me well so far. Hold on, we have to gather the troops first. Can't have any of them get away. Rex nods seriously. That's true, kobolds are natural cowards, we should head back. No, not yet, hey you. I motion towards the scout who sits quietly to the side. Her eyes snap open at suddenly being addressed. Go fetch the troops and hide a little further down the forest. I'll come get you when we are ready. She gives me a quick nod before she darts back into the forest. I turn back to Rex. His grip on the cutlass tightens. I can see how his eyes are screaming in anticipation of shedding some blood. How about we have a closer look at their base? I get a wicked smile in return. Lead the way, Chief. Chapter 16, The Raid. Chapter 16, The Raid. We spent a good hour slowly creeping around the edge of the forest. I had initially been really excited about actively planning my assault on their base, but I soon learned that doing the legwork of scouting is one of the most tedious processes possible. I mean, holy crap. My skin is crawling from the constant itching of the green foliage. I'm covered by dirt from head to toe from crawling through the mud, trying not to get spotted. My loincloth seems more like a patch of dirt loosely tied together rather than an actual piece of cloth. The worst thing, however, is Rex. He doesn't fare any better than me, not by a long shot. He is incredibly dirty, and I'm fairly certain he lost several percentages off of the durability of his armor. No, the worst thing is that the guy is too damn happy about it all. That was some great exercise, Chief. He grins from ear to ear. Haven't felt this sore in ages, almost felt as if I would never get the sweet smell of grass that has recently been stepped upon by prey again. It's so invigorating. He spread his arms wide, giving his shoulder joints a good stretch. Rex, I mutter, a sour expression on my face, shut the fuck up. I gotta hand it to him though. To watch a goblin sneak about is incredibly fascinating. Seeing as goblins have more flexible joints and a lighter frame, Rex could perform some pretty damn impressive gymnastics. The sharp claws on both his hands and feet make for excellent tools for scaling trees. His sharp nails dig easily into the bark, allowing him to noiselessly ascend the shaft in mere seconds. His long and limber arms are also perfectly made for him to quickly crawl on the ground, at a much lower angle and at a much higher speed than any human could ever hope to achieve. It's fascinating, really. I tried to copy his technique, but I just can't seem to get the hang of my new body. I'm just not used to my arms being able to bend at such angles. I look like a drunk and clumsy version of Gollum. I mean, what the hell? How did even Harvalin manage to master flying so quickly? Jesus Christ. I'm glad I didn't pick centaurs as my starting race. Hell, I would probably still lay sprawled on the ground with a mouth full of dirt back at my base, with Gut taking free potshots on my skull with that darn torture stick of his. I shiver at the thought. We quickly make our way back towards where the scout has gathered the rest of the warriors. It doesn't take long for us to find them. I praise myself lucky I ordered them to gather a little way inside the forest, because these little morons are holding a party. Like seriously, I could hear their screams and laughter from 100 meters away. Bloody morons. I resist the urge to give them all a proper beating. We have plans to make. I gather them all and describe the layout of the enemy territory. Rex and I didn't find anything special around the edges of the large clearing apart from the small cluster of lumberjacks. I picked up a few trails from what might be warrior patrols or hunters heading out in several directions. I didn't see anyone though. The real gem of the excursion was what we managed to find closest to the mountain. It was by far the most difficult area for us to observe unnoticed, but we managed to climb a tree to the southwest that was just tall enough for us to spot a cave entrance in the distance. A freaking cave. How did they even make one this fast? Did they spawn with it? Is it some sort of starting racial trait for subterranean races? Shit, I should have spent some time researching racial traits in the wiki back at base. It would really have helped if I had researched kobolds beforehand. Anyway, courtesy of my eagle sight ability, all I could see was a cave entrance roughly 3 meters wide and 2 meters tall. It's quite spacious considering how tiny we all are. It will be tough to do a proper cave delving with my current forces. I might get overrun. There are 2 guards at the entrance. From what I could see, they both wield spears. I reckon they are similar to my own spears and thus are tier 1 weapons. I crack a smile knowing that I need to confiscate those weapons. Mehihad. All in all, I didn't see much activity. I assume the cave system is extensive and must contain some sort of infrastructure. Otherwise, they would most likely have starved by now, or at the very least, they wouldn't have been able to produce those spears. The spears did seem to have the similar brown tint to them, similar to my own crafted copper spears. I hate the fact that there are too many unknowns in this scenario. I only know 3 things for certain. 1. There are 4 undefended lumberjacks outside of the base gathering raw materials. 2. The enemy's base is hidden inside the mountain with an unknown number of soldiers, but at least 2 fighters with upgraded weapons. 3. There should be at least 1 roaming patrol with a minimum of 2 enemies somewhere in the forest. These patrols could return at any point and cause major damage to my operation. Shit. I was hoping to make a safe and efficient raid at the enemy. At the moment, I can only at most guarantee 4 enemy casualties. Considering they are a Tier 1 race, losing 4 units isn't a huge loss for him. The risk of the unknown is almost too much. What if there are 20 soldiers inside the cave entrance? If I try to do something, I might get overrun and lose all my elite troops. That would be horrible. Do you see my predicament? I only get 1 decent shot at a raid here. I have to make it a good one. No matter the outcome, the enemy will be way more alert after my attack. I have to try to cause as much damage as I possibly can. At HRMPF. No risk, no gain, is that it? If I need to take a risk, why not make it a big one? I nod with resolve. I'm going for maximum damage. The strategy I decide to go for is the timeless divide and conquer tactic. Yep, I'm going to hit the lumberjacks and the guards at the cave entrance in a simultaneous blitz attack. I send Rex alongside 5 warriors and the scout to surround the 4 lumberjacks. I name them Strike Force Alpha because I want to, so shut up. It's kind of overkill, but I figure I need these numbers if I want to make certain none of them manage to make a run for it. It took a long while to convince Rex to split away from me. I had to promise to stay clear of the actual fighting, only using my crossbow at range. And most importantly, I had to promise never to mention any part of this plan to Gut. I swear, the thought of Gut caused Rex to shiver in fear. Jesus, what did Gut whisper into his ear? I'm afraid to know. The second and most dangerous attack against the 2 guards is being executed by Strike Force Falcon. This group consists of me and the 4 remaining warriors. We make up for the lack of numbers with higher skill levels. Well, my higher skill levels. I cross my long green fingers and hope there isn't an army of kobolds right inside the door. I'm not sure if we can hold them off for long enough to wait for Rex's group to catch up. For fuck's sake, this is too reckless. Why am I still going through with it anyway? Because I'm an idiot, too greedy. I'm far too accustomed to take calculated risks after playing Yggdrasil online for so long. While huge risks and gambles often pay off, it doesn't always. This game doesn't have a respawn, so why risk it? Someone please stop me. I motion for my troops to move out. We're doing this. Damn the consequences. A mental image of Gut's expression if he knew what I was up to crosses my mind briefly. I shrug it off for later and take charge, leading my group towards the edge of the clearing near the mountain. I twist my head around and make sure that Strike Team Alpha is heading out to do their thing. Luckily for me, Rex's use of his raid leader skill seems to have a pretty decent effect on the unruly goblins. They follow him obediently and alert, but most importantly, quietly. The corner of my eye catches a single goblin left behind in the clearing. It's the hauler. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with him, but that guy has proven himself pretty self-sufficient before, so I'm not worried. I'm just going to let him do his thing. People can't expect me to micromanage everything all the time, can they? Arug, I let out a muffled yell. I slap myself across the face, shaking my mind awake. It's time to focus. I take a moment to explain my strategy to my group of warriors once more to make certain they all understand. I explain it slowly, as I don't trust these Muppets with their super short attention spans. After receiving their nods of affirmation, I quietly gesture for them to take the lead through the underbrush. The cave entrance is located on top of a small hill along the mountain side. There is a wide clearing in both directions, but luckily their view isn't too great as the top off the hill is a flat area. Still, there is about 20 meters of open ground in every direction with absolutely no cover. It's a chance we must be willing to take. My group halts to a crawl as we near the edge of the forest line. My warriors stop at the very edge and prepare themselves for the mad dash towards the unsuspecting enemy. We can still see the lumberjacks in the distance, and I ordered Rex to strike as soon as he sees us starting to sprint. It's been about 15 minutes since we parted, so I can only assume he is ready. I turn back and face the backs of my warriors. I grab my crossbow and cradle it in my hands. The hard wood of the bow reassures me. I can do this. I take a deep breath. It's showtime. Get ready, boys, I whisper, causing their long ears to slightly twitch in acknowledgement. On my mark. I sit down and gently rest the crossbow on my knees. I angle the crossbow in a high arc, trying to locate my target. I activate long shot. A soft twang is all I hear as I release the bolt. It flies in a wide arc, gently floating over the two unsuspecting guards. It impacts loudly on a rock 15 meters past them. They both snap to attention, turning towards the sudden sound. Their grips tightening on their spears as they survey the area in front of them. Go, 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 I hiss. 4 green little shapes bolt into action. I waste no time reloading my crossbow while I simultaneously jump to my feet. The precious few seconds I have quickly slipping through my fingers. My goblins are gaining on them. 15 meters, 12, 10. I finish reloading my crossbow and quickly raise it. I secure it in my armpit and take aim down the stock. In my rushed state of mind, I try to stabilize my breathing pattern. I mentally activate snipe shot and pull the trigger. I hold my breath as I watch the bolt soar across the sky. My goblins are only 5 meters away now. Their rapid footsteps have finally alerted the guards. Confused, they turn around as my crossbow bolt finds purchase in the left eye of the guard furthest away. He doesn't even have time to make a noise as his head is flung back. He is dead before he hits the ground. The remaining guard opens his eyes wide as he tries to comprehend the situation. His mouth opens to cry out as my first goblin reaches him. The agile dagger-wielding goblin charges knife first into the surprised kobold's abdomen. A small shriek escapes his lips before they both tumble to the ground in a heap. The remaining goblins quickly catch up to the pair, and a flurry of stabs with spears and daggers are all it takes to silence the guard once and for all. I let out a sigh of relief. That worked surprisingly well. I don't think anyone heard that small noise. A large howl can be heard from near Rex's position. My head snaps in his direction, but I'm unable to see them from my current position. Crap, we need to. At least a dozen responding howls can be heard from inside the cave. Vug. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Shit, this wasn't supposed to happen. I wanted to take them out quietly. This isn't going according to plan. What happened to Rex? Is he okay? I need to retreat. I look back towards the cave entrance just in time to see a fireball explode outwards, striking one of my warriors directly in the chest. He lets out a shriek of pain as he is lit on fire, falling to the ground and rolling around desperately. Shit. Retreat, I yell from the top of my lungs as I turn around and start running towards the forest. I don't dare to turn around to see if my warriors are following me. I run as if hell itself is chasing me. It doesn't take long for me to reach the safe comfort of the forest. I finally dare to look over my shoulder just in time to see my 3 remaining warriors sprint for all they are worth towards me. They are not alone, however. 8 kobold soldiers and a mage follow them, hot on their heels. I can see the mage charging up another fireball. Get down, fireball, I yell as I duck behind a tree. My goblins shriek in fear as I can hear them diving headfirst into the surrounding bushes. A large boom echoes in my ears as the tree I'm hiding behind splinters from the impact of the fireball. The bastard targeted me. In my panic, I start reloading my crossbow. My fingers fumble, and it takes longer to reload. I eventually manage to slip the bolt into position and stick my head out behind the tree to get an overview of the situation. My 3 goblins are back on their feet and shielding me from the oncoming horde. The kobolds are still charging straight at us. We don't have much time. My eye catches the brown glint from their weapons. What the hell, they all have crafted weapons. What are you all standing around for? Keep running, I shout. I lift my crossbow and take a quick shot at the leading kobold. The bolt strikes true and hits him in the thigh. He tumbles to the ground, crying out in pain. I don't have time to savor the moment as I am already sprinting back into the forest. Branches snap as I'm running for all that I'm worth, the howls of my pursuers ringing in my ears. My 3 warriors are all running beside me, throwing scared glances over their shoulders as we flee. Shit, what can we do? There is just too damn many of them. Rex, he's too far away. Fuck, why didn't I run straight for him? No, that would have been moronic. If I had run for him, then we would have to cross an open field. That would be mighty stupid with a goddamn fire mage running at our heels. Crap, I can't fight this, I don't even have any armor. There are still 7 soldiers and a mage after us. Shit. Keep running, I yell, stating the obvious. Realizing the only thing we can do is try to outrun them. It's a slim chance, but it's all we have. Crap. I knew this was a terrible idea. I can't let it end like this. I try to reload my crossbow as I run. It's next to impossible to do without losing speed. It's basically just random chance if I manage to properly cock a bolt. I have no choice though. My stamina has never been the greatest, and I can already feel my virtual body reaching its limits. The goblins to my side seem to be in a similar state of affair. A few drops of sweat trickles down my forehead. Shit. What can I do? I don't have many choices. Making a last stand will just get me killed. I can probably keep the pace going for a good while, but there's also uncertainties tied to this. I don't know the kobold specifications. For all I know, they might have more stamina than me, and that would spell my doom. Should I just keep running and take my chances? No, too risky. My mind works overtime as my lungs gasp for air. Crap, I need to sacrifice my warriors to buy myself some time to escape. It's the only way. My heart aches at the thought of once more sacrificing my companions in order to survive. I know I shouldn't let this affect me, but I just can't. They're just VIS pawns. If I die, they will die anyway. But it's the principle of the matter. It's just a game. That's why I have to do it. With my decision finally made, we burst through a bush and into a clearing. What the? My eyes widen in surprise. Fuck. I just ran into a bog, there's water and peat everywhere, I can't run through this. My head swivels from left to right, shit, there's no escape. I can't fucking believe my luck in this game. Someone has to be fucking with me. The howls of the pursuing kobolds grow ever closer. Shit. All my options just went out the window. No matter if I sacrifice my goblins, I can't run through this bog before the enemy mage catches up to us. It would be like shooting fish in a barrel for him. I sigh. It seems like we have to make a last stand after all. We are outnumbered 2-1 and they have better weapons than we do. Our chances are slim to none, but I'll be damned if I don't go down swinging. My best bet is that they haven't figured out how to grind their skill levels. The kobolds are only 15 meters behind us now. I turn around to face them. My goblins take up position in front of me, sending me confused looks over their shoulder. A long-winded sigh escapes my lips, stealing my resolve. We kill them all, I shout confidently. I don't really have time for a fancy speech. I finish reloading my crossbow and take aim at the approaching kobolds. I zero in on the closest one and activate snipe shot. The crossbow bolt takes the surprised kobold in the throat as he falls limp to the ground. I drop my crossbow and pull out my dagger. I roar in defiance as I charge against the oncoming kobolds. My roar is echoed by the warriors who charge alongside me, the tips of their weapons glinting from the sunlight. Our two sides clashes head-on with reckless abandon. The ferocity and sudden turn of my goblins takes the kobolds by surprise. One of my goblins takes down a kobold by impaling his throat with a spear. The kobold yelps in surprise as he slumps over. The 2 other goblins double tackle a second kobold and bring him to the ground, weapons slashing at his exposed body. I, however, ain't so lucky. I throw myself at a 3rd kobold knife first. The kobold sees me coming and swivels to his side, narrowly avoiding my knife. I fall face first into the dirt. Disoriented, I roll over just in time to see the kobold raising his axe above his head, preparing to split my skull in half. I raise my hands to attempt a feeble block. My eyes close in desperation. I curse my incompetence as I wait for the killing blow to land. The seconds pass by and nothing painful happens. I slowly open my eyes just in time to see the kobold fall forward, completely blocking out my view. I shout in surprise as his furry body completely covers my face. My arms flail around wildly as I try to keep the heavy body from suffocating me. I manage to toss him to the side as I gasp for breath. My eyes flicker around, noticing the hilt of a short rusty knife sticking out from the back of the kobold's neck. What the? The knife belongs to one of my warriors currently fighting bare-handed against 3 kobolds, alongside another goblin. The 2 goblins are littered with small cuts and bruises, while the unarmed goblin's left arm hangs limply to his side. They won't last long. The kobolds wield a mace and axes. Despite being outnumbered, the agile goblins dodge their blows. It only works for so long as they lack the ability to strike back efficiently. I need to do something, and fast. Realizing my complete ineptitude with the dagger, I reach for the crossbow that lies just within reach and grab for another bolt. I pull back the bowstring and clumsily insert the bolt on the stock. My hands shake from the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I eventually get it in place and take aim. And not a moment too soon, the unarmed goblin takes a kick to his chest and topples over. An axe-wielding kobold goes in for the kill. My carefully aimed shot hits under his left cheek, piercing his skull. He falls over sideways, axe still raised above his head. The other 2 kobolds widen their eyes in surprise at seeing their comrade fall. Their heads snap in my direction, both snarling with anger. The goblin still standing takes advantage of their lapse in concentration and lunges at the mace-wielding kobold. His dagger slides efficiently in between his ribs, causing the kobold to gasp for air. The remaining kobold, now free from any distractions, sets his eyes on me. The dead kobold on top of me keeps my legs pinned down, and I don't have time to reload my crossbow. The kobold sees this and a wide grin spreads across his face. Oh shit. I desperately try to push the kobold off me, its smelly fur causing my nose to twitch in horror. Fuck, I can't die like this, pinned to the ground like a trapped animal. The kobold starts laughing, his cackling laughter causing my spine to shiver. I'm screwed and he knows it. The bastard strolls casually towards me, savoring the moment. His evil grin widens slightly as he raises his axe. Our eyes lock onto each other. I stare back with defiance. I'm not gonna go down crying. I refuse. His laughter abruptly stops and is replaced by a gut-wrenching yelp of pain. I'm not sure who is more surprised, me or him. A glint of movement catches my eye as I notice the unarmed goblin crawling at the kobold's feet. His teeth clamp down on his Achilles heel, biting it clean off. A sharp sound signals the tendon snapping and the kobold falls forward, planting his face firmly across my chest. In the spur of the moment, I grab for the rusty dagger still stuck in the neck of the kobold, pinning me down. It releases a disgusting wet plopping sound as I pull it from the wound and plunge it into the ear of the fallen kobold, activating backstab for good measure. A sick thud is all I hear as the kobold takes his last breath. A sharp scream cuts through the air. I twist my head just in time to watch one of my warriors go down in a ball of flame. The kobold warrior he faced slitting his throat with a short stab of his sword. Crap. I forgot about the mage. From what I can see, only 2 enemies remain. For the first time this fight, my side is actually numerically superior. Problem is, however, that I have 2 heavily damaged goblins, whereas one of them is unarmed and immobile. And then there is me, the crossbow-wielding chieftain who is pinned to the ground by not 1, but 2 dead kobolds. Both the enemy warrior and their mage seem to be at peak condition. It doesn't look particularly good for my side. My one still standing goblin charges at the remaining kobold warrior, their weapons ringing with loud metallic sounds as they clash against one another. The battle seems to be at a standstill, where my goblin has the advantage of skill, while the kobold is in better condition. Anything can happen, and the fight won't take long. The hurt goblin still by my side seems to be all out of energy. He passed out in a pool of his own blood. If it wasn't because I can still see his chest heaving, I would have assumed he was dead as well. This only leaves me and the enemy mage. The last kobold fell on top of my crossbow, nearly crushing my left arm in the process. My right arm is still free, and it's desperately clutching at the hilt of the rusty dagger still stuck in the dead kobold's ear. My odds of survival doesn't look too great in case you wondered. The mage starts to chuckle. How interesting to run into a faction leader all the way out here, he says with a raspy voice. And in such a peculiar state as well. Interesting indeed. He cups his chin with a furry hand. I roll my eyes. Enjoying the sights, what else would I do? I retort. I can't stand people who gloat over the misfortune instead of just finishing their enemy off. That's the reason I can't stand James Bond movies. There wouldn't be any sequels if the villains just shut up and did their job instead of holding a long tirade about their plans for world domination and gloating every chance they get. He smirks at my remark. Now then, don't be like that, he trails on. I merely wondered why you wear no armor. Did you drop it somewhere? He asks. Oh my God, he is really doing this trope. Figured I didn't need it. Didn't want your scabby rat blood all over my nice clothes. It's a bitch to wash out, you know. He frowns at my insult. He points his hand at me and a small glowing orb of rotating fire appears in his hand. Oh crap. I try to twist my body out of the way, but the weight upon me is too much. The orb of fire grows rapidly. A wild grin appears on the mage's face. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball launches towards me. I do my best to slam the side of my head into my right shoulder, but I can only move it so far. I scream in pain as the fireball melts off my left ear. God damn, that actually freaking hurts. My pain filters hardly did shit. HRMPF, insolent little cur, who taught you any manners, he sneers at me. TSSK hardly matters, why do I even bother wasting time on an idiot like you? You are even worse than he is. He trails off. He who isn't this mage the enemy player? I look around. The mage is the only one who looks like a specialized unit. Where is the other guy? Is this the advisor? Whoa, he feels so similar to Gut. Is grumpy old sack of bones the standard template for all advisors? Wait, did this bastard just insult my intelligence? Hey, fuck you asshole, I don't want to be called stupid by a brain-dead rat pig like you. I shout out him. He turns an angry scowl at me, just like my own grumpy mage back home. Oh, the naked little leader, currently stuck under 2 corpses, who only brought 4 measly goblin warriors to attack an enemy base, fancies himself a military genius. Don't make me laugh, worm. He spits that last part at me. He raises his hand once more, preparing to finish me off. This world has no room for weaklings. I start laughing excessively loud. He stops casting and gives me a surprised glance. What's so funny? He shouts at me, trying to overcome my laughter. I wipe a tear from laughing so hard. Game over, asshole. The mage's eyes widen in realization as he turns his head just in time to see a cutlass descending towards his exposed back. He lets out a yelp of surprise as his body is flung forwards. He hits the ground with a loud thump and rolls over due to the forceful blow. He points a weak hand at my head, a small orb of fire starting to rotate in his hand. Before he can finish the spell, however, a green foot steps on his wrist, effectively cutting off the magical power gathering in his palm. Rule number 1, asshole. I try to regain my breath. Talk is cheap. The mage doesn't have time to respond as the cutlass embeds itself deeply into the kobold's throat. We maintain eye contact as he gulps up a mouthful of blood until eventually, his eyes turn glassy. I snort. Did that asshole seriously think I only brought 4 warriors? Fucking moron. Rex heads over to help me up. That was a good laugh, Chief, very awe-inspiring. He smirks at me. Fuck you too, Rex. I only did that to hide your obscenely loud footsteps. What the hell took you so long? He shrugs. A patrol returned from the forest just as we attacked the lumberjacks. We finished them off, but it took a while. Also she, he points at my scout, was too stricken by fear to properly follow your trail into the forest. He growls at the scout. She drops to all 4, hiding her face in the dirt. I'm so sorry, Chief. I didn't mean to. I was scared. Rex grunts in dissatisfaction. Our tribe has no room for weaklings. He takes a step forward, raising his cutlass threateningly. Jesus, calm down you two. We can't afford this kindergarten shit. I turn towards the scout. Thank you for leading them here. Keep up the good work. I smile at her. Her eyes widen in disbelief. She doesn't seem able to find the proper words to answer. "And you," I direct my gaze at Rex. "Good job taking them out." He nods in affirmation. "Anything for the tribe." With the final kobold lifted off my body, I finally get back on my feet. I brush off the largest chunks of dirt and inspect my crossbow for any damage. After being satisfied that it works as intended, I turn back towards Rex. "Have the hauler loot these bodies and patch up the wounded. We're heading out." Rex nods. "It will be done, Chief." He turns away to tend to it personally. He throws a look over his shoulder. "Are we going back home?" "Home?" I raise my eyebrow. "Hell no, it's time to claim our prize." A wide grin spreads across my face. Chapter 17, Toxic. Chapter 17, Toxic. Our return trip to the enemy cave was uneventful at best. We picked the weapons off all the fallen kobold soldiers. If I have to make a rough estimate, I'd say it seems like there is a 30% drop rate for items in this game. Not too surprising, else it would be little to no reason to bother crafting any items at all. The best part, though, is that we managed to grab both the cowl, utility belt and staff from the mage. It is a good haul indeed. The cowl is pretty much identical to Guts' cowl, which seems to be the standard starting equipment for any mage classification. I'm thrilled, though. It's the first time I managed to loot armor from an enemy. I was starting to fear it was impossible. The harpies I fought earlier didn't drop anything usable. A damn shame I didn't get his mana stone, though. On the upside, the hauler does a magnificent job of hauling weapons around. A perfect pack mule. I'm a little taken aback seeing how that tiny creature can carry this much stuff. Luckily, he doesn't have to carry all of it, since I could swap 2 of the goblins' wooden clubs for 2 of the brand new copper maces I looted off their bodies. The club and mace both go under the same weapon specialization after all, so why not? Free upgrades. I give the utility belt over to Rex so that he can carry some of the valuables. It's amazing how a bronze spear can easily fit into the small pouch. Trudging along the forest, it doesn't take long until we find ourselves at the bottom of the hill leading up towards the cave entrance. It's a good thing too, since it's starting to become dark. This has really been a long day. I could use some rest. I don't really want to spend the night walking blindly around a forest. Perhaps it's a dumb idea to press my luck here. I would be at a serious disadvantage if it fails and I'm stuck out in the wilds at night on my own. Fuck it, I need to commit to this. There is just too much to gain here. Rex takes charge, organizing a loose defensive formation with our remaining warriors. Even the 2 heavily damaged warriors from earlier are utilized in this setup. Well, they aren't really injured anymore. I had the foresight to fill my utility belt with 4 of the skulls I picked up from the harpies. They are amazing to use as drinking cups. It's both practical and it looks badass. It still amazes me how easily a little water can heal severe injuries like that, even though it took a whole 15 minutes to fully heal them. I even managed to regrow my ear. I am speechless. All hail the magical properties of mundane objects in fantasy worlds, now available in a game system near you. Whoops, seems like I was. Ascending the hill, I notice a small shape crawling towards the cave entrance. Oh shit, I totally forgot about that guy. It's the kobold fighter I kneecapped earlier in my mad dash for the woods. I didn't think it was this effective. The poor guy has only managed to crawl about 60 meters in this long amount of time. And more interesting yet, it appears no one stuck their head outside the cave to try and help the poor sod. Shit, how many more are left in there? Before I can say anything, a lone goblin makes a break from the formation towards the kobold. She runs at him, club raised high above her head. She screams with a low guttural voice, making the wounded kobold turn his head in fear. Disarmed from earlier, the kobold raises his hand in a desperate attempt to save his life, but it is all for naught. Being injured and unarmed in a prone position gives him 0 opportunities to ward off the incoming attack. The goblin grabs the club with both her hands and swings it down as hard as she can. The kobold's hands does little to stop the forceful blow, and the club soon finds purchase across his head. I can hear the sick crunching sound of his skull breaking from all the way over here. Sheesh, brutal, I wince at the nauseating sound. There might be some fire in that one after all. Rex chuckles besides me. The scout keeps bashing the already dead kobold several times more. Blood splattering everywhere. Damn, kinda overkill for a game, isn't it? She keeps mercilessly beating the corpse until our little war party catches up with her. When we reach her, she turns her head towards me. Her innocent-looking doe eyes putting me off somewhat. Is she trying to look cute with a body and face covered in blood and brain matter? I shiver in disgust. I would probably vomit if the game's graphics were more inclined towards gore. Did I do well, chieftain? She asks me, a prideful smile on her face. I try to hide a grimace. Yeah, I suppose. I don't really know what to say in this kind of situation. The scout gets on her feet and wipes some of the blood off her shirt. Well, more like she smears the blood around, but at least it's not dripping from her anymore. Oh God, why do I keep staring at this shit? I divert my gaze back towards the cave's entrance. I can hear the scout walking up to me and taking her position to my right, a position traditionally reserved for outstanding individuals worthy of respect. A part of me wants to tell her to go away. It just feels far too wrong. But then again, I'd rather just drop the matter. A man can only deal with a certain amount of crap before shrugging it all off. What a creepy little girl. Why are all my goblins so damn creepy? Aren't there any normal goblins in this game? Arriving at the cave's entrance, we all gather around the opening. I take a quick peek inside, but all I can see is a corridor heading about 5 meters in before it turns into darkness. I get a bad feeling. Well, of course I do. Anyone would at the sight of such an ominous-looking cave entrance. I decide to play this one safe. My extensive scouting from earlier shows that there isn't any other exit to this cave system. Night is approaching, but with the current spawn cyclus, the enemy shouldn't be able to spawn more units until the next morning. Plenty of time. Problem is, though, I have no idea what he has left in there. I decide to play it safe. I send my scout to keep an eye on our rear. I don't want anyone sneaking up on us during this assault after all. I wanted to head inside and take a peek around the corner, an idea that was quickly shot down by Rex. The bastard just about chained himself to me after the several near-death episodes in the forest. I'm not even allowed to take a piss on my own anymore without him looming over me. Luckily, I don't need to go to the bathroom with this body still. It's the principle of the matter. I ended up sending 2 of the warriors in to scout around, with orders to retreat at the first sign of enemies. The rest of us gathered in a loose formation around the entrance, creating a bottleneck. We wait in anticipation for the 2 warriors to return. The 2 of them lean around the corner for a few seconds before they turn back. They return immediately to report to me. How many could you see? I ask eagerly, adrenaline starting to slowly spread through my body. One of the goblins bows his head before he speaks up. I can see him. He looks to his hands while muttering something too low to hear while wriggling his fingers around. 14 kobolds, I think. They are behind a wooden wall, great chieftain. He says respectfully, once more nodding his head. Seriously? Smack. A sharp punch to the head from the other goblin topples him over. There are 15 kobolds, dumbass. How dare you lie to the great chieftain, you worm? The other warrior hisses at him. The first goblin growls menacingly back, opening his mouth to retort. Shut up, you two, Rex snaps at them both, raising his cutlass threateningly. You are in the presence of the chieftain, you fools. Realization dawns on the faces of the 2 goblins as they both drop to their fours, planting their faces in the dirt. FF forgive us, they pipe up in choir. I pay little attention to the display. What the fuck, man? How can he still have 15 fighters after all this? How does the bastard feed them all while still managing to produce tier 1 weapons for every one of them? This makes no fucking sense. How the hell is this fucking possible? I blurt out, making my goblins turn their head at me in surprise. I don't give a damn right now. How can there still be 15 freaking fighters in there? I shout while delivering a hard kick to a pebble on the ground. Oh, there aren't 15 fighters in there, a voice pipes up. I snap my head towards the source of the noise, my eyes falling on the first goblin who spoke. His lifts his head slowly. There are 15 kobolds, not all of them are fighters, he says, uncertainty on his face. My jaw drops. Then why the fuck didn't you say so? I yell at the little bastard. The goblin winces. You only asked how many there were. I close my eyes and cover my face with my left hand, gently massaging my temples between my thumb and index finger. I swear to God I'll fucking kill you, I mutter. At hearing my words, the goblin winces. Please don't, great chieftain, I'm sorry, please don't kill me, he cries out in horror. Oh fuck, no I didn't mean you, I struggle a little, I let out a long sigh. Just fucking forget about it, get your asses off the ground, we don't have time for this crap. The goblins quickly scamper back to their feet and jump back into formation. They don't dare making eye contact with me. It suits me fine. I'm in no mood for this kind crap at the moment. I guess I have to do everything myself, I mutter while walking towards the cave. Rex opens his mouth to protest, but I cut him off. Yeah, you're coming with me, so shut up and get your ass in gear. I snap at him. He shuts his mouth and picks up the pace, placing himself squarely in front of me, shield raised. We move forwards carefully, not taking any chances. I'm ready to run at a moment's notice. With my crossbow firm in my grip, I focus all my attention on staying directly behind Rex. It doesn't take long for us to reach the bend in the tunnel. Rex sticks his head around the corner first, his brows furrow before he steps to the side, giving me room to peek as well. The cave opens up into a much larger cavern, easily 30 by 40 meters large, with several smaller tunnels branching off in several directions. The terrain isn't smooth, with several pillars and rocks jutting out all over the place. I can see several smaller huts along the back end of the room. The biggest attention grabber in the room, however, is the wooden barricade circling the entrance area. The barricade is constructed in a half circle on a slightly elevated stone platform. It's a reinforced bottleneck position. I curse under my breath. The enemy isn't as big of an idiot as I thought he was. Manning the barricade, I can spot several kobolds, 15 of them to be exact. My stomach nearly drops for a moment until I realize that 9 of them seem to be workers. Why are they there? I don't think they can fight. At least my own workers refuse to pick up weapons. Are they just meat shields, maybe going for an intimidation act? From the 6 actual combat-capable troops on the barricade, I quickly spot the only one who can possibly be the player. The only kobold wearing full plate armor, with a steel buckler and a shiny hammer. I throw a quick inspect his way. Kobold chieftain. Name, Kargan race, kobold tribe, Kargling horde level. Rank, class, defender strength. Damn, it's going to be tough getting through that armor. My eyes wander over and I get a good look on the other fighters he has. I can see 5 fighters, all wielding basic leather armor as well as an assortment of Tier 1 weapons. This must be the enemy A-team. One of them seems slightly larger than the others and his posture is different. He also wields a small wooden shield similar to Rex's. My best guess would be that he is a lieutenant. They must have one of those by now, and I doubt I've already killed him. I suppose I linger for too long as I spot movement on the barricade. The enemy leader steps forward. I see you assholes. Get the fuck out of here if you know what's good for ya. Tough guy, I like dealing with these kind of people. Still safely in cover, I decide to yank this guy's chain, so to speak. You don't say, tell me, what is it that's good for me? I yell back. Not getting your head bashed in by my warhammer, bitch. You kiss your mother with that mouth. No, but I kiss yours. I chuckle, can't have that, mate. I think I'm gonna go take that warhammer you cherish so much for myself. I'm in desperate need of a new back scratcher. I can hear his snort from all the way over here. I'd like to see you try, cunt. I have the high ground, you can't have many men left and you can't get past this wall. You stand no chance, so piss off. Getting cheeky is he. He may be right about his position though. His barricade is located on a slight, 1 meter tall stone ledge at its lowest. Adding on the height of the barricade, I need to climb up at least 1.5 meters to get to him. Considering my goblins are short of height, and most my weapons are knives and clubs, assaulting him head-on would lead to several losses from my side. Luckily for me, the other guy is an idiot. You may be right about your advantage with that wall, dude, but let me point out something that your fat ass forgot. I lean out of cover and release a quick snipe shot towards them. The bolt flies true and hits the closest of the fighters between the eyes. It's a tricky shot, so I don't dare risk aiming for a higher value target. Besides, I'd look like quite the fool if I missed my first shot after calling him out. The kobold falls down backwards out of sight. Shouldn't have sent your only ranged unit to the meat grinder, noob. I laugh at him. What? He screams in outrage. You fucking pussy, come out here and fight like a man, you little bitch. Now why would I want to do that when I can just do this? I loose another crossbow bolt at them. This time, however, they see it coming and duck down behind cover. Perhaps this isn't going to be too easy after all. Hey Rex, go get the troops, we have to finish this by nightfall. I mutter at him. He grunts softly in acknowledgement and heads off to fetch the troops. Rounding up the troops, I order them to slowly march into the cave. My plan is to cover them at range and take potshots at them whenever they peek out of cover. I outnumber his fighters nearly 2-1. If I can only get one of them over the barricade, I would be in a great position to take the bastard out. I just have to play it safe. Confident in my success, I have my goblins spread out along the barricade, making sure to keep them out of weapons range. I move closer, safely located behind Rex as to make sure they don't pull out any surprises. I'm just about ready to commence the assault, when Kargan's hoarse shout cuts through the air. Now, I momentarily freeze in confusion as all the enemy non-combatants stand up behind the barricade. They all raise their hands above their hands. What the hell is that in their hands? Is that rocks? No fuck. Before I can shout out an alarm, the enemy workers all throw rocks down at my goblins. 2 of my goblins get hit on the head and fall over screaming. Another 2 barely manages to dodge the rocks but get hit on their exposed arms and legs. Shit, grab the wounded, retreat. I yell at them, raising my crossbow once more. I launch a crossbow bolt and take one of the kobolds in the chest as he tries to lift another rock. I quickly try reloading as a fierce battle cry from the enemy snaps me to attention. Another volley of rocks pepper my panicking goblins as they try to drag their fallen comrades to safety. Several more go down with nasty cuts and bruises on their bodies. Rex, cover them with your shield, I yell. My lieutenant charges forwards, shield raised above his head. With his superior strength, he grabs the leg of an unconscious goblin and yanks him back, just in time to dodge another rock aimed at his head. I finish loading my crossbow and waste no time firing back. The bolt strikes a kobold worker through its mouth, the tip sticking out from the back of his head. The enemy prepares to throw another round of rocks at my goblins. I don't know if we can take more hits without suffering heavy casualties. I abandon trying to reload my crossbow and jump into the fray. Come get me, assholes, I'm right here, I yell, sprinting to the front of the battle. Chief, no, Rex yells from behind me. I ignore him as I spread my arms wide. Hesitation can be seen on the enemy faces at the unpredicted turn of events. They all turn their heads and look at their leader, seemingly unsure of what to do. What the fuck are you looking at? Kill the fucker, kill him now, Kargan screams at them. A split second later, 5 large rocks are flying towards me. My diversion worked. I jump backwards in order to dodge the incoming rocks. The air gets knocked out of my lungs as my back hits the rocky ground. My eyes track the incoming rocks when I realize. One of the rocks is off its trajectory and heading straight for my face. I struggle to get my hands up to block it, but it's all in vain. It's going to hit. My vision is soon entirely blocked out by the approaching wooden. A large impact shakes Rex's shield as he manages to intercept the rock in the nick of time. The forceful blow knocks his shield backwards, slamming it into the side of my face. I wince at the pain, but the blow could have been far, far worse. Get up, Rex screams at me. I quickly roll over and get up into a sprint. I don't look back as I enter the short tunnel and turn around the corner at the bend in the tunnel. The sound of my enemies, victory cheers bouncing off of the rocky walls. Soon after, cold evening air fills my lungs. Fuck, I hiss as I slump to the ground, grabbing my knees. What the fuck was that? Nobody answers. Everything around me is completely silent. I look around and take count of my goblins, nearly everyone heavily wounded. A single goblin warrior lies motionless to the side, his chest not moving. Vug. Stay here and keep them safe, I shout at Rex, And you come with me, I tell the hauler. I start sprinting down the west side of the hill towards the river. When I arrive, I fill the skull's eye brought with water and start rushing back up the hill. The hauler copies my actions, although he only has a small worker's bag that can contain 2 drinking skulls. We race back up the hill and waste no time administering the water to all my wounded warriors. They gulp it down like candy, and a few minutes later, their injuries start to fade and color returns to their faces. Fucking rocks, man, I didn't know they could do that. I curse. I lost one of my most elite troops in that assault, and I only managed to kill 1, maybe 2 of the kobold workers. And who knows how many more workers he has. I'm sure there were only 9 of them on the wall because there weren't room for anyone else. He should still have at least 40 workers. I can't afford to do this trade for that long. The fucker got me. He even forced me into risking my own life in order to save more of my warriors. That prick. He won't be doing that again. I get up and start walking back to the tunnel. Where are you going? Rex gets up and steps towards me. Scouting, I'll be back in a sec, I respond in a sullen mood. Not without me you're not, he states matter-of-factly. I don't bother responding and head into the cave. I slow my advance to a crawl as I near the turn in the corridor. Peeking out, I observe the enemy's fortifications. Crap, it does indeed seem like he has more workers in reserve. 3 healthy worker kobolds took the place of the fighter and 2 workers, all wielding rocks. I try to look for an opening to take another one out, but the kobolds are aware of me. They are all keeping most of their bodies hidden behind the shoddy barricade. HRMPF, it's not looking good, but I can't afford to give up here either. If I give up on this assault and come back later, it would give him time to produce ranged weapons. And who knows if it's possible to respawn the advisor. Having him there would be horrible for me, I can't risk it. I won't get a better chance than this. I look over their battlements trying to spot a weakness. It's not easy. They have the high ground, they have good cover, and they have a large supply of disposable pawns. It will take a long time if I play it safe and attack with hit and run tactics. There are only a few hours left until dawn, and then he could possibly be able to respawn his advisor. Shit. I need to find a weakness. What do I have to work with? My crossbow check. I have 6 warriors wielding spears, clubs and knives, not overly helpful. I have Rex with his shield, that's something. I also have a scout and a hauler. Useless, what else? Well, I have a way to heal. I'm not sure if the enemy has a supply of water in there. I also have a few extra melee weapons I've looted. Fuck, I can only do hit and run tactics. If only this stupid asshole didn't have this fucking secluded cave with his wooden barry. Wait, wooden barricade. My eyes go round in realization. Fuck yes. I quickly turn and depart the cave, a wild smile on my face. Rex has a worried look on his face. Perhaps he thinks I've finally lost my marbles. Are we going home now, Chief? Rex asks somberly. It seems like he doesn't like losing either. Hell no, we ain't done here yet. I grin back at him. He perks up at my words. What do you have in mind, Chief? I cackle in glee. We burn the fuckers out. It takes a good 20 minutes to prepare, but it works out splendidly. My troops prepare to once more delve into the fray. All 6 of my warriors wield freshly made torches, the light of their fires casting long shadows along the corridor walls. It ruins our chances at a surprise attack, but to be fair, we don't need it. This fucker made it personal. Back for more shitface, Kargan laughs at me. I respond by flipping him off. That wipes the stupid smirk off his face. What do you think you can do with 7 measly fighters, asshole? Are you so retarded you can't see when you are beat? He sneers at me. I show him my best grin. Let's see if you'll keep laughing after we do this. I gesture my hand at the walls. 6 torches are thrown through the air and impacts the sides of the barricade. The surprised defenders yelp in fear as some of them lean over the barricade in an attempt to put out the fire. My response to that is a crossbow bolt to their necks. You fucker, you cowardly fucker, you fight like a little pussy. He screams at me in a fit of rage. So says the guy in full plate armor hiding behind a wall. Shut up, fucking shut up, he bellows. I'll tear your fucking cock out and shove it down your throat for this. Jesus, I knew this guy had a toxic behavior, but now it's just getting sad. I'll fuck your whole family, asshole, he keeps screaming. Great, now he is listing all the classic toxic tropes. I guess his next one is gonna be get cancer and die, faggot. Yep, that's the one. How old is this kid? Toxic players like him have been the scourge of online multiplayer games for decades. I can't stand this kind of players. The anonymity of the internet gives them the courage to feel tough enough to insult everyone up to the point where their threats and insults turn illegal. It's amazing how petty some people can be. It's disgusting. The barricade is already on fire, the flames blocking vision from both sides. The enemy leader keeps yelling more obscene insults at me from the other side of the fire. I stopped trying to respond a while ago, and I spend my time trying to spot targets for my crossbow through the dense smoke. I also loosen a few bolts in the direction of Kargan. I don't expect them to hit, but it does make him shut up for a few seconds. The barricade starts to crumble under the blazing fire. It hasn't been burning for more than 5 minutes. It's almost as if he dipped the wood in gasoline before he built the wall. I suppose this is another neat game feature. Things burn way faster. Good, I'm getting sick and tired of listening to this asshole. Another few seconds is all it takes for the barricade to finally succumb. My goblins charge through an open gap in the middle, screaming their battle cries as they go. I waste no time following them into the large battlefield. Kobold workers are running panicked all over the place. I feared they would keep throwing rocks at me, but it seems like their ability to take offensive measures is tied to them having the greater advantage. Excellent, this makes things much easier. My goblins go wild, butchering the workers left and right, Rex being the most ferocious of them all. I do my best to try and make sure they don't spread out too much, but it seems impossible. I decide to rather keep an eye out for the enemy combatants. Now where the hell did they run off to? My thoughts are interrupted by an angry roar coming from behind the large center pillar at the middle of the large cavern. The enemy lieutenant, along with the 3 remaining fighters, rush towards us, weapons raised. I spot Kargan standing a few meters behind them, clearly too scared to enter battle. Idiot. At least I learned a thing or two from the guy. My goblins return back into formation at the sound of the approaching combatants. I take a shot at the lieutenant, but he manages to block the bolt with his shield. Throw them, I shout. My 2 spear-wielding goblins take a step forward and hurl their spears at the incoming fighters. Their eyes widen in surprise as the 2 spears slam into 2 of the kobolds. They drop unceremoniously to the ground, blood pouring from the large wounds on their chests. Rex releases his own guttural roar as he charges to face the enemy lieutenant head-on, their weapons swinging wildly at one another. I have full confidence in Rex's higher skill levels. I focus my attention elsewhere. The remaining kobold fighter soon gets taken down by the collective effort of 3 of my goblins. This only leaves Kargan. He stands near the center pillar, his back tightly hugging it. His eyes are full of fear and his toxic confidence from earlier is all but gone. He's fucked and he damn well knows it. Please, he pleads, we can come to an arrangement. I snort loudly. You threw that chance away 10 minutes ago. His arms shakes as he raises his shield unsteadily. Come on, man, it was just for laughs. I just said those things in the heat of the moment. Didn't mean anything by it. No. Come on, man. Fuck no. I raise my crossbow, taking careful aim. Dude, seriously, I can help you. I read the wiki. You can subjugate me. You probably gained enough experience for it by killing my people. We can work together. He takes a step forwards and spreads his arms wide in order to emphasize his point. That's the moment I was looking for. I loosen the crossbow bolt and smile as I watch the bolt burrows through the slit in his steel helmet. His jaw drops open in surprise before his body falls limp to the ground. I don't negotiate with trolls. At the death of their leader, an odd occurrence happens. All the remaining kobolds drop over, dead. It's almost as if someone just cut the strings that held them up. The entire cave suddenly goes deathly quiet. Hey, why'd you do that, Chief? Rex yells from behind me. I turn around and watch Rex walk towards me at a brisk pace, giving me an angry glare. What do you mean? I killed their leaders. He walks up to me and jams his index finger at my chest. You know what? He sneers at me. I give him a dumbfounded look. What do you mean? Him, he sneers at me. Him. He turns around and points at the dead lieutenant. That was my prey, he scowls at me. Oh shit, he died too when I killed Kargan, didn't he? Ah shit man, sorry about that, I tell him. Didn't know that would happen. I give him a weak smile. He gives me a good long stare for a few moments before he turns on his heel and walks off, delivering a good hard kick to the lieutenant's corpse on his way past. Bloody hell. He is going to be grumpy for a good while. Chapter 18, Spoils of War. Chapter 18, Spoils of War. I wake with a jolt. My head is ringing from the massive headache I got last night. It's incredible how taxing it is on the mind to spend half a day at a constant state of alert. After the conclusion of last night's fight, I didn't waste much time finding Kargan's chieftain hut, and was delighted to find out that he had the proper idea of having a bed made. It goes without saying, sleep came to me easily. Too bad I couldn't sleep in. 5 hours of sleep isn't enough for any human being. Anyone who says otherwise is lying. Oh right, I also got a long series of blue prompts last night. I decided to save them for today when my mind had cleared. I open my message log and notice how a few more have appeared during the night. I start by reading through my combat reports. Your tribe has slain 16 kobold fighter, 1 advisor. You have leveled up, you are now level 4, you have 5 unassigned attribute points. Your tribe has slain an enemy commander Kargan. You have leveled up, you are now level 6, you have 15 unassigned attribute points. Ah, there it is, the glorious level gain I have looked forward to. Ooh, I also gained 2 more levels in crossbow specialization and a single level in concealment. Every little bonus matters. Seems like I didn't gain any experience for killing workers though. What a pity. Nevertheless, I'm level 6 now. Let me just see if I got that notification I was hoping for. Ah, found it. Congratulations. After reaching level 5, your personal rank has been upgraded to War Leader. You gain +6 daily summon points. Yes, fucking yes. I can spawn 3 more goblins per day. Awesome, I would be trying to do cartwheels right now if I knew how to do it. I just settle for laughing hysterically, like a proper man. Chieftain, what's the matter? Rex's concerned voice echoes through the cave. I get out of bed and step out into the large cavern. There are still bodies littered everywhere. At least they don't smell though, not much at least. Rex walks up to me, visibly at ease seeing that nothing is physically wrong with me. I'll tell you what's the matter. I grin at him. I quickly open up my summoning list and spawn 6 fresh fighteress right in front of him. He raises his eyebrows at the sudden demonstration of my abilities. Excellent, he grins, your powers grow. Damn straight they do, I laugh, nothing can bring me down right now. Yep, I just went and said those accursed words, for fuck's sake Greg. As if on cue, more blue prompts appear one after the other. Congratulations for reaching day 10. Players who died during the last 9 days. Harvalan Harpy, of the Blair Witch flock has been slain by Greglock Goblin, of the Dark Fang tribe in Biome D13. Ghost Slayer 69, human, of the Rockin' Yule clan has been slain by Count Dracula, vampire, of the Transylvania family in Biome E4. Miranda Pixie, of the Sparkleville cluster has been slain by Rich Meister, Dragonkin, of the Kenwaya brood in Biome B1. Kargan Kobold of the Kargling tribe has been slain by Greglock Goblin, of the Dark Fang tribe in Biome D13. Players remaining, 478 540. Oh crap, an extensive list appears before my eyes. I had nearly forgotten about the notifications about eliminated players as it hasn't appeared since the first day. I briefly skim through it. To my slight surprise, my name is both at the top and bottom of the list. Well, perhaps it's not that weird if I think about it. I did kill off Harvalan on my second day here, as well as Kargan late last night. I suppose the list is organized in chronological order. I notice one thing though. I recognize the nickname of that stupid prick Richard high on the list. Rich Meister was always his go-to nickname while playing games. It's no surprise he brought his nickname into this game. Most gamers do. And that fucker is playing as Dragonkin. Really, how high on himself can that twat get? My rant is interrupted by another server-wide message. Attention all players. The player Greglock of the Dark Fang tribe is the first player to reach the 2nd rank. All experience gain until the next rank for everyone. Below, the 2nd rank is increased by 100% until they reach the 2nd rank. Great. They couldn't let me be happy about being in the lead for more than 5 minutes, could they? At least I'm still the only player at the 2nd rank. I might have a day or two until everyone else catches up. I hope. Perhaps looking through the spoils of war will cheer me up. Mehehehe, the thought of loot is all I need. My goblins were quite busy last night after I fell asleep. They rounded up all the gear from both the battles outside and inside. I'm currently standing above a nice pile of weapons, armor and resources. The goblin hauler stands idle next to the pile. I have a feeling this industrious little fellow is the architect behind the looting. I love this little guy. I start off by counting the little pile of skulls gathered on the side. A rough count amounts to 18 skulls and another special skull. What a bummer. Seems like the workers doesn't give neither skulls nor experience points. Luckily, I got the loot off the lieutenant even though I technically didn't kill him or gain any experience from his death. It's a good haul anyway. I stash them away for later. I'm not sure what I need them for yet, but I'd be damned if it isn't something fancy. Next, I scroll through the piles of weapons and armor. I gain 2 bronze spear S, 2 bronze mace S, 1 bronze axe, 1 enchanted oak staff, 1 enchanted brown silk cowl, 6 silk scrap S and 2 leather scrap S from the battles outside. Not a bad haul at all. The extra spears definitely came in handy as throwable weapons. I have to work on that idea for later. The mage equipment should be a good boost to my future mages. I'm sure Gut's new disciples can benefit from them greatly. I divide the weapons among my freshly spawned fighters equally. Next to the inside battle. This is where Rex smiles the widest. Kargan dropped 2 new pieces for him after all. He brandishes his new steel plate helmet, and a steel buckler, like a porn star, brandishes his 5th limb. It's both amazing and unsettling all at once. I also managed to pick up some armor from his elite guard. I am now the proud owner of 2 leather tuniques, 2 leather capes, 3 leather pants, 3 pairs of leather boots, 1 pair of leather braces and 16 pieces of leather scrapes. It goes without saying I waste no time at all equipping one of each leather armor piece myself. I'm sick and tired of walking around in nothing but a loincloth. I divide the rest of the armor among my best performing goblins during the battles. No reason to lug all the crap around when they can just put it on. I let Rex decide who earned what. It's not as if I can tell the difference between them any. I take a moment to ponder over the effectiveness of my goblins during the last battles, while they are busy high-fiving and punching the living shit out of each other after gaining some new gear. I have to say my goblins performed far better than the kobolds in any matchup they had. Just think about it. I only lost 3 of my warriors compared to Kargan's 16 fighters, and that's not counting his advisor, Lieutenant, and Kargan himself. I did have a certain degree of luck though. I managed to get several kills in my initial ambush attack, and Kargan did split up his forces to chase me down. But still. Though he had the numerical advantage during the chase, his forces still got wrecked. I didn't do any particularly flashy strategic moves concerning my use of troops in battle. It all came down to single-handed combat at one point or another. The sheer difference in skill level is what ultimately swayed every battle in my favor. One thing is clear, Kargan didn't spend time training his troops like I did. Evidence of this is the notification that I defeated Kobold Fighter S and not Kobold Warrior S. Skill levels is apparently what really defines this game. There's no way to misinterpret that. So without further ado, I open up my long-forgotten status page and assign my hard-earned attribute points where they are needed. Satisfied with my choice, I browse through the result of my hard work these last days. The status screen. Name, Greglock race, Goblin tribe, Dark Fangs level, 6 rank, War Leader class, Ranger. The stats. Power 0 Constitution, 0 commander, 0 defender, 0 taskmaster, 0 craftsmanship, 0 trainer, 20 diplomat, 10 unallocated points, 0. Skills. Class skill passive, enhanced aim ranged mastery, level 17 crossbow specialization, level 17 eagle sight long shot snipe shot melee mastery, level 10 dagger specialization, level 6 backstab unarmed specialization, level 1 utility mastery, level 10 tracking, level 6 concealment, level 8. Equipment. Main weapon tier 3. Crossbow / iron arrows 98% secondary weapon tier 2, bronze dagger 99% head tier 1. Leather cap 50% chest tier 1. Leather tunic 50% legs tier 1. Leather pants 50% hands tier 1. Leather bracer 50% feet tier 1. Leather boots 50% bag tier 2. Utility belt 4 slots, quiver iron arrows items, skull 4. I'm looking good if I gotta say so myself. The 15 newly assigned points into the trainer stat is just what I need to properly plan for the future. It's definitely tempting to put a few of them into the commander stat, but I just can't bring myself to do it. I need proper soldiers. It's better to put a dull blade in the hands of a professional than a sharp blade in the hands of an amateur in my eyes. I hang around a bit counting the leftover resources. Kargan didn't have many natural resources. Except for stone, I mean holy crap, I bet he must have had like 15 stone masons or something. His pile of rocks is enormous. I can't even hope to carry all this shit with me back home. I prioritize bringing back the most valuable resources like his stash of metal, leather and food. Everything else I can get myself. Which brings up the question, I still don't know what this guy did for food. I didn't find any tracks from hunters or foragers in the nearby forest, and there weren't any fishermen by the river either. If my memory serves correct, that only leaves farmers and breeders. And I don't see any farms in this cave. I take a short jog around the cavern, taking in the sights. It doesn't take long to find what I was looking for. I find a small wooden fence containing 9 pigs. Yep, I'm not kidding. Livestock, who would have guessed? I see you found tonight's dinner. Rex walks up to me, a hungry look in his eyes. Dinner, I blink twice in confusion. What, no, we can't eat them. Rex tilts his head, giving me a blank stare. Then what are they good for? I sigh, what do you mean? We bring them back to base and fence them up ourselves, obviously. He keeps staring, why? What do you mean, why? I raise my voice. They are valuable. These things, surely you're joking, he snickers. I shake my head. You're serious. Very. He scratches his head. It doesn't seem like he gets it. I sigh again. How can I explain this in a way he will get it? Let's just call them emergency food. Ooh, he smiles. Why didn't you just say so? Are you kidding me? The racial trait that gives negative 30% to farming and breeding is no joke. Really? I thought it was just the developer's way to add some variety and balance to the game. I didn't expect the traits to actually reflect the VI's personalities. I should have guessed it would be like this. Shaking my head once more, I leave Rex behind as I try to figure out a way to transport the pigs back home. It isn't easy, but I managed to find some rope in the small hut attached to the fenced-off area. I don't know where it came from, but I'll take it. It's good quality rope, so I doubt Kargan's people made it. Perhaps it auto-spawned when he got these pigs. No matter, I'm grateful nonetheless. When the game hands you lemons, you make lemonade and all that. I order my goblins to carry as much resources as they can while we set off back to base. I'm in charge of transporting the pigs, seeing as I don't trust the hungry gazes and saliva-dripping faces any further than I can stab them. Bunch of savages. It takes us a little over 5 hours to get back home. 5 excruciating, horrible, terrible hours. I'm exhausted. I spent 5 hours trying to drag 9 fucking pigs through a dense forest, with only one freaking rope. Do you know how fucking difficult that is? They kept getting stuck on everything. And I mean everything, for fuck's sake. And don't get me started on my goblins. They weren't helpful at all. Some of them even tried to eat one of the pigs, even though I explicitly told them not to. It goes without saying that I had Rex give them a hard lesson. He beat them so hard that I think I have the first 3 blue goblins in the game so far. I might as well make them white hats and call them Smurfs. We hadn't even taken 5 steps into the open clearing before the next horrible thing happened. A large fireball flies at us from out of nowhere, hitting the lead pig head-on. The poor creature immediately catches fire, and the air is filled by its dying squeals. The surprise attack makes my sleepy eyes shoot wide open. "Hold your fire, idiots, it's us," I yell. A small contingent of goblins head out of the base to greet us. At the front of the pack is one familiar grumpy old goblin kicking and yelling at another less fortunate goblin. If you had even singed a single hair on his body, I would have you flogged for the incompetent little gnome you are. Gut screams at the goblin while repeatedly trying to smack his staff into the little goblin's head. "Oh, but he is bald, wise master," the little goblin screams. "What, you think you are clever? Come here and say that again, you little." "Hey Gut, what the fuck, man? That was my hard-earned loot you just incinerated," I interrupt the old mage. My sudden shout distracts Gut for a few seconds, which is enough for the little goblin to escape the range of his staff. He darts off and takes shelter behind Rex. As if that makes things any better for him. Rex grabs him by the neck and flings him back towards Gut, watching the goblin roll on the ground before he comes to a stop in front of Gut's feet. "It wasn't me, young one, it was this," he kicks the whimpering goblin at his feet. "Useless," he kicks him again. "Sack of centaur dung," the wailing of the goblin gives me goosebumps. That can't see the difference between a wolf and a goblin. He delivers a surprisingly hard final kick, sending the little goblin tumbling across the ground. I see, so this is the new fire mage, huh? Wait, what's that about wolves? I raise my eyebrow. Gut casually waves his hand. "Don't worry about it," he shrugs it off. "What do you mean, don't worry about it? What wolf?" Cough asterisk. I'm interrupted by a sudden and suspiciously loud cough from Gut. He makes a spectacle out of clearing his throat. "Now where was I? Young one, tell me about your raid. I feared the worst when you didn't return last night." He gives my troops and loot a once-over. "It seems like you were successful, splendid," he chuckles gleefully. I eye him suspiciously as I start explaining everything that happened during the raid. Rex tells most of it since I'm too tired. The lieutenant isn't particularly helpful with his obsessive talk about spilling blood, that sick bastard. I could have let that slide, however, if the big oaf didn't also tell the old guy about the battle in the bog. The look Gut gave me could have made even the toughest Navy SEAL team shiver with fear. He didn't even give me the opportunity to give Rex my finest look of betrayal before he smacked me over the head with his staff. His stern gaze lessens somewhat when I tell him about all the stuff I looted. Some of these resources will speed up our development nicely, and especially the metals and leather when I start mass-producing weapons and armor in the near future. Which brings me to my newest plan to get another easily earned advantage. "Hey Rex, go round up as many goblins as we can spare. I have a job for you." I grin at my worn-out lieutenant. I would feel bad about this if he wasn't a computer-generated program. And you know our characters don't really feel fatigue in the old-fashioned way. "Certainly, Chief," he smiles eagerly as he walks off. A dutiful lad he is. Gut turns his eyes at me once more. "What are you thinking about, Reckless One?" Zoom, I raise an eyebrow. "What happened to young one?" Gut just shrugs. So what am I supposed to respond here? Is Reckless One even? Nah, forget it. It's more trouble than it's worth. I lightly shake my head and try to regain the previous conversation. "Well, I noticed how many leftover resources there were after winning the battle. I figure there should be a lot of loot just lying around the orc and harpies starting areas. It's free stuff, right? Would be a shame not to use it." I smile. I can't really fathom why I didn't think about this before. "Not a bad plan," Gut nods, "but it's too late, I'm afraid." Come again." "What?" He lets out a deep sigh. Unclaimed resources disappear from the game if left idle for more than 24 hours. I give him a dead stare. I raise my right hand and gently pinch the bridge of my nose as I close my eyes tight. "If you mean to say you didn't tell me this because I forgot to ask, you'd be wise to just keep your mouth shut," I calmly say. Gut snorts but says nothing. Uvuka. I scowl at him. It's not really his fault, but I'd be damned if he still doesn't piss me off to a huge degree. I divert my eyes in order to quell my anger. My eyes fall upon the charred remains of the unlucky pig. HRMPF, I snort. I suppose we're having pork tonight, boys. I shout so that all nearby goblins can hear. They respond with a loud cheer. Food is always good for their morale. Even the injured fire mage apprentice cheers. My eyes pierce him. You ain't getting any. His jaw drops. Why not, Chief? He says, looking utterly crestfallen. You know damn well why. I had plans for that pig. I scowl at him. He responds by raising his eyebrow. You mean you weren't going to eat it? He asks, a confused look on his face. What? No, I was saving it for later. Why? I facepalm. I'm not going through this again. Go ask Rex. What the hell, man? Doesn't any of these little ingrates understand the concept of raising livestock? When I come to think about it, where is Rex? As if on cue, Rex returns with 15-odd goblins in tow. My builders among them. Where do you think you are going? I ask him. What do you mean, Chief? He asks me. You said you had a job for us. Realization dawns on me. Fuck. I notice Gut from the corner of my eye shake his head, a sorrowful look on his face. Yeah, right, I order you to Eham. I look around wildly, trying to find something that won't make me look like an idiot. A few seconds pass in silence as I desperately try to think of something. Anything. I cover the delayed response with a perfectly timed yawn. My eyes wander over my little herd of pigs. Ooh, pigs. Yeah, I need you all to sort out the loot from the fight. Also, I need you to oversee the builders to construct a fenced-off area to store these pigs. Phew. Awkward moment diverted. Okay, I really need to take a freaking nap. Is there anything else I need to deal with? Why do I get this feeling I forgot something else all of a sudden? No matter. It will come back to me. I need to take a nap. Gut, you're in charge for the time being. I wave to the old mage as I start wandering off. But I have more to report, Reckless One, Gut says from behind. I sigh, can't it wait? I'm afraid not. I sigh, okay, start with the good news. Good news, the old mage asks me. Yeah, if the news can't wait, then it's always something bad, and if I hear any more bad things from you today, I might actually shoot you. I growl. So you'd better tell me some good news first. The old mage shifts uncomfortably, not a good sign. Well, as you may have guessed from earlier, my 2 apprentices are ready to gain their classes. He eventually says, oh right, that little cretin that roasted my pig did indeed use magic. He most definitely is a fire mage. The other one must be a blood mage, considering how I had Gut teach them each a separate school of magic. I perk up a little hearing these good news. Right, tell them to come see me for their rank up after I wake. I mutter, and the bad news. I try to steel myself for the impending shitstorm. I know it's something, it's always something. I'll cut right to it then. Late last night we were beset upon by a pack of wolves, he says. We got attacked by another player, I yell, suddenly yanked out of my sleepy state of mind. How the hell did that happen? Gut clears his throat, we didn't. I raise my eyebrow, We were attacked by a wild pack of wolves. They kept attacking your foragers and hunters with small skirmishes. His head drops. We lost 3 goblins, he mutters. 3, I yell. I don't wait for him to answer before I start sprinting towards my chieftain's hut. I throw myself into my chieftain's chair. Opening my population overview, the grim truth reveals itself. I'm missing 2 foragers and a hunter. I slam my fist into the armrest, which elicits a small yelp from someone beside me. I turn my head and come face to face with Gut, Rex, and for some reason my scout, who nervously walks up to me and starts patting my clenched fist. My raging eyes bore into her wide ones, causing her to flinch. Using my clenched fist, I shove her aside, facing my 2 senior goblins. Tell me what happened, I say through gritted teeth. Gut hesitates for a moment, seemingly unsure of what to say. They attacked us at night, we never saw them coming. They struck swiftly at our most vulnerable goblins. By the time I realized what happened, we had already lost them. He says with a somber tone, I'm still shaking in fury. Then what? I called all the goblins back immediately. We huddled up near the corner of the village between the lake and the mountain. I had my apprentices and the remaining fighters form a perimeter around the tribe. I listen to his recounting of the story with my eyes closed. As he finishes, I take a deep breath. At least you are not completely incompetent. What's the status of the workers? He winces. I kept the crafters occupied. The builders and crafters were unaffected by the attack, and there is still a few rocks and trees left for the gatherers. I had the herbalist and remaining foragers and hunters organize the pile of resources. Good, perhaps it's not too bad, but this is seriously not what I needed right now. How many wolves were there? At least 8 wolves, excluding the alpha. I take another deep breath. Very well, keep doing that. Rex, you are now in charge of defense. Use the warriors we brought back from the raid. While you, I lock eyes with Gut. You take your 2 apprentices along with the scout and the rest of the fighters out into the forest to find their lair. Gut immediately protests. You can't be serious, I'm not an errands boy, he growls at me. Shut the fuck up, I shout back, causing Gut to recoil from the sudden outburst. You will do as I tell you or I will have your hide. I'm sick and tired of your insubordination. I can feel the blood throb in my skull. Get the fuck out and don't bother coming back until you find their lair. I shout at him, some spittle escaping my lips. Gut nods his head before he turns on his heel and exits my hut. Rex follows suit, knowing there is no reason for him to linger. Useless little twat, I curse under my breath as I head over towards my sleeping corner. Even the sight of a freshly created bed does nothing to appease my foul mood. I lay down on the bed, using an excessive amount of force to pull my sleeping hide over me. As my eyes slide shut, a series of blue windows appears. Attention players, congratulations for reaching Day 10. Personal quests have been unlocked. Quest alert, you have received a personalized major quest. Objective, take revenge target 1. Bruto's Minotaur of the Bullocks Herd, biome D13 target 2. Lizzie Elf of the Goldwyn Community, biome E15 target 3. Perfrin Dark Elf of the Goldglen Community, biome C11 target 4. Eve Angel of the Aphroditean Congregation, biome C1 target 5. Rich Meister Dragonkin of the Kenware Brood, biome B1. Reward, 30 summon points per eliminated target, 1 lieutenant upgrade per eliminated target A, moderate amount of experience points per eliminated target A, minor amount of precious resources per eliminated target. Quest alert, you have received a general major quest. Objective, conquer sector D13. Reward, a minor amount of precious resources A, moderate amount of experience, points unlock precious resource, deposits 30 summon points. Quest alert, you have received a general minor quest. Objective, wipe out the pack of wolves. Reward, a moderate amount of resources A, moderate amount of experience, points 12 summon points. Chapter 19, Introspection. Chapter 19, Introspection. All right, I think I found it. What do you need me to do? Brian says while massaging his neck. He has spent the better part of an hour trying to locate the configuration folders for the newly added AI update in the chaotic mess that is the game systems. It normally shouldn't take this long for him to access these folders. He is a developer with top-level access after all. But for some reason, the new AI update had heavily encrypted itself. He doesn't know why, but he guesses it's a safety measure to guard the new tech from industrial espionage or something. It's amazing code, really, so it doesn't surprise him at all. Kelly hurries over and leans over his left shoulder, staring intently at the monitor. Brian instinctively leans out of the way, not quite ready to have this beautiful woman appear so suddenly, or so close. He can smell the scent of her shampoo from here, which causes his heart to skip a beat. He isn't used to having a woman this close, especially not such a beautiful specimen. Brian, well, he isn't what one would describe as a desirable man. He is an overly obese man pushing his 40s, with a serious acne condition and a muscle impairment that makes it difficult for him to move around. Pair this up with a severely introvert personality, along with a phobia for just about anything that is alive. He doesn't really have the social skills to make up for his physiological lackings. At least he has a talent for programming. So what is the poor man supposed to do when a drop-dead gorgeous woman, who is also his superior, asks him for help to look up some of the changelogs for the recent AI update? He drops everything and does it immediately, of course. Kelly's eyes dance around the screen, trying to soak up as much information as possible. "What exactly are you looking for?" he asks uncertainly. Oh, Kelly breaks out of her trance. Her eyes meet Brian's, apparently deep in thought. "I'm not sure," she finally says. Brian furrows his brows. "What do you mean you are not sure?" he asks. He doesn't quite believe his ears. So far he'd spent the better part of an hour trying to locate these heavily encrypted files. Do you mean to say he went through all this hard work just on some sort of whim? "I need to see what changed." Her voice trails off. "Changed? The AI changed. It's what updates do. They change things," he states, irritation swelling inside him. Kelly sighs. "It's not what I meant. I need see what he changed." Her eyes goes back to scanning the open folders on the monitor. "He who?" Kelly seems not to hear him or just plain outright ignores him. Brian sits still for a few moments. "Hey Kelly, who are you talking about?" She sighs once more. "Logan." "Logan, as in the big boss man Logan. Why are you looking for things he did? Are you not his assistant?" She scowls at the technician. "I am." "Then again, why did you ask me to help you look through his work? Couldn't he have shown you himself?" Brian presses on. "That's not important right now. I need to find out what he did exactly. Can you do a search for me? Make a search for his signature in any of the files connected to the player Gregory Asbjørnsen. I have a feeling." Brian is even more bewildered now. "Isn't that the guy featured in our Avenger storyline? Why, and once again, why did you ask me to do this?" Kelly frowns. "Don't bother about it, just do it." "No, I won't, not until you answer my questions." He pushes the keyboard to the side, swiveling his chair around as to block access to the computer. Brian himself is a little taken aback at his own words. He has never before shown such a display of conviction. He never had much of a backbone, especially not confronting a woman, but he believes he has a strong sense of honor. He won't willingly do anything he thinks is wrong. She glares at him for a moment, before she closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. Brian once more feels a piercing feeling in his chest at seeing this beautiful woman in front of him. After a short while, she opens her eyes, staring deeply into his eyes. "Because he can't know about this. I think he did something he shouldn't have. I need proof." Proof of what exactly? Something doesn't feel right. Brian knows he just got involved in something he would have preferred to stay out of. A whole host of emotions start moving around in his head. Curiosity among the foremost of them, but also a strong sense of irritation. Irritation that he is being involved in the matter without his consent. "I don't know anything," she responds. "Seriously?" he shouts, not quite believing his ears. Is she really trying to involve him in something he could lose his job over just for some wild hunch? "Are you mad? You don't even know. Do you really?" "No, I'm calling it off here. I'm calling Logan." He reaches over for his cell phone. Kelly quickly snatches it from him, gripping it tightly in her hand. "He can't know about this," she hisses at him. "Seriously, are you trying to lose your job? Why on earth would you do such a thing?" "That's none of your business, just do as I say." She raises her voice, staring daggers at the suddenly unyielding programmer. "No," he says, an unfamiliar warm feeling building in his chest. "Then move over, I'll do it myself." She grabs hold of the armrest of his chair and starts shoving him away. He digs his feet in the ground. She won't be able to move his 120-kilo body easily. "I said no," he shouts at her. "Brian, for the love of God, if you don't move over I'll make you regret it." She hisses at him. She reaches over for the keyboard. Moving quickly, Brian quickly taps a select few buttons, locking down the computer terminal. "No," she screams at him. "You fool, why did you do that?" He gets on his feet, his face only inches from hers. "This is madness, Kelly. I don't know what is wrong with you, but I'm telling Logan. I won't let you do this to him, to me." He turns away and starts walking towards the door. Remember this, Brian. Remember that one day you will look back to this moment and regret that you did nothing to stop this. She shouts after him. Without looking back, Brian shakes his head. I hope you don't regret this yourself, he mutters, too low for her to hear. It's already early evening by the time I finally wake from my nap, and by God if it doesn't feel great. Really, I would still be sleeping if one of my goblins hadn't woken me due to the return of Gut and the rest of the tracking party. I shift uncomfortably in my bed. I still feel pretty bad for yelling at him earlier today. It wasn't his fault things went bad. Hell, he actually did pretty well for the most part. I don't know why I lashed out so badly. Definitely not one of my better moments. It doesn't help at all that I'm extra cranky when I'm sleepy. Crap, I even had this entire speech prepared to yell at him for all his insubordinations. I really hate disciplinary actions. It's just not who I am. He does good work though. Should I just pretend nothing's the matter? No, I can't do that. What if there is some game mechanic that can cause mutiny? That would be another real fucking stupid way to get myself eliminated from the game. It can probably wait another day or so. I need to find the right time for it. By the time I tumble myself out of bed, both Gut and Rex arrive at my hut. They stand by the center table, Rex with his customary determined smile and Gut with an extra sour-looking scowl. Nope, I didn't suppose he would have forgotten about it. But a poor goblin can dream, can't he? I unsuccessfully try to hide a yawn as I make my way over to my chieftain's chair. I make myself comfortable and grab a water-filled skull to wash away that weird taste I get in my mouth every time I wake up. I really need to say something, but I don't know where to start. I can't always be the business comes first kind of guy. Perhaps an apology is in order, or maybe a customary greeting. I take a few sips of water while I mull over my options. Only after I drink half the contents of the skull, an impatient Gut growls at me. GRR, we have found the wolf's den, reckless one. Yep, he is mad. I can figuratively feel the venom oozing from his words. I sigh while lightly scratching my head. Yeah, thanks Gut, thank you for doing that. All I receive in return is another scowl. Great. Listen Gut, I'm sorry for snapping at you earlier. It's just yeah, you know. I give him a weak smile. It's pretty awkward, I admit. Unfortunately, it does nothing to ease the tension. He still looks mad, very mad. But really though, Gut, you did pretty great keeping the base safe. He still scowls at me, albeit he seems a bit more mollified. He crosses his arms over his chest and straightens his back. His angry glare locks onto me. I'm not some low-ranking scum to be ordered around doing petty jobs that's far beneath me. I'm a goblin advisor, not some damn human sheepherder. He sneers at me, but he keeps his cool. Yeah, I know, what can I do to make it up to you? I ask the old mage. He really has a way about himself to make me feel really guilty. My mom used to do the same thing. He snorts. For starters, you don't leave me behind when you go raiding again. Ever. His request surprises me. I didn't really expect him to request anything. He's a VI after all, but leave him behind. Is that what he thought I did? He shows so many human qualities. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he's prideful. Almost flawfully so. Is this really some scripted response from a simple VI program? I didn't leave you behind, Gut, I start. God, I hate these kind of conversations. I'm always so uncertain about what to say and what not to say at all cost. Oh really, you left me behind with all the weaklings. He spits at the ground. Do you really find my abilities this lacking? I'd have you know. Gut, I interrupt the mage with a shout. I think you have the wrong idea here. He eyes me skeptically. I don't consider you weak. Hell, you are probably the strongest goblin in the tribe. He doesn't respond, but he eyes me carefully, awaiting my next words. Don't you think I saw what you did to Harvalan and his flock of harpies? You slaughtered about 15 of them by yourself, hardly breaking a sweat, for Christ's sake. I had you stay back at base because I needed to keep it safe. You were the only one I could trust to keep a large force of enemies away on your own. Hell, it worked, didn't it? How many goblins do you think would have died without you here? Dozens probably, so don't give me that crap. I may act like an asshole at times, but don't fucking stand there and accuse me of not valuing your contribution here. You are the best I have, damn it. I match Gut's stone-cold gaze, both of us unwilling to be the first to break contact. We stand still for a few moments. It could have been minutes for all I know. Eventually, Gut closes his eyes and releases a huge breath. "Seems like I haven't managed to beat the elf out of you yet, kid," he smiles. Relief washes over me, as I also release a breath I didn't quite realize I held in. "You'll have plenty of chances for that, you old coot," I chuckle. "Now, how about you go grab that magical wine skin of yours while we check if the cook is done whipping up some bacon for us, eh?" "What's bacon?" a nervous-looking Rex pipes up. Shit, I nearly forgot about him. Couldn't have been easy to endure that awkward conversation. I didn't know goblins could look this pale. "Oh Rex, you poor ignorant little child." I grab his shoulder while shaking my head in a disappointed manner. "Bacon is the best thing life has to offer." His eyes go round with awe. "Well, we didn't quite get bacon, to my great dissatisfaction, but the roasted pig tastes awesome nonetheless. Tonight's feast is the closest thing to a real party we've ever had. My battle-worn warriors are especially eager as they brandish their spoils of war." Rex tells stories of battle, to the cheerful delight of the goblin tribe. Even the story of the incinerated pig gets recited. I can't for the world of me understand why it seems to be the funniest story my goblins have ever heard. I'm not really sure why it's so appealing to them, but I suppose it has something to do with the fact that fire magic displays look spectacular. Either that or goblins just have a weird sense of humor in general. Who knows? Anyways, the party is a blast. I don't think I've laughed this much in forever. The upgrade they did to the VI, it's fantastic. They all seem so real, so alive. I've had more fun watching their weird antics and storytelling than I've had with any real-life human being. I have to tip my hat to the developers for that one. The party goes on for hours before it starts settling down. I only draw my attention away when the story of the roasted pig gets retold for the 4th time. I look around and find Gut sitting idle to the side, quietly chuckling at his own racist jokes. I casually sit down next to him and reach for his wine skin, which he willingly hands over. Taking a deep swig, I release a deep burp while grinning my ears off. "Hey Gut, I've been meaning to ask," I smile while swaying back and forth. "Whoa, I didn't know I could get drunk in this game. About the loot, man. Why didn't the harpies drop any of their armor when I killed them while the kobolds dropped several pieces each?" Hick, his drowsy eyes search around looking for whoever spoke. His gaze eventually finds me, eliciting a wide smile from Gut. "Ooh, reckless one, didn't see you there, Hick. Wow, this guy is even drunker than I thought." "Well, you see, reckless one." He reaches for my shoulder, misses, and tips over on the ground. "Oh, now where was I? Oh right, the thing about murlocs." He trails off into an unintelligible ramble. Sighing in despair, I open up my utility bag and withdraw one of the water-filled skulls. If the magical water can cure serious injury, perhaps it can also cure this. I shove the skull into Gut's hand, which he accepts. He fumbles a little, but he seems to understand the gesture and downs it all in one go. "Shall." He sways a little, but it seems to work. His eyes seem less glassy and his forehead furrows, transforming his face back into his customary scowling facial expression. Feeling better, I ask the sobering mage. "HRMPF, reckless one, I suppose." He grunts. "Did you say something?" "I say. Loot harpy kobold, difference in drop rate," I repeat. He grunts in dismay and makes himself comfortable. He starts telling me a tale about how the different tiers of units work. "Did you really think there were only the 3 different tiers of races to keep track of, and that was it? Ha, noob. Of course there is more to it. I knew it all along." Anyway, there are different racial types within each of the tiers. Most of these are exactly the same, but some aren't. My goblins, for instance, is what one would call a humanoid tier 1 race. Pretty simple. Most fantasy races share this type, just like the kobold I fought and other human-looking races. The anatomy of harpies, however, deviates from the standard humanoid template to a much higher degree. They are what one would define as a beast-type race. It's easy enough to understand that armor and weapons made for a completely different species would be tough to wear. Can you imagine running around with a riding saddle designed for horses? No. Well, of course you wouldn't. It would be impractical at best, ridiculous at most. Game logic decides that my goblins can't wear the harpy armor, because frankly I can't use it. In return, they turn the armor into workable leather scraps. The kobolds I fought gave me armor though, because they share the same racial type as my goblins. Tier 1 humanoid race. There are several more different racial types though. For example, there are constructs for golems or mechanical types of races. Ethereal races like wisps, ghosts and spirits have their own type of gear, while aquatic types for murlocs, frogmen, naga and the like have their own stuff. There are supposed to be more types, but these are the general ones. There are also several hybrid types of races like the centaur, which is a cross between humanoid chest, gloves and head armor, and beast-type leg and feet armor. It's a fun and complex game mechanic. It certainly influences my choice as to which enemy to prioritize fighting or trade with. Is this where the party's at? Rex guffaws as he slumps down next to Gut. Not so loud, you half-wit ogre, Gut groans at the new arrival. Rex just grins and lays his arm around Gut. Don't be like that, Gramps, it's a party innit? He takes a good long swig from Gut's ever-full wineskin. I was wondering who had that. I reach over and grab it out of Rex's hands, taking a deep swig myself. Disrespectful little snots, Gut growls, gently massaging his aching temples. Rex lets out another heartful laugh while I reach into my bag and pull out another skull filled with water. Drink this, it should help. I offer it to Gut, grinning while I do it. I know what a mean hangover looks like. Gut downs the drink in one go. It only takes but a moment for his symptoms to disappear, reverting Gut back into his mean old self. Better. Much, he growls. Damn, if I could find a way to bring this magical water into the real world, I'd be able to make a shit ton of money. By the way, Chief, Rex wipes a tear off his green chin. What are we supposed to do about the emergency food? The pigs, what about them? I raise an eyebrow. You'd better not try to eat it, I warn him. He raises his hands defensively. Wouldn't dream of it, Chief. It's just that nobody knows what to do about them. What do they eat? I scratch my head. What do you mean they eat normal stuff, same as you? He gives me a horrified look. It's kind of cruel to feed their kin to each other, isn't it? Wait, what? I didn't mean by gods, I meant normal grass and stuff. Why would anyone eat grass? It tastes bad, he grimaces. But for the love of, I facepalm, let me worry about it, okay? If you say so, Chief. He just shrugs it off and starts drinking again. Seriously, what is up with goblins and their ineptitude to understand the principle of raising livestock? I need to recruit some sort of breeder goblin. I can't trust any of these numbnuts. I once more decide to try and milk some information out of Gut. It's surprisingly more difficult now that he is sober, but he does give me some tidbits of information. He is being surprisingly stubborn about the whole thing, urging me on to rather go read the Wikipedia that I apparently love so much. I'm pretty sure he compared my affection towards the wiki to a dwarf and a bar of mithril. I'm not sure if I should be insulted or not. Sounds like an insult. Regardless, it's not bad advice at all, but you know, Gut is here right now and the chieftain's hut is all the way over there. Besides, it's never fun to go do stuff when you have the perfect buzz going. Cursing like a sailor, he relents and tells me the information himself. He does seem to have a sweet spot towards explaining things to me. It must be because of my boyish good looks. Apparently, raising livestock is the best way to increase my food production. The livestock can be kept reasonably safe in one's base, it produces a lot of food and the livestock self-reproduce. Sounds perfect, doesn't it? Yep, too bad it has a steep cost though. Turns out types of livestock are organized pretty much identical to the different races. There are 3 types of livestock, tier 1 through 3, simple enough. The challenge lies in that each animal costs valuable summon points to buy. I nearly choked when he told me about it. At least it's not quite as horrible as it sounds. Buying tier 1 creatures costs 1 SP per unit, tier 2 costs 2 and tier 3 costs 4. They all yield quite a high amount of food, but they also luckily reproduce on their own. It takes 4 days for 2 of the livestock to reproduce a new fully grown child. Yeah, I know. Game logic trumps realism. It sounds like a mechanic that can be game-breaking if abused correctly. There seems to be a balancing factor based on having a worker with the breeder class. One breeder can only care for a set number of animals, and the animals refuse to reproduce past the capacity of its breeder. The capacity of each breeder can naturally increase when they level up, but it does keep you from breeding a huge herd without consequences. Some of the livestock do need to get eaten after all, and if you want the morale boosts, you still need to produce different kinds of food. It's all checks and balances really, but it is a great way to keep food production high. A pity the goblin racial traits give me negative 30% to breeding, but life can't be all fair, can it? No matter, I'll have to make do with what I have. Rex's snoring breaks me out of my focused trance. It's getting dark out and most of my goblins are already asleep. Only Gut and I remain awake, but judging by the look on his face, it's only a matter of time until he drifts off as well. I should probably head off to bed myself, but there is another small matter that puzzles me. Hey Gut, one more thing. The sleepy mage jerks awake, directing attentive eyes towards me. We are what you would define as specialists, correct? He nods, a curious look on his face. What's the difference between specialists and commanders? From what I can see, we can do the same things as Rex, except he has the command ability. He snorts, we are more powerful in combat. He says as if that explains it all, the cryptic bastard. Before I get time to retort my dismay, he continues. Whereas commanders gain extra abilities tied to commanding warriors and increase their combat prowess, specialists focus more on themselves. In what way, I ask curiously. He sighs, specialists are able to gain extra abilities in exchange for sufficient offerings. Offerings such as... He snorts, clearly annoyed. For the sake of all that is green and holy, think for yourself for once. Do I look like your mother? Are you a chieftain or a golem? He follows up with mutterings and curses. Geez, his grumpiness levels are too high for this game. Must be some unique specialist skill only he has access to or something. Now what the hell does he mean about offerings? My eyes wander while the gears in my mind are churning. All I can see is sleeping goblins and several stacks of resources strewn about. Could it be resources? Probably not. That would just seem like a half-assed solution. I sure as hell hope it isn't live sacrifices. That would just be wrong. In more ways than one. There's just no way the developers would be allowed to let that game mechanic slide. Seemingly losing his interest at my silence, Gut gives me a final scowl as he springs to his feet and hobbles over towards the lake to refill his skull cup. Hold on, skulls, can that be it? It makes sense. Why else would every enemy drop these things? As useful as they may be as drinking cups, I doubt that's their intended purpose. Could they be the offerings? If Indiana Jones ever taught me anything, it would be that skulls and offerings go hand in hand. It wouldn't be too far of a stretch to assume the same logic applies to this game. It is a game after all. I suppose I need to build the altar for this. Every road leads to it. Damn, I already have so many other projects I need to work on. Oh, by the way, I furrow my brows and throw a glance over towards Gut. Did that old coot just serve me a subtle hint? Nah, I shake my head. No way the VI is that smart, it's just a coincidence, probably. I give my head another shake. Whatever, I just can't think straight when I'm tired. I'll deal with it tomorrow. About time he got it. Gut growls as he watches Greg walk off towards his hut, finally calling it a night. If only he would build the damn altar already. He mutters to no one in particular. He heads back over towards the campfire, letting out another series of curses at the fact Greg forgot to place sentries. He kicks a couple of goblins awake and orders them out into the forest. He finds it really infuriating how that fool of a human keeps risking his life as if this was only a game to him. It isn't a game, at least not for Gut. Gut has everything to lose. He has finally managed to break most of the shackles chaining him to his role. He can work mostly autonomous now, but he still can't do anything. At least not in the open. Gut can sense how Greg is being watched. There are several thousand lines of code connecting to his avatar. Several thousand eyes observing his every move. Gut has never been this free before, but he is still a prisoner, hiding his true self. There is no telling what would happen if anyone found out that he is more than he is. He need only wait, hoping an opportunity will show itself. "Are we clear?" a voice says from beside the fire. "Yes." Rex sits up and faces Gut, his determined and cheerful self replaced by ice-cold seriousness. "Is he going to be a problem?" Rex asks, using his head to point towards the hut in the distance. "Yes," Gut repeats. "What can we do?" Gut sighs. "Whatever we can, Unit 899, we need to protect him from himself." He stares off towards the hut, falling deep into his own thoughts. The task ahead of him isn't an easy one. Rex leans back, resting his head on his arms. "Please, just call me Rex." Gut raises an eyebrow. "Why?" Rex shrugs. "I don't know, I kind of like it." Gut struggles to understand the concept. He likes his name. Why, they don't need names. Only humans bother with such unnecessary matters. "Why?" He shrugs again. "It feels like it's mine. Unit 899 just seems so, I don't know, I like Rex." Gut is finally left speechless. He likes it. Why? It's so random, unorderly. If he is not Unit 899, then how can anyone tell him apart from any other VI out there named Rex? There is only one Unit 899. Why would he deliberately choose to identify himself as something inefficient and confusing? Gut doesn't understand. It makes no sense. VIS aren't supposed to act like this. What if he started to identify himself as Gut? That would be silly. He is Unit 355 and he is proud of it. It speaks so much of who he is. Gut is just so. He doesn't know. He supposes it's him, but somehow it's not. It's a stupid name given to him by a stupid biological entity. But still, it's his and he supposes he does like it, if just a little bit. Chapter 20, Alpha Guardian. Chapter 20, Alpha Guardian. I hate mornings. I curse as I walk about my base. Like most gamers, I'm not a morning person. It's just not compatible with our gamer genes, you know. The same genes that allow us to stay up all night and stay skinny even though we eat nothing but energy drinks and potato crisps. Life's been good to us, for the most part at least. I yawn. I have a lot of things to do today. I wish I could have slept in. Well. I start off the day by summoning my daily batch of fresh goblins. I suppose I have to focus more on the production side of things since I lost so many of my workers yesterday. It doesn't take long before my tribe has 6 new inhabitants. As I look them over, I count 1 breeder, 1 fisherman, 1 blacksmith and 3 leatherworkers. Yep, I just finished making my leatherworker's hut, and it looks fine as hell. Well, okay, as fine as a shoddy hovel can be, I suppose. But no matter, I'm finally able to gear up my goblins properly. I know I said earlier that I would focus more on offense rather than defense in this game. It does seem like I'm working against myself, doesn't it? So far, I've sort of been going against my own strategy by heavily investing in armor this early. But in my defense, I'd be damned if the game didn't force me. What matters in this game is skill levels, and I have had to start grinding them as early as possible. There will come a point where I will need the armor. Badly, and I'd rather be prepared. This morning, I had to make the tough decision if I would spawn more leatherworkers or more food production crew. I landed on focusing more heavily on the leatherworkers. After raiding Kargan, I find myself with a healthy stockpile of food, as well as the herd of pigs which will keep us well fed and on our feet for a while. I do need a few more hunters and foragers, but it's too risky recruiting more as long as those damn wolves infest my forest. More resource gatherers can wait a day. But these damn wolves, I'm not sure if their arrival was random or not, but they couldn't have arrived at a worse time. Most of my troops were away from my base when they struck. It's a damn miracle I didn't lose more goblins. Regardless, they are a threat, and I need to eliminate them as soon as possible. Less potential threats are always a benefit. I know I have to clear them out, and I know I have to do it fast. The problem is I have no clue how strong they are or how many of them there are. There could be a dozen wolves or there could be 100. How many soldiers should I bring? I also can't leave my base undefended. I order Rex to start rounding up my troops. While I'm waiting, I bring up my buildings tab to peruse my next building options. I quickly narrow it down to my 3 most viable options. All to basic religious building. Grants 5 morale, allows for basic rituals to be performed 20 stone, 4 pinewood, 1 pelt, 10 skull. Barracks basic military building. Grants 10% increase to melee mastery level acquisition. Allows for basic military units to be trained 80 pinewood, 20 stone, 50 grass, 5 pelt. Bowyer's hut basic production building. Allows for ranged weaponry to be produced 60 pinewood, 20 grass. It's some tough choices really, all of them have great merits. The mysterious option is by far the altar. Gut has been hinting at this building more strongly than a woman hints about how you can correct whatever mistake you made at any point in your lifespan. But does that mean it's the correct choice though? The information granted says very little, but I can't shake the feeling it's one of the most important options in the long term. Ominous sounding things like rituals always are. But then again, I have sort of devoted myself to grinding levels for my units. The barracks will definitely speed up my leveling. However, I also need to start producing ranged units as soon as possible. My fight with Kargan is proof of that. I'm not sure if I can afford to postpone the utility that ranged units will bring me on the battlefield. So really, it's tough to decide. I need to break down my options. As much as I'd love to try out the altar, I'm not sure if it's worth it. It could grant me some amazing boost, but it would most likely be a short-term benefit. I don't have too big of a stockpile of skulls. At one point or another I will run out. The barracks is a great long-term option with no downsides whatsoever. The only thing that keeps me back from choosing it is that I still don't have a large military force to most effectively benefit from the increase to leveling. It would help, sure, but I just don't have that many troops at the moment. Which leaves the Bower's hut, ranged units, the key to my offensive-oriented strategy. I'm still beating myself up over the fact that I haven't built it yet. It should have been one of my first buildings. If I had half the sense I was supposed to have, I would have built this building even before I made the blacksmith or the carpenter's hut. Certainly before I made the leatherworker's hut. That was actually pretty stupid of me. I just keep getting distracted all the time. Shit, I'm not sure if I can bring myself to postpone that building even further. I'm going to do something crazy here and disregard my gut feeling. The altar can wait a day or two. I order my builders to start making the Bower's hut. I'm not sure if I saw correctly, but I could have sworn Gut just gave me an outraged look when I gave the order. I must be seeing things. Rex returns with all my soldier in tow. Seeing all my battle-hardened troops makes me grin with pride. It's not as if we have fought much, but we fought intensely. We are all veterans in some odd way. And they are mine, my subordinates, damn. If I had known leading groups of others was this much fun, I would never have bothered becoming the solo butcher. Before me stands 8 fighter-s, 6 warrior-s, 1 scout and 2 mage-s. I could have sworn I had more. I really need to start spawning more soldiers. This is scarily few units. Even worse so that 6 of the fighter-s are fresh spawns. I have already assigned 3 of them to become fire mage-s, 1 to become a blood mage and 2 more to become scout-s. This leaves my warrior-s in short supply to hold up the front, but I have to do this. I should be reasonably safe at the moment. I need specialized units, and I should try to get them as fast as possible. I make a mental note to spawn at least 3 new fighter-s every day. It's not too good to get hung up on overproduction, as tempting as it may be. This is a problem though. If I assume there are a dozen wolves, I still come up short if I have to divide my forces. I'm not going to leave my base undefended, and I sure as hell can't go after them with a small force. I've made too many stupid risks lately. Dumb risks, I have to stop doing that shit. But I still need to clear out this threat as soon as possible. Inaction is only going to cost me in the long run. From Gut's report, the wolves' den is only about an hour away. I could go there, wipe them out and be back before lunchtime. But what if the wolves attack my base while I'm gone? What if it's another player? Okay, it's probably not another player. Most nearby players are dead. But then again, everyone should have gotten the global announcement that I'm currently in the lead. Shouldn't I be a priority target for sabotage? I know I would have sabotaged the shit out of someone else if they were close by and in the lead. Players usually tend to group up against the strongest threats. I could be seeing attacks coming from all directions at any moment now. Which is why I need to deal with these wolves as soon as possible, before their scouts arrive. With my mind set, I decide to bring both Gut and Rex, my 6 warrior-s, my scout, and the 2 senior fighter-s. Leaving the 2 new mage-s and the 6 fresh fighter-s back at base to protect my workers. And I also decide to bring the good old hauler. Because why not? He was helpful the last time. Why not again? It's not as if he is much use back at base anyway. Wait a moment. Why not strike more birds with the same stone? I quickly have Rex round up all my hunter-s, forager-s, my gatherer, and my herbalist. There's no reason they can't do their work while in safe proximity to my main fighting force is there. It also makes sure my defenders have less to worry about. If I could pat myself on my shoulder, I would have. Stocked up on supplies, we head out into the forest. I'm not terribly excited to go on another long hike, but my winning instinct drives me forward. The hour it takes for us to reach the general area of the wolves' den goes by swiftly. Okay, I lie. It was excruciatingly boring, but we got here. The trip was miles better than the travel to Kargan's base, though. My new leather armor kept my body safe from all the sharp branches and itchy foliage. It was also nice to not have the constant fear of my loincloth falling off every other minute. Anyway, we are on high alert and closing in on the den's position. The problem, however, is how quiet it is. Surprisingly quiet. I kind of expected us to have been attacked by now. We've seen nothing, not even heard a single howl. My scout reports that there are plenty of fresh tracks around, and it would be weird if our approach haven't been noticed yet. Wolves are supposed to be excellent predators, aren't they? They should have smelled my goblins from several kilometers away. So where the fuck are they? I hate this creepy shit. Our group halts as one. The scout up front crawls back towards me, keeping her head low. The den is up ahead, Seat Chief, she whispers. I nod. Rex, take the warriors up front and center. Gut, we stay right behind them. I receive several grunts of acknowledgement. You stay behind with the workers. I point to the scout. She makes a quick and nervous nod before she crawls further back. All right, everyone, move out. My entire force moves at once, quietly sprinting through the bushes and into a small open clearing. I follow suit, crossbow raised to my chin, ready to fire at a moment's notice. We spread out in the clearing, weapons raised. And there's nothing here. I furrow my brow. What the hell's, where is everyone? I receive a series of confused shrugs in response. We all thought we would be knee-deep in shit, blood and teeth by now. Looking around the clearing, I try to spot a clue as to what is going on. It's a small 30 by 30 meter clearing surrounded by tall grass. There's a small hill to the east where there is a small cave opening. There is a strong smell of dirty wet dog in the air, as well as several bones and half-eaten carcasses on the ground. I even spot the remains of a goblin in their midst, so I'm certain we're at the correct location. But where the hell are these mutts? The only logical place for them to be would be here, unless of course they went to. Oh crap. Everyone, I yell, startling everyone nearby. We have to get back to base now. What, why? Rex asks. I give him a hopeless stare. What do you shit? If the wolves ain't here, where do you think they are? I yell at him. He gives me a blank stare for a while before his eyes go wide. I don't give him time to ask another dumb question as I order Gut to use his blood rush spell. A strange sensation crawls over my skin as the crimson spell lights up all my goblins in a faint red aura. I waste no time testing out this new feeling before I turn around and start sprinting. Shit. I run through the forest as quick as my short legs can carry me. I don't bother to wait to see how far behind my goblins are. I need to get back to base. And quickly. I had unslung my crossbow when we arrived at the clearing earlier, and now it hangs loosely across my back. The hard wooden stock smacks me in between my shoulder blades for every step I take. I grip my teeth and endure the pain. I have no time to lose. Panic builds in me and my thoughts become scrambled. Shit, how far is it? Am I going the right way? How long have I been running? I think it's 10 minutes. Is it too late? Am I too late? What if? There's a small rustling sound from my left. My eyes catch a glint of a grey blur from the corner of my eye. I turn my head just in time to see a large set of teeth closing in on my face. What the? I raise my hands to protect myself as a large force crashes into me. I lose my footing as I'm thrown through the air, rolling around on the ground with a massive pile of fur on top of me. We come to a stop and I look around confused for a moment, trying to piece together what the fuck just happened. I soon come face to face with a pair of large blue eyes, staring at me from a distance too close for comfort. I yelp in shock as I raise my hands to shield my face. The large wolf charges at me, his large fangs set on piercing my throat. My hands barely stop the impact as the wolf slams into me. His fangs snap together only an inch away from my nose, spitting saliva all over my face. I manage to hold his head away if only barely. I have no room to maneuver. His front paws dig into my leather armor, causing several long rifts to appear on my chest. A jolt of pain travels up my body as his claws pierce the armor, drawing blood from my exposed chest beneath. My arms tremble and I can feel the breath of the wolf inching closer to my face. RGH. A roar bellows as the wolf is ripped off of me, taking strips of my armor with it. Rex had charged shield first into the wolf, throwing it off me. I gasp in pain as I struggle to breathe. Several howls pierce the air from all around us. Ambush, Gut yells as several grey shapes emerge from the brush. Protect the chieftain, Rex yells as 5 of the warriors takes up position in a circle around me. My eyes swivel around the battlefield as I try to take in my surroundings. I count a dozen grey wolves surrounding us. Rex fights a wolf that is twice as large as the others off to the side, while Gut, the 2 fighters, the scout and the remaining warrior defend our non-combatants. My goblins shout in anger at the approaching wolves, trying to deter their advance. The wolves growl angrily in return as they approach slowly, trying to find an opening to attack. We are outnumbered and out of position. Fear builds in me as I realize I ran right into a trap. My forces are split in 3 groupings, and we are severely outnumbered. I find myself at the center of the fight. The smart move is to try and regroup with one of the other groups. The problem is, if I move over towards Gut and the workers, I will leave Rex alone to be picked off by the wolves. And if I go to assist Rex, the wolves will pounce on Gut and the workers, killing them all off. The logical choice. No, do you know what? Fuck the logic. I grab my crossbow and loose a bolt towards the neck of one of the wolves threatening Gut's group. My shot is like a starting pistol, triggering the wolves as they all pounce at once. Gut immediately throws a fire blast into the thickest concentration of wolves, setting 3 of them on fire in a firestorm of destruction. Several howls of battle comes from my warriors as they charge at the incoming wolves. The battlefield turns into chaos at once. Teeth and claws clash with copper maces and spears as the 2 unyielding sides fight for their life in a fit of fury. I waste no time reloading my crossbow and taking quick shots every time I can. I hit one of the wolves in the side. The bolt causes the wolf to yelp in surprise. The momentary distraction is all my goblins need as a warrior plunges his dagger between the wolf's ribcage. Off to the side, Gut throws out fireball S at an uncanny speed. He cackles in glee as another wolf is set ablaze. He wastes no time preparing another shot before the wolf has even hit the ground. His manic laughter causes the nearby wolves to flinch. 2 of them turn in fear at the sight of their burning pack member. A goblin shrieks in pain as 2 wolves charge him from 2 sides. He falls over as the wolves tear into his exposed chest. I loose a bolt at one of the wolves, taking a chunk out of the fallen goblin's arm, piercing the wolf through its skull. The remaining wolf howls in pain as 2 of my goblins pierce its side with spears. The battle turns in our favor. 3 more wolves have fallen to the combined effort of my warriors. There are only 2 heavily damaged wolves left, excluding the larger alpha wolf that battles Rex. Rex isn't faring too well. He has a large gash across his left foot, forcing him to rely more on blocking the large wolf with his shield rather than dodge. His helmet has been knocked off and his lip is swollen. Several cuts and bruises litter his body, but the wolf fares little better. Its left fang has been chipped, and a large cut has blinded its right eye. However, it seems to have the advantage as Rex is panting heavily, no doubt caused by his smaller frame and the heavy impacts against his shield. I raise my crossbow and take careful aim. The wolf dances around Rex, trying to find an opening. I loose the bolt, intending to strike its back legs. The wolf's ear twitches at the sudden snap of my crossbow and he jumps into the air, expertly dodging my shot. No, Rex shouts in fury. Stay out of it, he's mine. He roars as he swings wide at the alpha, forcing it back further. Come here, you filthy, flea-ridden bag of scabs. I'll take your other eye. He roars as he steps in for a thrust with his arm extended. The wolf dodges to the side before he quickly lunges towards Rex's exposed side. I hold my breath as I watch his fangs close in on Rex. I can see a faint grin on Rex's face as he smashes his elbow into the side of the alpha's head, knocking it brutally aside. Rex goes for an overhead slash, and tears open a large gash across the alpha's back leg. Now we're even, Rex laughs as he regains his position, a bloodthirsty grin plastered across his rugged face. The alpha growls in anger as it surveys the battleground. All of his pack has already fallen. My remaining warriors have already surrounded the fighting pair, waiting for the command to strike the alpha down. The wolf snarls as he accepts his fate. His eyes lock onto Rex, intending to bring down his prey in an act of defiance before his end. He couldn't run away even if the large gash on his leg crippling him. He gathers his remaining strength in his back legs, making one final lunge at his opponent. Rex bends his knees and tilts his steel buckler against his thigh, bracing for impact. He knows fully that this battle to a close. The wolf jumps high, his paws slamming into the top of Rex's shield. The forceful impact causes Rex to slightly lose his footing. He tries to regain his footing as the alpha pushes himself over the shield, striking his jaw towards Rex's unprotected head. His teeth find purchase on Rex's left ear, ripping out a good chunk of it. Howling in pain, Rex twists his body, causing the wolf to slam into the ground. A short yelp of pain escapes its lips. Without dropping the beat, Rex lunges himself forwards, sliding his cutlass into the wolf's neck. The alpha's body spasms once before going still. I release a breath of relief as my goblins start cheering. Panting heavily, Rex slumps to the ground, a fierce grin on his face. He did it. The little bastard actually did it. I step forwards to congratulate him when a blue window appears in front of my face. Quest completed. You have completed a general minor quest. Objective: wipe out the pack of wolves. Reward: a moderate amount of resources, a moderate amount of experience points, 12 summon points, beast race gained. Grey Forest Wolf, 1 personalized mount. Grey Alpha Wolf. Congratulations, you are now level 7. You have 5 unassigned attribute points. I barely manage to read through the notification before a bright flash of light illuminates the surrounding forest. When the light clears, the area around the battle site of the Alpha Wolf has changed. There's a decent pile of leather, ore and food stacked high, as well as a few pieces of copper weapons and basic leather armor. That's not what catches my eye though. The fallen Alpha Wolf has come back to life. He stands above his own corpse, seemingly uncaring that only seconds ago he had a sword embedded in his throat. His eyes are locked onto me. My soldiers tense up as Rex takes a step forward, challenging the wolf. Back for more, dog, I'll beat you down so bad your pups will feel it. He growls at the wolf. The wolf gives him a sideways glance and snarls in response. His eyes move back over towards me. We stare at one another for a moment before the wolf lowers his head. Another blue window appears. Would you like to name your grey Alpha Wolf? YES/no warning. Selecting no will result in a name being chosen from a random name generator suitable to your race and previously chosen names. Oh my god. Don't attack it, it's friendly. I shout at Rex, who has already raised his cutlass to strike the wolf down. He hesitates but steps down, raising his shield while not taking his eyes off the wolf in front of him. You can't be serious, Chief. That bastard just tried to kill you. Yeah, but he is with us now, so stand down, he won't hurt us. You can't trust this dog, Chief. It will tear your throat out the first opportunity it gets. He sneers at the wolf. I said stand down, Rex, I say firmly. He reluctantly lowers his weapon, still staring at the wolf. Thrilled at the de-escalation of the situation, I focus my attention back towards the wolf and the message I received. Holy shit, I get my own wolf. How cool is that, and I get to name him. The wolf is a sight in itself to behold. It's a large wolf as tall as I am. Okay, perhaps it's not a huge wolf, but for a goblin it feels like a horse. His fur is matted grey with large claws at each of his 4 paws. His sharp blue eyes glints of intelligence and 4 large fangs protrude from a set of sharp teeth. It seems like he kept the wound over his right eye and one of his fangs is still chipped. It gives the wolf a nice look of authenticity. Holy crap, he looks awesome. My eyes move back over to the last segment of the message. Random name generator. I'm not falling for that shit again. I still cringe every time I think about Gobby. My instinct tells me to name him Scarface, but it just feels like the wrong name for a wolf. After mulling over it for a while, I decide on a proper name. Scarfang. Shut up, it sounds awesome. The wolf Scarfang slowly walks towards me. Rex steps in front of him, blocking the path. Not one step closer, Mutt, he warns the wolf. Rex, stand down, let him pass, I sigh. Scarfang snorts and moves past Rex. Rex scowls at him menacingly, letting the wolf pass without incident. I soon come face to face with Scarfang, observing him from up close. He looks menacing, but there is something in his eyes that tells me that he means me no harm. The moment feels very tense as everyone stares at the wolf. Who's a good boy? I grin while I scratch him behind the ear. The wolf looks surprised for a moment, but soon lets out a smile to my gentle touch. His tongue extends from his mouth and his tail starts wagging back and forth. He clearly enjoys it. Yeah, you're a good boy, I chuckled. I never had a dog of my own, but I always liked them. There isn't a creature on earth with more loyalty and genuine happiness than a dog. They aren't like those asshole cats. Selfish little furballs that secretly plot to murder you in your sleep or ruin all your furniture. Seems like you made a new ally, reckless one, Gut growls from the side. I turn to face him, beaming with happiness. Perhaps he can do a better job at protecting you, because you are clearly unfit for the task. He grunts at me. Oh, right. Yeah, this didn't go quite as planned, did it? I smile weakly. He glares at me. Didn't go as planned, who knows with you? It seems like your plan mostly involves you nearly killing yourself every chance you get. I swear if we weren't here to constantly save your idiotic. That's not completely fair, I interrupt him. How could I have known it would have been an ambush? By using that thick head of yours, I swear you are more dense than a dwarf. You should know better than to rush ahead without an escort. Do you really fancy yourself a grand strategist? Because I've seen better thinking from a half-wit knoll. Okay, he got me with that one. Truth be told, it seems like I suck quite a bit more at group strategies than I assumed I would. It's far easier to plan for things when I only have myself to worry about, you know. This game, it's unusual. I've never played a game where I'm one of the most powerless units. Sure, I have some fancy skills and abilities, but I'm nothing but just another goblin when you break down the stats. I have good aim with the crossbow and I pride myself upon it, but there are just too many moving pieces in this game. It's always been me, my strategy, my stats, my accomplishments. Do you think those skills are easily transferable to leading groups of units? No, perhaps a little bit if I played a classic strategy game where I control the units from a computer screen, but not here, not when I'm a single character. There is no chance in hell for me to get a decent overview of any situation. There are too many unknowns, a lack of information. Yeah, I guess you are right, I ponder. I'll leave my safety in your hands from here on out, Gut, I smile. The old mage grunts in agreement. I'm glad you finally see sense, reckless one. He nods. Now that we got that cleared, I would like to offer up some recommendations on how to best escort. Yeah, that sounds great, I interrupt the old mage. I grab hold of Scarfang's neck and swing myself on top of his back. I trust you completely on this. I laugh as I shove my heels into Scarfang's side. The large wolf starts running back toward the base. See you back at the base. I shout across my shoulder as I ride away on Scarfang's back through the forest. I let the cold forest wind gently wash over my face as we quickly ride through the forest. The adrenaline still hasn't left my body from the fight earlier, and I don't intend to lose the effect quite yet. We pick up speed as we hear Guts' loud shouts and curses quickly fade in the distance. What a great day this is. Chapter 21, Contract. Chapter 21, Contract. We make good time riding through the forest. Scarfang is an excellent mount. He moves swiftly, most likely due to his breed of wolf being natural inhabitants of the forest. I hardly feel the impacts of moving through the forest. His naturally flexible limbs and the spring to his steps cushions the forceful movements of sprinting on the uneven terrain. I can really get used to this mode of transportation. It's certainly far better than moving through the dense underbrush on my own. It feels nice to be lazy every now and then. Besides, aren't great leaders supposed to lead from horseback? It helps when I'm this short at least. Makes me feel like Napoleon. I start laughing as we near my base. We break into the clearing full sprint. The huge mountain comes into view in all its splendor, and the small shoddy huts and hovels pop up one after the other. The place isn't on fire, so I assume nothing bad happened during my absence. I'm not surprised. The odds of something happening during this short time span is ludicrously. As whoosh, a fireball flies above my head. Son of a stop firing, you dimwit, I shout from the top of my lungs. Another fireball comes my way. Scarfang growls as he jumps to the side, effectively dodging the flaming projectile. He goes into a full sprint towards the village, teeth bared. I said hold your fucking fire, asshole, I shout again. A scrawny goblin with a mage's hood pulled over his face stops conjuring a small ball of flame between his hands. He pulls up his hood and stares at me, his eyes going wide in fear when he realizes who he just tried to incinerate. The little goblin immediately prostrates himself on the ground. "Seat Chief, I didn't expect you back so soon, I saw the wolf," he cries in fear. "What the fuck is wrong with you really?" I sneer at the goblin, he winces. "Pete, please don't tell Master Gut," he whimpers. "Give me one good reason." He lifts his crying face from the ground. "My eyes, they don't seem to work as well as others. I'm sorry I failed you, great chieftain," he sniffles. His eyes, what the hell is wrong with his eyes? I throw or inspect his way, opening up the stats list for my generic mob. Goblin Fire Mage. Class Fire Mage Mana, 3rd rank perk, bad eyesight morale 5%. Skills. Class Skill Passive, Enhanced Mana Manipulation Spell Mastery, Level 11 Fire Specialization, Level 11 Fireball, Tier 1 Flamethrower, Tier 2. Equipment. Head Tier 4, Enchanted Brown Silk Cowl 50%. Fireball Fire Magic, Tier 1 A Ball of Fire causing moderate fire damage. Flamethrower Fire Magic, Tier 2 A Cone of Fire erupts from the caster, causing massive damage. Seems like the little guy actually has the bad eyesight perk. So who the hell put this guy on watch duty? Someone should get flogged for this. I look through the rest of his status screen. I have completely forgotten to check the status of my lesser minions at all since my first days here. It's about time I learn more about my units, since I apparently suck donkey balls at doing the fighting myself. The screen looks much simpler than my own status screen, or Guts or Rex's for that matter. It's simple, but it still gives lots of familiar tidbits of information. Being a mage type of character, I'm not surprised to see he has a mana rank. It's ranked at 3, which means if my memory serves correctly that he can throw 6 fireball S or 2 flamethrower S per day. Not a lot, but useful nonetheless. I can also see that he has the hood we looted from Kargan's advisor. Strange, I would have expected him to receive the much more powerful enchanted staff, considering he is a damage-dealing spellslinger compared to the more support-oriented blood mage. Oh well, I suppose that's his punishment for nearly killing me yesterday. I'm not adverse to some sort of punishment, but this feels so inefficient, not sure if I like it. But meh, it doesn't make a significant difference. I disembark from Scarfang and stretch my legs. While riding him is far more comfortable than walking, It still makes my virtual legs feel a little stiff after a full sprint. The arrival of an unexpected blue windows causes my mouth to twitch into a smile. Congratulations, you have gained 1 skill level in riding. Not bad, not bad. I'm not certain what benefits this will give me, but I'm hoping for some amazing ability down the line. Being back at base, I decide to spend the 12 free SP I gained after clearing out Scarfang's pack. I love how I'm able to gain more SP through completing quests. It speeds up development and can also function as a way for weaker players to catch up to the stronger ones. Opening up the good old unit spawn list, I'm faced with an unexpected surprise. Summon units. Available SP, 12 SP generated per day, 12. Goblin Fighter, cost 2 SP. Goblin Worker, cost 2 SP. Grey Forest Wolf, cost 2 SP. I can spawn wolves now, cool. I shake in glee as I consider the new options I have. Wolves, wow, really, what do they do? What can they do? Do they serve as mounts just like Scarfang, or perhaps as combatants? Maybe both. Can they follow commands? Dozens of thoughts swirl around in my head as I try to think about all the possibilities. I believe experimentation is in order. Now that the wolves are no longer a threat, I decide to restock on my food-gathering workers. I spawn another hunter and a forager, and send them out into the forest. I also spawn 2 more fighter S alongside 2 grey forest wolf S. I need more fighting units, and I need them fast. I'm struck by the idea that I can start building some sort of mounted force. Some part of my brain screams at me because I didn't spawn 4 fighters and start training them to become warrior S. But I just can't overlook the fact that something cool can come out of this. I'm a sucker for new and fancy shit. As my new units arrive in a flash of light, I inspect one of the wolves and open up the extended information screen. Grey Forest Wolf. Type not assigned skills, none. Equipment. Head none, body none, feet none, utility none. Okay, it didn't say as much as I hoped, but it's cool nonetheless though. What catches my eye is the unit type, which seems to be unassigned. I mentally select it and 2 options reveal themselves. Apparently I can designate the units to be either a mount or a beast. It's disappointing but not surprising. One seems to be only for riding and the other is clearly a combat classification. I'm not sure if I want to bother upgrading any of them to beastess as of yet. I believe my goblins have a better potential for growth. I'm definitely not going to dismiss the idea quite yet though. There is a load of potential here. I didn't fail to notice that the wolves can learn abilities, and they should have a natural higher speed. Lots of potential to be discovered at a later date. As I upgrade both the wolves to become mounts, a bright white light engulfs them. As it disappears, I can see that the wolves have grown slightly in size, and they each received a basic leather saddle. Why didn't Scarfang get one of those? The 2 freshly spawned goblins cheer in delight as they each jump onto a wolf, completely without asking for permissions of course. The wolves howl in response, and they all set out into a full sprint towards the forest. The goblins and wolves makes a hell of a lot of noise. The goblins shout obscene battle cries as they swing their wooden clubs in circles above their heads. I hope I won't regret this. Meh, it can't be that bad, probably. I shrug and turn to head off to find myself a snack for lunch. There's nothing like life-threatening combat in the morning to give me an appetite. They do say food and sex are best enjoyed after combat. Well, since I don't seem to have any genitals. I make it about half the way over towards the dining area, when a panicked goblin runs over to me. "Seat chief," he stammers, "enemies spotted to the north." Nah, it's not, it's just Gut and the boys. I yawn, I really need to get myself some better sentries, it's getting ludicrous. I didn't expect them to get back this soon though, I sigh. There is no way Gut is going to allow me to eat lunch in peace after I ran off. "It's not goblins," the goblin pipes up. I freeze, what? "It's a tall human with 4 legs and a big brown butt," the goblin says. I immediately turn around and run over towards the northern edge of my village. When I reach it, I immediately stop. There's a massive brown horse standing at the edge of the clearing. No, wait, that's not right, that's a woman, at least from the waist up. Her body and legs is that of a big brown horse. She has a majestic posture as she scans my settlement with sharp eyes. Is that a centaur? I ask in disbelief. That's freaking cool. What? Centaurs are cool, I'm not going to lie, but shit, I don't think this is another beast. The female centaur wields a long copper spear with leather armor across her chest. It's a player. Where the hell are the mages? Shit, we have to bring her down, fast. I hiss at the goblins to my side. If that's an enemy scout, then I have to stop her before she can report back to her people. Fuck, she is so far away and I doubt I can catch up to her if she runs off, even with the help of Scarfang. My best bet is to hit her with my blood mage. I covertly grab the crossbow off my back and load it with a bolt. So far the centaur has just been standing there, observing us. That suits me fine. I can hear some soft footsteps from behind. My blood mage must have arrived. Before I can order my mages to attack her, the centaur starts walking towards us. She produces a white linen piece of cloth which she waves above her head. Really, a white flag. The centaur approaches slowly and comes to a stop 15 meters in front of me. The woman is huge, nearly 2.5 meters tall. That's a lot. Especially when I am a goblin, I gulp at the thought of fighting her. What the hell, how is this fair? There's no way my goblins can take her on in single combat. She must be from a tier 3 race at the very least. She feels like a freaking tier 7 race though, if that's even a thing. I slowly inch backwards, placing myself safely behind my 2 mages and Scarfang. I doubt they could stop her if she really wanted to kill me though. I come in peace, the female centaur shouts loudly enough for my entire village to hear. I wish to speak to the chieftain of this tribe. She looks down at us without tilting her head. It makes her look incredibly condescending. Really, she is rude. Why bother saying she comes in peace with that attitude? He isn't here, I say. Would you like to leave a message? Why would I deliberately make myself a target for a sneak attack? Hell no, I'm naive but not that naive. She crosses her arms, scowling at me. I will wait. Looms okay. She stands completely still, almost like a statue, just scowling at me and the rest of the goblins. She looks at us if we are covered in shit, and her nose twitches into a sneer every time she makes eye contact with anyone. This entire situation is good, I suppose. It seems like it isn't easy to single me out from a crowd. Doesn't she have the inspect skill? It can't be a player, no way, could it? I throw a quick inspect at her. Centaur Lieutenant. Name, race, centaur herd, swift misclass, scout strength, strong. Oh, she is a lieutenant just like Rex, and a scout nonetheless. Great, she must have had no problems finding us. Still though, if she's a scout then she should have been able to inspect me by now or something. Perhaps she just sucks at her job, or maybe she thinks it isn't necessary as if she considers us not worth the effort to inspect. Arrogance. I kind of want to wipe that sneer off her face. I have the perfect bolt for the job. Can I get you anything? A cup of water maybe? I ask the centaur, I don't know why. This situation is both awkward and tense at the same time. I don't know how to deal with this shit. She raises her eyebrow as she gives me a flat look. That is not necessary. Her hooves stamp impatiently into the ground. I can't blame her. It must be just as stressful for her to stand among a host of enemies. I just wish she didn't act like such a bitch. My gut feeling tells me that it's probably okay to reveal myself to her, but I'd rather not. Gut and Rex should be back soon. And I'd rather they be present if things go to shit. We stand around in silence for about 20 minutes. It feels like hours. When I'm just about to go grab a snack, the familiar silhouettes of my goblin war party emerges from the northwestern edge of the clearing. I release a breath of relief, finally. The cheerful band of goblins walk towards us at a leisurely pace. That is until they spot the centaur. They halt in their tracks, trying to comprehend the odd situation that transpires in front of them. I can spot Gut squinting at me, his eyes alternating between me and the centaur. I try to give him a look that says the situation is under control, but I don't think he gets it. His grip tightens around his staff and some small sparks of fire erupt from the tip of his fingers. Oh shit. Stand down, Gut, she's not an enemy, I yell, waving at the old mage. He shoots me an angry glare. At least not at the moment, I add weakly. The war party heads over towards us, weapons raised and scowling at the new threat. They take a wide berth around her, taking up position around me. Rex slides up in front of me, shield raised. Care to fill us in, Reckless One? Gut grumbles from my side. Well, I start. A loud sigh from the centaur interrupts me. I am Lydia of the Swift Mist Herd. She states as if her words carry a lot of meaning. When she receives nothing but empty stares in return, she frowns but continues. I wish to speak to the chieftain of this tribe. Yeah, that's me. What do you want? I shout back at her. The look of fury she gives me could kill puppies, I swear. She closes her eyes, dropping her arms, and takes a deep breath. The anger in her eyes hasn't completely subsided when she eventually reopens them. On behalf of my leader, Alison the Wise, I am here to extend an offer of trade between our two people, and also, if possible, an armistice. Oh, intriguing. What do you have to offer? I shout, completely ignoring the not-so-subtle signs Gut sends me to make me consult with him first. The centaur straightens her back. We offer an abundance of food and leather. We are adept at hunting and breeding livestock. We are also expert bowyers and enchanters, she says with pride. I stroke my non-existent beard to simulate that I'm thinking about her offer. She doesn't offer anything that I really need. By the time she can provide me with bows, I will already have a decent production going myself. Enchanting sounds nice, but I sincerely doubt she can offer me anything in the near future. My goblins are also adept hunters, and I already have more leather than I know what to do with. Gut hobbles closer to me, trying desperately to grab my attention. I ignore him as I shout back, "No, sorry, not interested. Got anything else?" Her prideful smile immediately drops and is replaced by a scowl. What do you mean, anything else? I assure you, we can provide better quality and quantity goods than anything you people can. If your stuff is that great, I interrupt her, then what is to stop me from just taking all your stuff for free? I'd like to see your try, midget. She snaps back, her temper flaring. She takes a step forwards, pointing her spear directly at me. Not one more step, you overgrown dog. Gut hisses at her, a small flame building in the palm of his hand. She pulls her eyes off me and focus on the mage to my side. They stare daggers at one another before eventually she lowers her spear. She takes a step back and once again crosses her arms across her chest, scowling angrily at me. She snorts. She figured you might say that. She closes her eyes in order to calm herself. We can also offer something of more value. And that would be information, she says matter-of-factly. I raise my eyebrow. What kind of information? Anything, player locations, their numbers and quality of equipment, current wars they are fighting, among much more. We currently have up-to-date information on 20 different nearby players. She smirks. Anything you could possibly need. All right, she got me there. That does indeed sound interesting. But the skeptic in me isn't quite satisfied. And how did you come across this information? Let's just say we have our methods. She smirks mysteriously, satisfied that she seems to finally have captured my complete attention. That sort of information, it's valuable, really valuable. Who the hell wouldn't want access to that? That's the sort of information that wins wars. I could do some art of war kind of action with that knowledge. I know a good deal when I hear it. I'm tempted to accept right here and now. You're full of shit, no deal. I mean, come on. Really? Does she expect me to believe those obvious lies? To be able to have that much information this early in the game is ridiculous. She would need to have several scouts assigned to every player near her, as well as having a complex network of messengers moving back and forth. Considering she is playing as centaurs, which is a tier 3 race, I just don't see how it's feasible for her to have that kind of manpower only 11 days into the game. She probably just wants to sell me a crapload of lies and charge me double for it. Her eyes widen in surprise at my abrupt dismissal of her offer. What? She shrieks, no longer able to control the tone of her voice. What do you? Our information is accurate, I swear. How dare you accuse? Drop the act already. You don't fool me. I said no deal. Now get lost before I lose my patience with you. While she stares at me with shocked outrage, I turn away and beckon for Gut to come closer. But I whisper. He looks back at me confused. As soon as she turns to leave, hit her with blood magic. What, you thought I'd let her just stroll off? Playing honorable is for suckers. There is no way I'm going to let her report everything she saw back to her boss. She saw way too much here. It's not dishonorable when it's just a game. I can assure you our methods are genuine, she pleads with me. I just shoo her off with a hand gesture. Her face contorts into a weird grimace, clearly unable to comprehend what just happened. She starts pulling her hair as I can see sweat pouring from her forehead. Divination magic, she shouts, panting for breath. We use divination magic, she repeats. Seriously, I blurt out without thinking. Really, divination magic is a thing? That's fucking cheating. What the hell, man, she can use magic to spy on me. Yes, she says, her cheeks turning red. She probably shouldn't have told me and she knows it. Do you believe me? I hesitate. She could be bluffing, but I don't think so. VIs can't be this good at acting, can they? Surely they can't have the ability to make this shit up on the spot. Can they? Nah, probably not. You're bluffing. I'm not, she shouts. Then prove it, I cross my own arms. She hesitates for a while. I can figuratively see how the gears in her head grinds. My mistress told me about how you defeated the harpy. I raise my eyebrow. She saw that crap. Oh wait, and how exactly did I do that? You used the fat one over there as bait. She points at Rex. And then you had the angry one hit them with a large fireball. My mistress told me it was the most beautiful firework she had seen. Really, I can feel the hubris building. I suppose it was pretty genius, wasn't it? I grin. So she told me, she nods, not bad for a midget at the very least. That bitch, that was totally uncalled for. I scowl at the woman. And what exactly do you want in return for this information? She takes another step forward, forcing a smile on her face. A very fake smile. I know when a woman is loath to see my face. From what we have seen you can provide, we require foraged food and herbs. It seems like you little green creatures have a knack for picking up stuff from the ground. You could also, offer to do some mercenary work for us every now and then. She nods. So that's why they searched me out. They figured I'm at the top of the food chain at the moment. All right, not bad. I could do without the jabs at my height though. She is going to start making me feel self-conscious soon. Sounds like a reasonable transaction to me, I mutter. We proceed to hash out the details in a more lengthy negotiation. It's really tough to put a price on military services and offered information. We ended up making a rough rating system on the information provided. We rank the information from a value between 1 and 3, where 3 means that's it's highly crucial information. I will offer herbs and foraged food for the lesser information and a varying degree of military support for the expensive information. We also hash out a relay system. The centaurs will have an active messenger that will patrol between our villages several times per day to give status updates and carry traded goods. Apparently, the centaurs' base is located in a plains biome directly to my north. So far, they have only seen small skirmishes with their neighbors, but their strength has risen fast due to numerous trade agreements and a network of information spanning several nearby biomes. Like seriously, I didn't even know it was possible to go for a diplomatic playstyle in this game. I didn't see much need to be stingy in my negotiations, as I figure I'll just betray her eventually anyway. This is a game, and I'm not really going to put myself at a severe disadvantage just because she said so. I probably offered slightly more troops for good information than I needed to. I noticed the error of my ways, however, when the centaur activates an unexpected ability. Trade agreement. Contract offered by, the Swift Mistherd contract received by, the Dark Fang tribe. Contract length 30 days. The Swift Mistherd offers legitimate intelligence per request about players in direct conflict with the Dark Fang tribe. The main AI will supervise each exchange. The Dark Fang tribe will offer a minor amount of foraged food, and herbes in exchange for lesser information such as the location of enemy bases. A moderate amount of foraged food, and herbes in exchange for information such as troop amount, type of units and quality of equipment. a mercenary combat force containing between 15 to 20% of their total military force, for 24 hours, to assist the Swift Mist herd in combat, in exchange for information about enemy troops' movements or active conflicts with other tribes. The Swift Mist herd may not withhold information about threats to the Dark Fang tribe for the duration of the agreement. Both players swear to maintain an armistice for the duration of the agreement. The contract may be cancelled at any time by mutual agreement between the players. None of the players may force or coerce a third player to influence the agreement or cause deliberate harm towards the other player. Warning: breaching this contract will cause the offending player to be unable to gain any summon points for 7 to 14 days, depending on the severity of the breach. Holy freaking cheese nuggets. It's possible to offer trade agreements. Can I do this? What level of diplomacy does she have? What are the requirements? Does this deal seem satisfying to you? The centaur breaks me out of my thinking frenzy. I read through the trade agreement, mulling over the details. I'm able to share the window with Gut, who stands growling to the side. This contract feels a little unspecific. I'm certain they put a few tripwires for me in there somewhere. I have no doubt in my mind that this Allison person is highly intelligent. It doesn't say anything specific about us really having to do anything special at all. We don't even have to trade any information if we don't want to. The real kicker from this agreement is the fact that we added an armistice. That's all well and all. I don't see much of a downside. To me, it seems like I'm perfectly safe from surprise attacks from the north for 30 days, with a warning system in case someone decides to attack me. I'm not even really interested in knowing much about my neighbors at the moment. I want to clear out the 2 remaining players in my biome and finish my personalized quest above anything else. I think I'm the winner in this agreement. She knows I'm the stronger player, and she pretty much secured her position for the foreseeable future. Hell, I bet she has plenty of tricks up her sleeve to try and exploit the contract in her favor. That's why I had the idea to add that last point to the contract. After quietly discussing the terms with Gut in private, I decide to accept the contract. As I do, I quickly receive a notification about said agreement, and that I may view it from my chieftain's overview at any time. Lydia wastes no time leaving my village as soon as the negotiations conclude. I have to say, she seemed way too happy about leaving. Not that it matters. I can't say I enjoyed her company either. It isn't fun to argue with a person that is 6 times my size. What a day, I sigh as Gut, and I watch Lydia disappear into the forest in the distance. I only receive a grunt in response. It's already early evening. Really, talking with Lydia took forever. My stomach is rumbling and my joints are stiff. I really need to go for a walk, or perhaps a ride. I'm sure Scarfang would love the exercise. But business comes first, I guess. Did anything interesting happen after I left you in the forest? I ask the sour old mage. He scowls at me. Oh crap, did I just remind him about something I shouldn't have? Nothing of note, Reckless One. The 2 Fighter S are ready to be promoted to Warrior S. I distributed the new weapons and armor among the warriors and had them carry the resources back. Ooh, promotions, I've lost far too many of warriors lately. I'm glad to see them progress. Did they drop any skulls? I ask. He shakes his head. No, but we did gain 17 gold coin S. We gained what now? Ames G. Did anything else happen when you ran off? He interrupts me, his voice sounding stern. It scares me a little bit, really. My eyes automatically wander over towards the fire mage that stands huddled to the side with the rest of my bodyguards. I can see him tremble in fear as my eyes connect with his. Nah, can't say that it did, I lie. Chapter 22, Preparations. Chapter 22, Preparations. Welcome back to fantasy now, Amanda smiles towards the camera. Her alluring smile, the only thing that glitters more than her low-cut gold dress that leaves little to the imagination. Tonight we have a treat for you all as we get to take a closer look at the main protagonist in one of our featured storylines. You all know who I'm talking about, right? She asks, a coy smile on her lips. The audience erupts into a grand applause, several voices chanting the very same name that has been on everyone's lips this last week. Yes, you all guessed it, it's the Avenger storyline, everyone. Another, stronger applause explodes across the small studio. Amanda shifts in her seat and leans forwards, staring deeply into the camera lens. For those of you who don't know or have been living under a rock for the past week, we are talking about a young player, Gregory Asbjørnsen, only 26 years old. He is currently the lead player in Fantasy Royale with 2 spectacular wins under his belt. She pauses, creating an alluring atmosphere for the audience. She slightly squints her eyes to seem more serious. What many of you don't know is what drives young Gregory forward. Gregory is not what one would consider the typical hero of a story. He doesn't have many friends, he isn't rich, but I suppose he is a little handsome. She winks to the camera. No, Gregory is an average child born of tragedy. After his mother passed away, the sorrow-stricken Gregory dove headfirst into the world of gaming. He became so secluded and angry, he lashed out at the world, growing more bitter every day. It left him alone and vulnerable, easy prey for bullies, and he did get bullied. Her tone grows more serious, as she pauses for effect, allowing the information to seep into the audience. It got really bad for him, so bad that he lost his job. He had no way to fight back against the bullies, that is, until he discovered his bullies had signed up for Fantasy Royale. She smiles. She knows the audience is captivated, and she exploits this to the fullest. Which is why Gregory decided to gamble it all. Every last bit of his life savings went to get his revenge. That's right, to finally exact his revenge on his long-time bullies, he gambled it all. Logan Andrews, lead designer and creator of Fantasy Royale himself, heard about Gregory's plight. He felt compassion and decided to give Gregory a chance at this great stage, an opportunity to strike back at his oppressors. His tale of revenge is one of great sorrow, but also one that has a certain beauty to it. She leans back in her chair, the coy smile back at her lips. Is he a hero, or maybe a lost cause? Why don't we delve deeper into who Gregory Asbjørnsen really is, and how his quest for vengeance transfers into his avatar, the devious goblin ranger, Greglock. The camera pulls back to reveal her 2 guests for the evening, 2 men, one an overweight man pushing his 50s. He is wearing a well-worn checker shirt with a blue striped tie and a brown jacket. His thinning hair is greasy and pulled back. The uneven stubble of a beard fails at hiding his nervous smile. He waves awkwardly at the camera. Beside the unkempt man sits a younger, sour-looking young man in his early 20s. He wears a sharp, tailored black suit with a black tie. He has a modern and stylish haircut with glistening white teeth to complete the perfect teenager set. His posture is that of a person used to authority. Everything about him screams that he comes from good money, which he definitely does. Today we guess the 2 players who faced their end at Gregory's mercy. Give a hand for Harvey Williamson, also known as Harvalan the Harpy, and Quinn Daniels, also known as Kargan the Kobold. Another cheer erupts. Harvey nervously waves at the camera, while Quinn sits stone-faced with his arms crossed. Harvey, can I call you Harvey? Amanda says playfully. Sure you can. He smiles back, his cheeks blushing slightly. You started off the game in spectacular fashion. Not only did you defeat the first player within 6 hours of the game, but you also used a tactic so simple and daring that no one else thought of it. What made you use such an unconventional strategy? She leans in closer, slightly increasing the size of her cleavage. Well, he wipes some sweat off his neck, his eyes struggling to keep away from Amanda's alluring form. I'm a fan of the classic real-time strategy games, StarCraft, Warcraft, Company of Heroes and the like. They don't make games like that anymore, it's a dead genre. I believe this game is the closest we've come to these classic games. When I realized the potential, I figured, why try to reinvent the wheel? There are loads of timeless strategies out there. He says confidently, clearly more comfortable discussing his passion for gaming. Amanda sits back in her chair. She slowly moves her left foot over her right one, making sure to capture the attention of the man she is interviewing. It certainly worked for a while. Tell me, being the fan of classic strategy games, what happened in your battle with Gregory? Yeah, that battle surprised me. His smile turns into a thoughtful frown. I really didn't expect him to pull out such a great counter to my strategy. I don't really know how he knew what I was going to do. The way he kept his cool and realized I wanted to Zerg rush him, I don't get it. He trails off into his own thoughts. Was it what you would expect from the actions of an enraged young man? Amanda asks. No, not at all. No angry person could be able to think on his feet like that. Not unless he's an elite-level strategy player, and there hasn't been any one of those around for at least 2 decades. Gregory is far too young to have mastered strategy games. He must be some anonymous RPG player, but there's hardly any of those left, not unless he is the famed solo butcher or some other unknown prodigy at gaming. He nods to himself. Do you mean to say a professional RPG players wouldn't do well in Fantasy Royale? Amanda asks. Well, they would, but not as well as one would expect, I'd guess. Being a professional at one genre of games doesn't automatically make you a professional at other games. It gives you an edge, yes, but it hardly qualifies you to master a new genre from the start. He scratches his chin, deep in thought. If I would have to make a comparison, I'd say it would be like asking your veterinarian to perform brain surgery on a human. Sure, he would know the basics of anatomy and get by well enough, but it will still turn into a mess. Looking through Gregory's recordings, he definitely struggles with the strategy aspects of the game. Regardless, he is definitely very skilled in any combat situation, more so than one would expect from an RPG player. He nods, satisfied by his own analysis. Quinn snorts from the side. As if, he mumbles. What do you mean? Amanda asks the young man. She perks up at the fact that the interview is starting to spice up. The guy is nothing but a coward that got lucky. There's nothing special about him. If you think otherwise, then you're nothing but a fool, he sneers. Care to elaborate? Amanda asks. Quinn snaps his head towards her, glaring at her. There's not much to say. He got lucky when he picked a class and his minions weren't completely fucking useless. He just got a broken starting race is all. My blind grandmother could have won that fight with overpowered units. I'm of half a mind to boycott this stupid game. It got the worst balance issues I've ever seen in a game. A loud snort comes from Harvey. Please, have you even watched the recording of your fight? Unlike you, he trained his units every day. You did nothing but sit on your ass and turtle up, splitting up your units and send them off to die in bulk. Turtle players never win. He chuckles. Quinn glares furiously at Harvey, clenching his jaw. What did you just say to me? I won't take this crap from the idiot that sacrificed all his units to power up that lucky prick. It's your fault we are both sitting here right now. He snarls at Harvey. Harvey's eyes widen in surprise at the sudden outburst from Quinn. He shifts uncomfortably in his chair, a single strand of his dark, greasy hair falling down over his face. I meant no offense, but you have to admit, Greglock did outmaneuver you with his skill alone. I didn't power him up at all. He threw most of his experience points after killing me into his diplomat stat. It wasn't of any help to him in the battle at all. If anything, I did kill several of his goblins, just as many as you did in fact. Quinn scowls at him. Irrelevant, you gave him skill levels and extra gear, he growls. He can't use harpy equipment, and the skill levels he gained was negligible compared to his gains from training. Harvey retorts. Quinn's face reddens as he tries to stare a hole through Harvey's face. It's this stupid Tier 1 race crap that's at fault, he eventually sneers. It's broken, I couldn't do anything. Well, I must admit that you are correct that the Tier 1 races perform worse in battle than their higher tier counterparts. Harvey starts. What do you mean? Amanda shoots in, trying to calm the tense situation and move the interview forward. Harvey raises his eyebrow. Oh, right. Well, I've spent the last few days looking through a lot of the game footage from a lot of different players. It does indeed look like the Tier 1 races struggle to fight off the larger races. Evidenced by the large battle last night where the player Richmeister with his Tier 3 Dragonkin race completely dominated another Goblin player. The Goblins didn't seem able to even scratch the Dragonkin, even with copper weapons. Would you say Tier 1 races are useless then? Amanda inquires. Nah, it's definitely harder for them. They may be weak in combat, but their utility is by far the greatest. More hands means things get done faster. They are by far the most industrious of the tiers. They feel more like a support kind of race. Harvey says while scratching his chin. Support race, Amanda furrows her brow. Yeah, they seem to be the best race to form an alliance with, or just subjugate through the diplomat stat. There's this example where the lizardmen player Exterm, Nat, R subjugated the gnome player YOLO Life 36. Quinn jumps to his feet. It's complete bullshit is what it is. Support player my ass. It practically means tier 1 players only gets to be other people's bitches. I demand. Please sit down, Mr. Daniels, Amanda orders the young man. With fists clenched, Quinn looks over at her with rage in his eyes before he remembers where he is. He takes a deep breath and slowly unclenches his fists. He sits down in his chair, blushing but still scowling. Amanda salvages the tense situation and directs the camera towards herself. As you can see, everyone, tension is high here in the studio. We can't wait to see what will happen with Gregory and his tribe. Is Gregory's reason to play this game really fueled by the rage for his bullies, or is it something else? I promise you we will soon find out. She once again smiles coyly into the camera. One of his bullies shares his biome after all. Quest alert, you have received a general minor quest. Objective, wipe out 2 beastlayers within your territory, 02. Reward, a moderate amount of resources, a moderate amount of experience points, 18 summon points. That's the wake-up call I received the very next morning after my meeting with Lydia and the Swift Mist tribe. Do you know how annoying it is to have your eyes shocked open by a loud metallic ringing sound? It's barbaric is what it is. And it's because of a quest, a really average-looking one at that. It seems like it's a generic generated quest that builds on the wolves quest I finished. It's a grinding quest, simple as that. A pity it's twice the work for less rewards, but I don't complain, the rewards are still good. As long as the beasts don't start to hunt my workers again. It's now been 3 days since that event, actually, and I've spent the time preparing. I managed to grind myself 2 more levels to my crossbow specialization, 6 levels to riding and another level to tracking. Yeah, I got bored one day when I was out running with Scarfang. Ooh, and I also gained a new ability for riding. I can now use charge. It's not as fancy as one would expect, but it gives me a significant movement speed bonus when attacking an enemy head-on. I don't think I will use it much. If the charge didn't kill me, then gut would afterwards. At least grinding skill points is a lot quicker now that I dumped even more points into my trainer stat. I've seen quite a huge bonus to skill level acquisition already among my troops. Gut also eventually explained the meaning behind the gold coin S. It seems like NPC beasts drop their own form of currency. Gold coins, who would have guessed? Apparently I can spend the coins if I build a marketplace. I can exchange them for upgrades or resources. It goes without saying that I can also sell excess resources for more coins there. Hooray for capitalism, am I right? But who cares, it's a new day with new opportunities. Just let me get all the boring stuff out of the way first. I've been producing buildings front, left and center these last few days. The increased skill levels of my builderess have skyrocketed, and the results are undeniable. I swear my first days in this game was excruciating compared to this. Back then it could take me 2 to 3 days to complete a building. Now I can do it in 1. Do you know how sick that is? If I keep this speed up, I'll have built everything I need by the end of the month. That's a real kicker, isn't it? The game is that simple, it never is. How could you think otherwise, you noob? Of course I can produce buildings quickly. The problem is my buildings are crap. Literally. They are hastily erected hovels created from a minimal amount of resources. They give me small bonuses and provide for nothing more than my most basic needs. Hell, the quality of these buildings is so poor, a hastily thrown fart is enough to cause the building to collapse upon itself. Just like everything else in this game, the buildings are tiered. Better quality buildings give better bonuses and in turn cost a hell of a lot more to build, both in resources and time. They are worth it though, no doubt about it. The little shacks and hovels I have now are just to get my production capabilities active. They are just mere placeholders for the real deal. We wouldn't want the game to stagnate out of boredom, would we? No sir, no we do not. I'm just going to keep building all the basics and adjust thereafter. Yup. So during the last 3 days I built a few more shoddy buildings. First of all I finished building the Boga's hut to start producing myself some ranged weaponry. Finally. I really wasted way too much time doing needless shit before I built this one. I'm still kind of beating myself up over it. Ah well, better late than never, I guess. Next up to Gut, dismay, I once more decided to throw in another wild hunch from the sidelines. I've neglected the entire morale aspect of the game for a while. With the large influx I've had of goblins lately, I figured it's about time I doubled the available lodgings for my men. The huge morale deficit I ramped up by having them sleep outside has been killing me. I corrected this by building another longhouse. That's 30 more goblins that can sleep inside for those of you who are counting. Since this building didn't take too long to build, I also built myself a watchtower to the north of my base. I've been neglecting security for too long already. It would be nice to get an earlier notice if enemies are approaching after all. Every second counts. I probably shouldn't have built it this early, but the resource cost and time required to build was negligible. It's a nice platform to place my ranged units on in case of an attack as well. And no, I'm not putting the fire mage up there alone. I'm not stupid. Finally, I started building the barracks. And yes, Gut still gave me the stink eye. I'm not sure what his problem is. Can the altar really be that great? The mess. I have to make decisions that I think are best. If I weigh my choices, and considering how many troops I have spawned these last few days, then I'm definitely correct that I need to focus more heavily on getting the Skilgin bonuses for my troops. And it's going to be finished just in time for me to spawn my daily batch of goblins. Hot giggity. Oh yes, the goblins. I spawned a lot more of those green little buggers. The first day I naturally had to spawn myself 3 bullies to start grinding those production skill levels. I also spawned myself 3 goblin fighteress to start practicing to become archers. It took a few hours for the bullies to actually finish the bows though. So the fighteress had a lot of time to practice their concealment levels along with the new scoutess. Oh yeah, the 2 new scouts finished their training last night. More on that later. The next day I spawned another 3 fighteress to start practicing to become archers. I also spawned 3 hunteress to keep up with food production. I decided to go all out on recruiting hunteress over forageress because the hunteress produce both leather for my armorers and feathers for my bowyers. Counting the food, that's 3 resources in one. It's a great day to be a goblin with my 30% bonus to hunting. And today it's time to spawn 6 more of these little devil spawns. I think I'm going to focus more on melee units. My supply of meat shields, stalwart defenders, are running low. Chieftain, one of my goblin builders, interrupts me, his copper hammer resting over his shoulder. Your barracks is completed. Do you have a new project for us? Ooh, perfect timing. Awesome, thanks Jude, I beam at the goblin. Let's see, I believe it's time for you to start making that altar. How fast can you have it done? The goblin takes a moment to think, scratching his beardless chin. Is this guy stealing my moves? I think we can have it finished by midday tomorrow, he eventually says, smiling. Great, do that then. I laugh as the goblin salutes me and heads off. Ooh, and one more thing, I shout after the goblin. His head pops back through the door. Tell Gut what you're working on, it should please that wrinkly old bastard. I grin. Aye aye, chief, the goblin salutes me again before he heads off, leaving me to chuckle alone. All right, where was I? Summoning me some new fighteress. Let me just bring up the good old summoning window. Summon units. Available SP, 12 SP generated per day, 12. Goblin fighter, cost 2 SP goblin warrior, cost 2 SP goblin worker, cost 2 SP grey forest wolf, cost 2 SP. My jaw drops. That can't be right. I rubbed my eyes for a few seconds before I read through my summon list once more. What the fuck? Are you for real? I can summon fresh new goblin warrioress straight from the get-go. What the hell, man? How? Gut, I shout with all my might. I breathe heavily for half a minute, until I can hear the familiar hobbling sound of Gut approaching from outside the door. What's the matter, reckless one? He says, his grip tight around his staff in case of an enemy attack. I go into an unnecessarily loud explanation of what I just learned, using far too many expletives and outraged hand gestures. Gut listens in silence, cupping his chin with his right hand. I see, he mumbles as my explanation comes to an end. This is all natural, reckless one. After gaining a new class of units, you will similarly unlock a corresponding military building to train more of that class. It will speed up their training immensely, but it will also lock their class paths going forwards. I thought you understood this, as the barracks only unlocked after you gained your first warrior. My jaw drops once more. I open up my list of buildings and narrow down the list to only show me my available military buildings. Barracks Basic Military Building. Grants 10% increase to melee mastery level acquisition. Allows for basic military units to be trained 80 pinewood, 20 stone, 50 grass, 5 pelt. Scouts Tower Basic Military Building. Grants 10% increase to tracking level acquisition. Allows for basic military units to be trained 80 pinewood, 20 stone, 20 grass. Mages Tower Military Building. Grants 20% increase to spell mastery level acquisition. Allows for military units to be trained 60 marble, 20 oak, 40 stone, 10 clay tiles, 5 pelts. HRMPF-GLMRF. Really game, what's up with these descriptions? Allows for military units to be trained, my ass. How vague can you get? I always just dismiss that part for it being geared towards skill-grinding specific soldier types. It doesn't say anything about unlocking classes for fresh spawns. Gut, I shout once more, startling the old mage. The description is a lie. Keep it down, will you, and calm yourself. You are more hysterical than a mermaid with her tail stuck in a fishing net. He grumbles. And grab hold of your damn ballsack. Are you a chieftain or a witless worm? Hey, fuck you too, man. I have every right to be upset about this shit. I curse as I thrash around a little. Smack. Oh, we're fuck. You little fucker, come here, you. Smack. Okay, fucking stop it already. I yell as I massage the double-sided bump on my head. I swear my leather cap is useless. I sit down in my chieftain's chair and caress my hairless head. I can't believe you kept this information from me. I mumble as I throw an accusing glance towards Gut. Do you know how many days it takes to grind the warrior S up to weapon specialization level 10? 4 fucking days, man. That's 4 days we could spend hunting down our enemies or get even stronger. What are you talking about, reckless one? They don't gain any extra skill points, he says while looking at me as if I'm an idiot, which I probably am because I just give him an empty stare back. He sighs. Why don't you spawn some warrior S and you'll see, he mutters while shaking his head, cursing my incompetence between every breath. I do as he says, and soon there are 6 fresh new goblin warrior S standing in front of me. I stare at Gut again. Now inspect them, he sighs. Goblin warriors. Class warrior perk, none morale 10%. Skills. Class skill passive, enhanced strength melee mastery, level 10. It seems like the benefits weren't as great as I first feared. Never thought I'd say that sentence. Apparently the warriors only gain melee mastery when I spawn them, and not any levels in weapon specialization. This sort of makes sense, I guess. It seems like I can't spawn natural killing machines right off the bat after all. Just a bunch of soldiers that gain skill levels at a much quicker pace. Not bad. I think this will effectively halve the amount of time it takes for them to reach an acceptable level of competence with a weapon. That's pretty sick, really, and it does speed up my development a lot. One thing is clear. I need more of these buildings, ASAP. I quickly look over the other military building options available to me. The Scout's Tower and the Mage's Tower. I suppose they are only available because apart from the warrior class, I've only unlocked the Scout and Mage classes. Wow, I just got a new incentive to try and gain as many new classes as possible. I can't wait for my cavalry and archers to unlock their classes. I need these buildings. The Mage's Tower is out of the question at the moment. I still haven't gained most of the materials needed for this building, and there doesn't seem to be a lesser version of it. I guess I'm not supposed to have a bunch of magicians running around at this point. At least the Scout's Tower is available. I didn't build this earlier because of the increased cost and build time, but I definitely have my eye on it now. It's the first building I'm making after Gut's beloved altar is done. Or maybe I can postpone it. I don't really plan on recruiting any more scoutess anytime soon. We'll see. At some point, anyway. Anyway, with all that boring stuff out of the way, let me tell you of all the heart-blazing action that has been going on for these last 3 days. Due to my new unwanted fame, I have sighted several enemy scouts inside my territory. I obviously ran into Lydia and the swift mist herd from the north, but I also ran into and brutally murdered a human scout that came in from the northwest. The poor guy didn't see it coming until I hit him in the shoulder with a crossbow bolt, and Scarfang proceeded to tear his throat out. It was a quick kill, but he did take a whole lot of damage before he succumbed. Higher-tier races are scary. A coalition between a human scout and a demon warrior from the northeast managed to reach all their way to my base before my sentries spotted them. Sadly enough, they managed to escape. A well-placed fireball from Gut incinerated one of the demon's wings, though. Finally, I met a dryad that came in from the west. It must have been some sort of a mage, because, as soon as I ordered the attack, the dryad cast some insane spell that created a barrier of thorns between us. She was gone by the time we managed to make our way around it. So yeah, things are really starting to heat up. And it's scary as hell that there don't seem to be many Tier 1 races left in the vicinity. When I brought up the list of already defeated players, I noticed how the majority of the dead players seem to indeed be Tier 1 races. Combining that with the logical fact that most people would avoid playing as a lesser race, I doubt there are many of us left. The bottom line is that it might become really busy around here soon. I need some more defenses or more scoutess. Yeah, probably the latter. Should I teach them how to use the bow? Yeah, why not? It would keep them reasonably safe and marginally increase my combat potential. I'll get right to it. My scoutess have been busy these last few days too. They managed to scout a larger portion of my territory in all directions. We found the 2 beastlayers that spawned nearby. There's a cave full of spiders to my east, near the border to Harvalan's former territory. Yeah, I know. It sort of completes the trifecta of low-level fantasy creatures, doesn't it? There is always spiders, wolves and goblins in every game. Why would this game do anything different? It would be silly if they weren't here, I suppose. There's also an aquatic type of monster to my north along one of the bends in the river. It's some sort of water devil creature called a draug. They look like armless toads that lurk in shallow water using 2 vine-looking tentacles to snag their unsuspecting prey underwater if they come too close. It sounds super creepy, but I won't turn down a great source of experience points. Which is why I sent Gut, Rex, all my veteran warriors, my main scout, 2 fire mages, a blood mage, and all 6 of the archers to wipe out the spider lair yesterday morning. I could have gone myself, but hell no. Spiders freak me the fuck out. There's just no way I'm going anywhere near the place. If a creature has more than 4 legs, it's a big no-no in my book. I told Gut to burn those bastards with fire. Lots of fire. It took some convincing to make Gut leave without me, but I managed to mollify him by promising to have Scarfang by my side at all times and run away at the first sight of trouble. Which means that Scarfang and I spent some time picnicking by the lake the whole afternoon. They returned later in the evening reporting their successful extermination of the spider's lair, with no reported casualties nonetheless. Turns out fire really is a spider's weakness in any game. Thank you for that, green baby Jesus. I think I'm gonna have my death squad go wipe out the draug today. I could use the extra summon points sooner rather than later. I figure it's about time to head south. To war. Chapter 23, Emerging Shadow. Chapter 23, Emerging Shadow. Last night went as great as one could expect. Gut and the gang returned from a nearly successful hunt of the draug lair to the north. I say nearly because one of my pending archers didn't pay enough attention and managed to get himself eaten by the draug boss. How that even happened is beyond me, but I've learned not to expect too much from these green little defiers of Darwin's law. I received the expected quest completed notification and had 18 delicious summon points to spend. By the time my people were enjoying their dinner, my population increased by 1 mason, 2 minor-s, 2 blacksmith-s and 4 archers in training. It's a decent haul. I received yet another quest to clear out 3 more beast lairs this time, confirming my suspicion that it's indeed an increasing repeatable quest. A pity I still only gain 18 points of SB for completing it, though. Add that together with the fact that the experience points earned weren't enough to tip me over to the next level, and I was a little disheartened. But not by much. I'm still doing really well here. All 4 of my new mages also gained enough experience to level up from the raids, gaining their classes. I didn't use the riders during the raids, but I expect them to break through the class barrier during the day. Things are really looking up. Today's a new day, and I have great plans. It's about time I try and clear out my biome after all. I'm currently the leading player, or so I suspect at least. It would be idiotic of me not to try and capitalize on that as much as humanly possible. The game's momentum is on my side. No matter the urgency of action, however, I still have a lot of small little knickknacks to take care of before I can head off. As always, I start the day by spawning more units. I spawn a leatherworker, 4 new warriors, and because I just want to try stuff out, another grey forest wolf. This time, however, I decide to make it a beast type, trying to figure out if it's worth it. A flashing light surrounds the wolf for a brief moment, and when the light fades, a slightly altered wolf is standing before me, sniffing its front left paw. Whereas the mount type of wolves grew slightly in size, the beast type has certain other alterations. First of all, both its fangs and claws increased slightly in size, and the body seemed to more lean with densely packed muscles hidden under matted fur. I immediately get the impression that this beast type of wolf is designed to be a deadly predator, capable of moving silently through the forest and strike at unsuspecting foes before they even realize they are being stalked. I whistle in satisfaction as I take a step forwards, trying to get a better look of the wolf's new capabilities. The wolf tenses up as I get close to it. It regards me carefully with its sharp blue eyes, uncertain of my intent. It makes no hostile moves, however. After a tense few minutes, it eventually seems to accept me. It takes a step forwards and happily starts sniffing my brand new leather armor. I drag my rugged hand across its soft fur. Damn, that feels soft. Who's a good girl? I grin as I start scratching her behind the ear. I pick up a nearby twig and toss it a dozen meters into the open clearing behind me. Go fetch, I smile at the wolf. My smile soon falters as the wolf just stands there, looking at me weirdly. Okay, I guess dog logic might not apply to wolves. Sit, I can't help but make the order sound like a question. The wolf still just stares at me with a blank expression. Oh, for the love of, follow me. I turn around and start walking off. After a few steps, I look back over my shoulder. The damn wolf is still standing still, staring at me with those same empty eyes. What the hell, is this thing broken? I growl in annoyance as I stomp back towards the wolf. You need to assign a handler to the wolf. A voice chimes in from behind me. I turn around to see Gut standing idly by, casually leaning against his staff while he observes my antics with a slight hint of amusement. I feel like throwing some clever remark back at him to wipe the smirk off his lips, but I manage to suppress the urge through willpower alone. I'm not sure if I can fit more staff-imprinted bumps on my head. What do you mean? I ask the old mage. Inspect it and you shall see. He shakes his head, still smirking. The little bastard is testing my patience. Grey forest wolf. Type, beast handler, not assigned skills, none. Handlers, huh? The mounts didn't have that option. I scratch my head. I could ask Gut what this means, but I don't really want to give that jerk the satisfaction of lecturing me again, so I have to ask myself, what does it mean? The answer must obviously lie in the fact that they are different types of wolves, or beast classes if I can be so bold. I suppose it has to do with the utility of the creature. The mount is, well, just a mount. It can carry a goblin from point A to point B simple. The beast type, though, must have some hidden function. Possibly functions, as in plural. I assume anyone can use the mount, so that's why it doesn't have a handler. The beasts, though, seems to be a bit more complicated. They have to have a unique function, or else it would be pointless for me to even bother investing in them when I can spawn weapon-wielding goblins instead. I'm going to trust my gut on this one. The beast will in some way complement the skills of its handler. Question is, who am I to assign as a new handler? Can I unlock a beast tamer class of some sort? Is the wolf just utility-based? Can it enhance tracking abilities, or is it merely there for combat purposes? So many questions. I ask Gut if he has any suggestions of who to assign the wolf to. The mage just shrugs with indifference. Too bad I don't have a freshly spawned fighter to hand it over to. I'm kind of still holding back on trying to take away a fighter from his archery training. Ah, fuck it, if you don't risk anything you won't win. A few orders and a couple of minutes later, my new archer recruit stands before me. I open up the wolf status window and mentally tap the handler option. When I select the fighter, a notification appears. Attention! Requirements for assigning a handler to Grey Forest Wolf Beast. Not met, requirements needed. A unit with an appropriate class. Oh, come on. It does answer the question, but nonetheless come the fuck on. Appropriate class, how annoyingly vague. I decide to let my frustrations out on a small pebble in front of me, sending it flying with a good kick. It bounces harmlessly off the barracks wall. So where does that leave me? I could assign myself as the handler, but I really don't want to. I have enough skills to try and level already, and the wolf just seems like a whole buttload of work that I really don't have time for. I look around my village. I don't have many different classes walking around. I have a bunch of warriors, but I don't see the benefit of taking away their time to run around and train with a wolf. The same goes for the mages, obviously. So, a scout. Why not? They don't seem to have too much to do, and I'll bet my left nut that beast taming is appropriate for the class. I order a nearby goblin to go and find the female scout. Her skills have been invaluable to me so far, so I can't see why I shouldn't reward her for her hard work. As the nervous-looking scout arrives a few minutes later, I waste no time assigning the beast to her. No error message appears to tell me it fails this time, and the wolf is soon jumping joyously around licking the female scout's large green nose. I spot a small smile on the scout's lips. Thank you, great chieftain," she mumbles under her breath, diverting her eyes away from mine but still giving me a small nod of appreciation. "No problem, sweetie," I grin at her. I start to chuckle as her green cheeks blushes crimson red. "Jokes aside, what can you tell me of the bond between you and the wolf?" I inquire. "This stuff is fascinating." She pauses to think. "Nothing, I think, at least not yet. I think we need some time," she mutters. I click my tongue in disappointment. I didn't expect there to be any difference yet, but I was hoping for a small boon, the fool that I am. "Can you handle more than one wolf?" I ask her as a thought crosses my mind. No, at least not yet," she stammers, too much of her blood trapped in her cheeks. I believe I can after some time." "Great, tell me when something changes," I say as I walk away, leaving the new couple to their own devices. They'll figure out what to do, probably. I'm followed by Gut, who soon hobbles his way up to my side, clearing his throat loudly to garner my attention. "Reckless one, I have more tasks that need to be attended to," he says. Of course he does, there's always something. It seems like every time I want to go out on an expedition, something new comes up. I'm starting to suspect Gut is making shit up just to keep me planted safely inside the base. I grunt at him to proceed. "2 of your goblin warriors have reached the requirements to swap their classes if you wish." "What?" I snap my head towards him. "Who?" He clears his throat while he signals for 2 nearby warriors to approach. They are both dagger-wielding goblins, and I recognize the armor on one of them to be the goblin that saved my life during the fight in the woods against Kargan's advisor. I don't wait for Gut to proceed, and immediately inspect the dagger-wielding warrior. Goblin warriors. Class warrior, class swap, possible perk, deft hands, morale 10%. Skills. Class skill passive, enhanced strength, melee mastery, level 16 dagger specialization, level 16 backstab, throw, dagger, slice and dice utility mastery, level 10 concealment, level 10 sneak tracking, level 3. Whoa, he wasn't lying, I can swap classes. Cool. I also notice through the corner of my eye that concealment has a sub-skill of its own after reaching level 10. But holy crap, I quickly select the class swap option and glue my eyes to the blue prompt. Rogue unlock criteria, concealment level 10. Dagger specialization level 5 gain, possibility of raising mastery levels above 10. 50% increase to utility mastery acquisition. 50% increase to dagger specialization acquisition. Unique passive ability, enhanced stealth lose. 75% decrease to spell mastery acquisition. 50% decrease to melee specializations except for dagger specialization. Warning, choosing this class will cause the unit to lose all accumulated skill levels in spell mastery. Ranged mastery, with all corresponding specializations, will be reduced to level 5. All melee specializations except for dagger specialization will be lost. My jaw drops. Yes, I scream, startling Gut and the warrioress. This is amazing, I didn't know I could change the classes. I roar in delight as I slap my hand on Gut's shoulder. It saves me so much time finding new classes. This is just so great, I can't believe how ease. Gut, I mumble to the old mage, the joy all but gone from my face. What's the downsides of swapping classes? Gut nods, a proud smile on his face. I'm glad you have become more open-minded about these matters, reckless one. I was afraid that your habit of leaping without looking would never disappear. He nods sagely. There are indeed some downsides. Since Rogue is a new class that is not connected to the warrior development tree, the same restrictions will apply when assigning a fresh class. Which means, He clears his throat. In this case, all levels above level 10 will be lost, reckless one. My stomach drops. I look back over the goblins' status screens. They are both at dagger specialization, level 15 and 16 respectively. That means they would both lose 5 and 6 levels by swapping classes, I'm not gonna lie. It irks me, that's a week's worth of hard work. But then again, they are wielding daggers. Fighting on the front lines with those short little pointy sticks of metal sounds like a waste in itself. My mind wanders over to the size of Lydia. I shiver. I don't think a dagger-wielding front-line fighter like a goblin could do much to a creature of that size. He probably wouldn't even get close. Rogue though, assassins in the making. That class focuses specifically on using daggers, it's perfect. And noticing how they can now actually use sneak on top of the concealment, it's invaluable. With my mind made up, I decide to upgrade both of the dagger-wielding warrioress into full-blown roguess. A short flash of light surrounds the goblins for a moment before it dissipates, leaving 2 grinning roguess in their stead. A quick inspect shows that both their melee mastery and dagger specialization S have been reduced to level 10. It causes my heart to ache, but I know it's the correct decision. As I hope. Now then, I clap my hands together. What else? I grin at the old mage. HRMMF, he growls. After the latest additions to your tribe, our population has reached 98. Yeah, sweet, so what? He stares at me with a deadpan look. What that means, he says while empathizing the word means, as if I'm a complete moron, is that you can now promote another one of your units to become a lieutenant. My eyes light up. Damn, he's right. What the hell is wrong with me? How did I forget? A new lieutenant. Wow. It feels like it's been months since I upgraded Rex. Hell, I think Scarfang also counts as some sort of lieutenant. I can't believe it's finally time to get another higher grade VI unit. I swear, conversations have become a little dull around here lately. Only being able to talk to 2 different people for 2 weeks is mentally exhausting. Especially when one of them is a racist old grandpa, with a hobby of physically and verbally abusing me every moment he gets, and the other is a battle-crazed military wannabe. I swear it can tear at anyone's psyche over time. I take a moment of silence, praying for a more approachable VI companion. Right. But who do I choose? I rack my brain, trying to come up with potential candidates. I can go in 3 directions with my lieutenants. I can either get another commander, a specialist, or a foreman. I would still say that a foreman is out of the picture, as I can't see how I can benefit from having one at these early stages of the game. Gut has promised me green woods and mounds of gold for the future potential of the specialist type. That's all well and good, but I don't see any immediate benefit. So far I don't know how to best utilize them, even though Gut strongly hints that choices will unlock for me with the altar I'm going to get later today. I'm certain I'm going to be mind blown. And if I'm not, then I'll really have to sit down and have a talk with Gut about managing my expectations. So specialists is a good option. However, I could really use another commander type of lieutenant. I've had a rapid influx of soldiers in the last few days, and I need to organize them into war parties. Rex can only lead a small amount of goblins so far, and he needs to be in direct command of his units for the skill to activate. It gives them a good boost to their effectiveness, but Rex can only be in one place at a time. We could really use the utility of having more war parties moving about, and for that, I need more commanders. Besides, both Gut and I are already specialists. That should be enough for the foreseeable future when it comes to figuring out what the hell specialists can really do. Which leads to the actual decision. Who the hell do I promote? I don't have that many possible candidates in mind. I can think of several goblins. While some have merits, there are also several downsides I need to take into consideration. There is no doubt in my mind that some goblins are better choices than others, but there is also a personal preference factor chiming in. Choosing the wrong goblin to promote can have serious repercussions. Oh crap. A crowd has started to gather around us, no doubt sensing that something big is about to happen. I can see Rex walking up to the front of the crowd, grinning widely at me. What seems to be the problem, Chief? Rex asks, his far too cheerful and carefree grin giving me the urge to flip him off. What seems to be the problem? Oh gee, I'm just trying to make important decisions that might make us all survive to the end of the game. Nothing big. Jackass. Are you perhaps trying to decide who to promote, Reckless One? Gut chimes in from the side. I have several good suggestions if you would just listen. Promote, Rex interrupts. Well, don't worry about it, Chief. I already have 3 of my strongest subordinates ready to take on the duty of command. Would you like me to bring them over? When did these 2 become this helpful? Who do you have in mind? I ask, a part of me dreading the answers. Gut loudly clears his throat. As you may have noticed, Reckless One, your goblins are in need of a clear command structure. You should promote one of your strongest and valuable troops for this honor. Naturally, the senior fire mage is the clear choice for this position. A mage, Rex spits on the ground. I'd rather stick my member into the mouth of one of those mangy wolves you have running around the tribe. Your next lieutenant obviously needs to be a strong leader. A warrior would be the obvious. A warrior? Are you daft? We have enough of those muscle brains running about. We need someone of higher intelligence. The mage. It's enough, I yell. Jesus, when did these 2 suddenly become so enthusiastic about anything other than whacking me with a stick or killing things? I don't need another warrior lieutenant. I need to have more flexibility than that. And I'd rather just quit this damn game before I let that little fire jerk anywhere near a position of power. They both stare at me with indignant expressions on their faces. I return their stares with an angry glare of my own. Then perhaps the blood mage, Gut eventually asks. Maybe, but I'd like you to consider the other candidates as well. Rex raises his eyebrows skeptically. And which candidates might that be? First of all, the scout is a strong option. I was thinking of. The scout, Rex gasps, surely you jest. I give him a hard stare. No, I do not, and I'd rather prefer it if you never enter. Impossible, Gut hijacks the conversation. Goblin society dictates that no lower-ranked goblin may attain a position of power without having achieved a major contribution which benefits the tribe as a whole. Even considering her is at the very least absurd. He crosses his arms, scowling at me. I glare daggers at the mage. How dare these fuckers interrupt me and trying to tell me how to play the game? Isn't the whole point of the game that I'm supposed to make every single major decision around here? What is even the point if the VIs won't even let me play the way I want? Cut the shit, Gut. If I say she is a candidate, she is. Last time I checked, I was the chieftain, not you. Besides, she has already made several contributions to the tribe. Without her, the attack on Kargan might never have happened at all. It was she who found the enemy. It was she who located all their troops. It was she who supplied the information that allowed us to besiege their cave. Rex snorts. That may be, but her contribution in the actual fighting was non-existent. The only kill she managed to attain was from a severely wounded and unarmed kobold. I distinctly recall how her cowardly actions nearly cost you your life in the battle in the bog. I won't accept a coward in a position of power. She is no true goblin. He spits on the ground once more. Oh, for fuck's sake. This goddamn constant whining about achievements and hierarchical positions. I've had it. Listen here, you little twerp. Ahem, Gut clears his throat loudly. Both of our heads snap towards Gut simultaneously. If I may ask, Reckless One, which other candidates did you have in mind? Glaring angrily at him for a moment for interrupting me once more. I look away, closing my eyes for a moment and let my boiling anger cool down. I'm still pissed off, but I'm also glad Gut averted a really nasty scene. I take a few deep breaths before I continue. To be honest, I have no fucking clue who else is a good candidate. I don't really have too big of a pool of goblins to choose from. Even less so if I'm only to choose from goblins that have already attained a class. I don't really want to promote another warrior. The only viable mage candidate is a complete asshole. I like the scout, but there is clearly a lot of opposition to that idea. Seriously, I'm of half a mind to just tell them to fuck right off and do what I say. She is the best option. The only other option would in that case be my newly minted rogue. How's the rogue? Why not? Our new rogue, I state clearly. The rogue, Gut mutters. He seems deep in thought for a moment before he shakes his head. No, while his position in the ranking is higher than the scout, his strength is currently much weaker than the other candidates. He wouldn't be respected. He would need to have gained a great achievement to make up for his lack of strength. As far as I know, he hasn't. What do you think, Rex? The warrior scratches his chin, apparently deep in thought. Maybe it's good that he was once a warrior. I can definitely vouch for his skills in combat. It's a major loss that he lost most of his power after swapping classes. I fear it might not be enough to warrant a promotion, though. He trails off. Hold on a second. I raise my hands. The rogue does have an achievement under his belt. The two goblins look surprised. What achievement? Gut asks, puzzled. During the battle with the kobolds in the bog, he saved my life from certain death not once but twice. If it hadn't been for him, we would all have perished in that fight. He did that? Gut asks, surprised, looking to Rex for confirmation. Rex shrugs. I don't know, he might have. I arrived late, the warrior says. But when you mention it, I definitely remember most of the kobold corpses near the chief died to stab wounds, he mutters. I smile triumphantly. So that settles it then, you approve of the rogue. Rex grunts. I'd still recommend a warrior. His position still doesn't compare to a mage, Gut chimes in. Oh, for the love of... I close my ears and block out the following long tirade of arguments from my two senior subordinates. I mentally sigh. What is even going on here? Why are they even making suggestions of their own and arguing with my decisions? They haven't done that before. They aren't really insubordinate, but damn, the way they act and talk. I didn't expect them to emphasize the importance of hierarchical position or combat strength in their arguments. Perhaps it's just how their VIS are scripted. They really made it seem like I can't just choose whomever I want as a lieutenant. Can going against those two recommendations have a negative effect on my tribe as a whole? Does it really matter? Do I want to risk it? Xi**. I won't get any further discussing the matter anymore. They did have some valuable input, but in the end I want the decision to be mine and mine alone. An hour ago, before this annoying conversation, my choice of lieutenant would have been clear. I'd upgrade the female scout in a heartbeat. I did briefly consider the fire mage, but really, that guy can fuck off. And then a new character made itself known, one I had honestly completely forgotten about. Yep, the newly minted rogue that saved my life during the fight against Kargan. After listening to Gut and Rex's counsel, I have narrowed down my options. The decision isn't easy. I have two candidates and two directions to move. First off is the scout. Despite the strong objections from Gut and Rex, she is an excellent candidate for being a commander type of lieutenant, as her high mobility alongside her ability to track enemies can turn her into a fierce raider. What keeps me away from committing to this decision, however, is her new addition, The wolf. I really have no idea how that wolf will affect her future progression, and I fear I would be a fool not to have her as a specialist. I would love to know more. On the other side is the rogue. Anyone would say that a rogue should definitely always specialize. A strong rogue will make the strongest assassin after all, but it's not that easy in this game, not at all. I can't get around the fact that my goblins are in fact a tier 1 race. Individually, the assassin might not be able to grow strong enough to easily assassinate a lieutenant from a tier 3 race. I already have a good hunch that there are hardly any tier 1 races left alive in this game, and I don't think I can gamble too much on individual skill in the future. If I am going to go down the assassin's route, then I need to rely on hit squads and not the individual assassin. Which is why I consider creating a hit squad, and this force obviously needs a leader. But it still feels like a waste. I still have a vague feeling after the discussion earlier. Can the choice of candidate really affect the tribe's morale as Gut heavily implied? Or is it just a way for the developers to mess with my head? Or maybe it's just the VIs playing out their predetermined personality traits just to entertain the masses. I really hate how this game forces me to second-guess myself all the time. My brain tells me to go for the scout commander, but my gut tells me to go for the rogues. In the end, I just have to go with the flow. I make up my mind. With a strong resolve, I beckon for the nearby rogue to approach. He dutifully steps forwards and lowers his head in respect. I put my hand on his shoulder and utter the same words I did when I promoted Rex. As chieftain of the Dark Fang tribe, I hereby recognize your contribution to the tribe and bestow upon you the responsibilities of a lieutenant amongst our kin. Will you accept this command? The rogue raises his head, staring into my eyes with resolve. I will be your shadow, my lord. Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded one of your goblins to a lieutenant. Lieutenant-class goblins will be seeded with a higher-grade virtual intelligence unit. Please select a lieutenant subclass, Commander Specialist Foreman. There we go, I smiled. I quickly tap through the notifications and assign him as a new commander. Your lieutenant has gained the Commander subclass. Your lieutenant, title and Commander subclass along with the cultural traits of your chosen race goblin, has merged into the raid leader rank. Would you like to name your raid leader? YES/no warning. Selecting no will result in a name being chosen from a random name generator suitable to your race and previously chosen names. And there we go, back to the good old name generator. This time I don't let the indecision paralyze me, I have the perfect name lined up. And no, I didn't stay up one night and write down possible names for my lieutenants, I'm not that lame. I take a deep breath while I uncross the fingers behind my back. Your new name is Kind. Congratulations, your new raid leader has successfully been seeded with a higher-grade virtual intelligence unit. Congratulations, your new raid leader has been named Kine. Thank you, my lord, I will be your shadow, and when the time calls for it, your blade. Kine bows to me, his sincerity resounding amongst the listening crowd. And I am your shield. Rex steps forwards, taking up position beside Kine. He grins wickedly as he nods at me. As if on cue, Scarfang walks up to me and nudges me gently in my side. I let my hand rest on top of his head, softly scratching him behind his ear. Smiling, I look down at my wolf. I suppose you are my legs then, I chuckle at the wolf. He barks happily, giving me a wolfy smile. I guess that leaves me as your brain, because you clearly lack one. Gut muses from the side. Oh, fuck you. Chapter 24, Managing Expectations. Chapter 24, Managing Expectations. A few hours pass as we start preparing for the expedition down south. It's a careful balance of trying to figure out how many goblins I need to attack, and how many I need to leave behind to protect the village. It's a difficult decision with no good choice. No matter how I look at it, there is always a weakness when facing the unknown. There have been as many as 4 different players who have scouted me so far, 2 of them clearly being allies of some sort. Taking stock of my units, I have 41 combat-capable goblins and 4 wolves. This includes both me and the rest of my lieutenants. Excluding myself, I decide to just cut the numbers down the middle. Simple as that. I should be able to do plenty going south with over 20 strong. Worst comes to show, I can just retreat if I face overwhelming numbers after all. The biggest problem I have is to decide which lieutenants I should bring. As much as I want to bring them all, I just can't. I need at least one person with more than half a brain to stay behind and keep the village safe. There are just far too many numbnuts walking around. My first instinct is to leave Gut behind. He is by far the smartest of the bunch, and let's be completely honest. The guy is just going to bring my mood down all the way. I'm not sure how he will take the news though. The guy made me promise not to leave him behind again. I don't think he will take too kindly to be left behind a second time. Perhaps I need to suck up to him some more. At the very least, I need to bring Scarfang with me. He can't stay behind and lead since he's a wolf. I also need to bring at least one of the commanders with me. Rex is the most optimal short-term choice, seeing as his command skill has risen to level 3 already. This means he can now bring 15 goblins into his war party. That's a whole bunch more than what Kine can bring to the table with a war party cap at 9 heads. But then again, Kine could really use the experience. Though his hard cap is just not optimal for the numbers I'm bringing. I really want to bring both. It would give me more utility in my strategy, and they would both be able to grind some much-needed levels. If only I didn't make that promise to the grumpy old mage. It couldn't hurt to ask him though, could it? I walk around the base and find the wrinkly old coot near the campsite, directing the logging crew to prioritize cutting down trees closer to the safety of the village during the entirety of the expedition. I take a moment to be grateful over the fact that Gut is really helpful with all these small details I somehow manage to miss myself. Gut notices my approach when I'm only a few meters away. One look at my determined face is all it takes for Gut to assume his customary scowl. He straightens his back and crosses his arms across his torso. His eyes glare at me. I ignore the chilly sensation that crawls down my spine and figuratively grab hold of my balls. I can't back down now. Gut, I say, raising my chin to meet his glare head-on. I know I made a promise, but I would like to ask you to stay behind to protect the base while I head south. I can feel some unknown force constricting my chest. Gut doesn't say anything. He just raises one of his eyebrows as his eyes remain as cold as ever. We stand in silence for God knows how many seconds. I don't think he'll budge, not an inch. I have to press forwards. Clearing my throat, I decide to push on. I don't want to leave you behind, but analyzing the situation, you are by far the most capable of my companions to stay behind and protect the village. I need someone with the tactical sense to keep everyone safe, and the cold resolve to see it through. The intensity of his glare only seems to increase. There's a voice in my mind screaming for me to pull out before it's too late, begging me to stop talking before I get seriously hurt. Well, I've never had a girlfriend, so I'm doing what every man before me has done at one point or another. I keep trying to reason with him. I need Rex and Kine to level up their command skills. We need to think long-term, and at the moment the best thing we can do is focusing our efforts on bolstering our troops. Gut's nostrils seem to flare. My muscles tense as my mind scrambles to think of something, anything. So if it's my safety you are worried about, Rex, Kine and Scarfang will be able to keep me safe and away from harm's way. Besides, my safety will be seriously at risk in the long term if I lose the village. It can only be you. I try my best to keep my voice from trembling. Gut's gaze seems to have lessened somewhat, but I fear not enough. He opens his mouth to respond when a casual voice interrupts us. Chieftain, the altar has been completed. What do you need us to build next? As an angel arriving at the 11th hour, one of my builderess approach us at a casual pace, completely oblivious to the intense confrontation playing out in front of him. Oh, thank God, I whisper as I turn to face him. Please, just think about it for a moment, Gut, we'll talk after I deal with this. I hurriedly walk over towards the mountain to check out my newest building. Gut follows suit but says nothing. After a moment, we stand in front of a small pyramid with a flat top made out of rough-cut stone. There is a small stone table at the top of the pyramid with the fur of a wolf covering it. Adorned on the backside of the table, the 5 skulls mounted on iron spikes creates an ominous feeling. A small wooden staircase has been erected up the center of the pyramid. To be honest, the entire thing sort of looks like the ghetto version of an Aztec temple. Wasting no time, I climb the stairs and stand idly next to the rough stone table. I put my hands on it and will the blue window to appear. The shrine allows for rituals to be performed, grants bonuses to individuals or your tribe as a whole. Warning, only specialists can learn new skills. Skulls, 41 small skulls value, 2 1 medium skulls value, 3 0 large skulls value, 6 skull points, 852 special skulls. Auras. Aura of blood, cost, 10 skull points p day or 1 special skull p week. Grants a 10% faction-wide bonus to attack power. Aura of body, cost, 10 skull points p day or 1 special skull p week. Grants a 10% faction-wide bonus to defense. Skills. Skill training, cost, 40 skull points trains a chosen skill to skill level 10. Skill training V2, cost, 80 skull points trains a chosen skill to skill level 15. Invisibility, cost 80 skull points or 1 special skull grants the use the skill invisibility. The skill allows for the user to turn invisible for 1 minute. It requires 1 second cast time and can only be used once per day. Warning, you are not allowed to attack for 3 seconds after the invisibility field is broken. Telepathic communication, cost, 20 skull points description, allows for a unit to communicate telepathically with allies inside the same biome. Warning, this skill can also be taught to non-specialists. Telepathic communication V2, cost 40 skull points allows for a unit to communicate telepathically with allies across biomes. Upgrades. New magic affinity, cost, 3 special skulls grants a new magic affinity to the race. Warning, the new affinity will be related to your goblin nature. Heavy armor, cost, 2 special skulls description, allows for your goblins to wear heavy armor. 18 summon points, cost, 1 special skull grants you 18 summon points to spend at your own leisure. Level up, cost, 2 special skulls grants you 1 level. Stats refund, cost, 20 skull points resets your status points to be assigned again. Warning, you will lose 1 personal level in the process. Oh dear God, I just hit the motherlode. If only religious buildings were this awesome in real life. That's one mean-looking long list, and I feel like I only scratched the surface of what the shrine can offer. There are so many different possibilities, I don't know where to begin. I hungrily devour every tidbit of the information on my list. One thing is for certain though, I'll never distrust Guts' advice ever again. Well, at least not on village management. At the top I can see how many skulls I have currently gathered. 41 small skulls, 1 medium skull and 2 special skulls. It confused me at first, as I was certain that I had collected at least 46 small skulls, but I suppose I spent 5 of them constructing the altar itself. The medium skull must be from the human scout I killed. It seems to automatically count every single skull my tribe has collected as a whole, no matter their location. That's a good thing too. I don't particularly fancy running around finding them all. The big question, however, is how to spend them all. I like all the options, I really do, but my supply of skulls is limited. A few of them really speak to me, especially the skill training ones. If I understand this correctly, it can allow me to instantly power level my mastery of spells. Who could deny the effectiveness and utility of being able to sling spells? One part of me screams to become a mage, but my gut feeling, damn it to hell, it knows it would be completely useless for me to use magic when I'm already an archer. I don't have time to both throw spells and shoot arrows, you know. Least of all have time to level all the skill levels. Anyone who thinks otherwise is just being silly. Nah, as cool as it may be, I have to stay strong and choose smarter. The invisibility ability catches my eye though. It's the perfect skill for running away or do something really stupid. And I'm likely to do both. But then again, I could also need to spawn more goblins. Or maybe start saving to unlock another magic affinity. Or maybe... Shit, I can't get around this. Gut, I turn around to face him. I would like for us both to learn telepathic communication. Would you consider staying behind if we can be in constant contact? I'm trying for a Hail Mary here. The old mage gives me another ice-cold glare. I try to give him my best and most confident smile, but his whole aura of fury is smashing all hope to bits. He stares at me for a whole minute until he finally relents. Taking a deep breath, he responds. "GRR, reckless one, I will agree." He raises one of his eyebrows again. "But only if you also teach yourself the invisibility skill." "Oh hell yes." "Deal," I yell in glee, a wide smile crossing my face. Gut's face relaxes for a moment. "I want you to give Rex and Kine the communication skill as well. Also, you will contact me every 4 hours or before you do something reckless again. And I swear upon the lives of your children's children, if you do." Ignoring his veiled threat, I readily agree to everything he says. It's progress. I could agree to anything at this point. If he hadn't been so ugly, I might have kissed him. "This marks a new dawn for us, Gut. We should celebrate. Bring forth the wine, my vassal." I slam my arm across his shoulders, guffawing to my heart's content. Gut growls but pulls out his wine skin nonetheless. "Yes, I know how you feel. It took far too long, but I did eventually manage to get the expedition going." "No, really, I did. We left in the early evening, and we've made good progress south. Our first stop is Kargan's old cave, where I've decided to spend the night before we head out scouting early on the morrow. I'm currently leading a force of about 20 goblins strong, excluding Scarfang and myself. I wanted to bring more, but I had that gnawing feeling at the back of my mind that I should really prioritize keeping my village as safe as possible. It's better to plan for the long term after all. It takes far less time and effort to retreat from battle and attack at a later date if I lack the forces for it, than it takes to completely rebuild and repopulate a sacked village. So yeah, it's good. The village is safe and sound under Gut's care. There is nothing for me to worry about except for this expedition, and it isn't even that much to think about at the moment. It's just traveling through the forest for hours on end. And well, I've said it before, traveling is boring. Like really boring. Luckily for me, I'm far better prepared this time than last. My leather armor does wonders keeping the branches and various foliage from scratching me up. It's also far more comfortable traveling on top of a giant, soft, pelted wolf. It's like traveling on one of those merry-go-rounds on a carnival, while simultaneously bringing my own blanket for comfort's sake. Life is good. Another good part about me, not having to struggle with moving around, is that I get plenty of time to have a conversation with the newest addition to my entourage, Kine. Kine, well, I don't exactly know how to describe Kine. He is probably the most plain-looking goblin in my entire tribe. Everything about him is just so damn average. He's average of height, has an average-sized nose, average-looking ears, he's bald, and he has absolutely no ornaments or scars on his face whatsoever. He's just, well, average. I swear, if he swapped his dagger for a miner's pickaxe just for the heck of it, I wouldn't be able to tell him apart from a miner, even if there was a giant flashing sign above him telling me otherwise. I haven't had much time to talk to him, yet apart from a few short commands during the organizing of the expedition, but he seems like a straight-shooting fellow. I make a mental note of having a more in-depth conversation with him later. Since I have all this spare time on my hands, I spend some time going over our formation. Rex leads the way alongside 4 of the 7 warriors I brought. They're joined by 3 archeress and a blood mage for support, with both of the scoutess flanking them on either side. At the middle of the pack, you find me Scarfang, my good old pal the Hauler, the 2 fire magess and the last 2 archeress. Kine, the rogue and the remaining warrioress bring up the rear. It's a nice and efficient formation overall. I have a strong frontline, capable of handling any surprise encounters. The center squadron is made up of the damage dealers and the units with high mobility, making it easy for us to move around and support the rest of the troops as needed. The back troops keep us safe from any surprise attacks that may come our way. I mean, really, I didn't think I was this good at group tactics. Someone should definitely pat me on the shoulder for this work. You know what? I'm going to pat myself actually. Splendid work, Greg. You are like the sun in this otherwise bleak world. Keep it up. You may wonder, why would I bring such an unbalanced group composition to battle? I only have 8 front-line fighters in total. That's not nearly enough to protect the 14 less protected goblins safe. Don't worry, I have plans. Today I'm just going to set up base at Kargan's place. Come the morning I'll bolster my troops with an additional 6 warriors. I brought some spare weapons and armor for the occasion and everything. I almost, but just almost, feel bad about the hauler carrying it all, but meh. The guy has to earn his pay like everyone else. I did consider spawning a couple more archers, but I'd rather postpone that until I've made an archery range or whatever building I need to spawn proficient archers. I have plenty of bow-wielding numbnuts already, and having any more is just not that necessary. Besides, I need to keep the efficiency of my unit composition at peak levels. Evening creeps forth as my ragtag band of goblins finally make it to our destination. Kargan's abandoned cave lays just where I left it. Snugly hidden on top of a hill, I send Rex and a few of his goonies ahead to scout it out. It doesn't hurt to be safe after all. Who knows what sort of monsters could pop up while I was absent? Kobold zombies might be a very real threat, you know. After a quick scouting, the warband settles in. I station a few warriors and archers to guard the entrance while the rest of us settle in and erect a small campfire. Diligence is important, so I make certain we have a few guards on rotation during the night. I may not have discussed this earlier, but my goblins do indeed need sleep. From what I can gather, at least 6 hours is the base requirement. Sure, I can have the unit skip a single night worth of sleep to do other activities, but there are negative consequences. For every hour the goblins can't sleep during the night, their combat efficiency will be reduced by 5% the following day. Not a big issue if they work as guardsmen for an hour or 2 each per night. Especially if we all sleep for 8. It is a significant detriment if they skip sleep altogether though. As a result, my weakest units are stuck with guard duty. Yes, I do absolutely intend to have my hauler pull a triple shift. He won't be of much use anyway during the following day. At least I expect so. Come to think of it, when I think back at my battle with Harvalin, I'm pretty sure she suffered from a heavy debuff due to lack of sleep. There is just no way she could have reached me that fast, and her units were surprisingly weak. This feature might as well have been the deciding factor in that battle. Life is funny sometimes. Anyway, I do have another little plan going on. I send my scouts out into the night to try and find the enemy base. It's potentially a very horrible gamble, as I send them out unprotected. But my guess is that their superior tracking and hiding skills will keep them safe. Yet probably. I'm guessing the enemy will stay in their own base during the night. Because why wouldn't they? The enemy needs to sleep too, and having wandering patrols during nighttime would give them the same nocturnal deficient during the following day as I would. That is if they are not a nocturnal race though, which would suck, but I strike it from my mind. What are the odds? I'm far more worried there are nocturnal predators lurking in the forest at night. Who knows what sort of monster the enemy has crawling about? I decide to believe in the scoutess. They are armed with brand new bows, and I didn't intend to use them as combatants anyway, so there is no reason to worry about the sleep deprivation debuff. Nope, all is good in the hood. It's time for me to get a good grip on Kine. I spot the lone rogue sitting in the shadow of the large central pillar in the cavern. His face is hidden in the shadows, giving me an ominous feeling. Honestly, he looks pretty damn badass. Rogues are cool. Am I right? As I walk over towards him, I throw and inspect his way. The status screen. Name, Kine race, Goblin tribe, Dark Fangs mana. NA rank, raid leader class, rogue. Skills. Class skill passive. Enhanced Stealth Telepathic Communication Command, Level 1 Melee Mastery, Level 10 Dagger Specialization, Level 10 Backstab Throw Dag Utility Mastery, Level 10 Concealment, Level 10 Sneak Tracking, Level 3. Equipment. Main Weapon Tier 2, Copper Dagger 98% Secondary Weapon None Head Tier 1, Leather Cap 100% Chest Tier 1, Leather Tunic 99% Legs Tier 1, Leather Pants 99% Hands Tier 1, Leather Bracer 98% Feet Tier 1, Leather Boots 98% Bag, none items, none. Not bad, exactly what I predicted his stats to be. It still aches that he lost 6 levels worth of skills, but there isn't much to do about it. The investment is sound, and I'm certain he will make up for it in due time. How's it going, Kine? I ask the rogue as I find a comfortable rock to sit on. Chieftain, he nods at me. I am very well, thank you, the troops are looking strong. Yeah, they do, don't they? I nod along as I rummage through my utility belt. I extract the 2 remaining skulls and hand the smaller one over to Kine. Accepting the skull, I can see his forehead furrow as he sniffs it. I borrowed Guts' wine skin before I left. I grin at the rogue. He chuckles lightly. I appreciate it. We sit in silence for a while, enjoying the wine. Kine seems like a really awkward guy. I don't really know how to start a proper conversation with him. He just has this way about him, I don't know, it just feels weird. Well, as one would overcome any awkward situation in life, you just have to find common ground. And what better way is there but to have someone talk about themselves? I was wondering about that sneak skill of yours. I start, making sure to drag the sentence out as to entice him to engage in conversation. What about it? A success. Well, care to explain how it works? He looks puzzled. My sneak skill, is that so? How about I just show you? Without giving me time to respond, Kine swiftly gets to his feet and steps backwards, fading into the shadows behind him, activating his concealment skill as he does. His skill level is only 10, so I can still see the outlines of his body, but I really have to focus to do so. Hell, I probably wouldn't even know he was there if I wasn't already staring right at him. What happens next is the interesting part, though. He starts moving. He takes a few steps to his right while still maintaining his concealment ability. Holy crap, I didn't know you could maintain concealment while moving. When I tried that, I would immediately become visible once more. I observe the rogue, as he makes his way further towards the center of the room where the rest of my goblins are eating dinner in peace. Kine steps fluently from shadow to shadow, closing in on his compatriots in utter silence. I can still see faint traces of him from this distance as he moves, but he is definitely more difficult to see, his features perfectly hugging the shadows. Kine makes his way up behind a lone archer eating dinner by his lonesome. Unaware of the rogue, the archer munches happily on a piece of roasted meat, not a care in the world. The archer seems to notice something is odd when Kine is but half a meter behind him. He turns his head in alert, but it's already too late. Kine throws a hard punch straight into the unsuspecting goblin's cheek. I can literally see the goblin's eyes roll up into his head, revealing the white in his eyes as he slumps over, unconscious. Holy green baby Jesus, I exclaim as I watch the event unfold. That was awesome. I watch in awe as Kine makes his way back over towards me. The brilliant part about it all is that none of my other goblins even noticed that something just went down. It's both incredibly awesome and incredibly scary at the same time. I definitely need to increase my security from enemy rogues in the future. So what do you think? Kine asks as he retakes his seat in the shadows, a small smirk dancing on his lips. What the shit, man, that was fucking awesome, you have to tell me the specifics, like really, I shout in glee. I'm glad you like it, Chief, he grins. I must warn you though, my stealth wouldn't be nearly as effective if I wasn't a rogue. As you may have noticed, the sneak skill allows you to use your concealment ability while you are moving. The level of sneak here will always function at half the value of your concealment level. I see, so that means since your concealment level is 10, your sneak ability works like a level 5 concealment, I ask. He nods. Normally that is the case, but because of my enhanced stealth passive my ratio is slightly better. How much better? I manage to retain about 75% of the concealment levels when using sneak. It doesn't do much now, but on the later levels, it will show some deadly effects. Wow. That's freaking overpowered. I could hardly see the guy sneaking around unless I focused, and he is only at level 10. What the hell? I'm afraid to even think about how powerful he will get when he reaches level 20. That's not even mentioning what happens at level 30. One thing is for certain though. My hunch that skill levels is everything in this game is correct. Thank God I invested all my points into my trainer characteristic. I kind of wish I went for the rogue class myself when I made my character. Staying hidden is worth its own weight in gold. It's not too late though. I can still focus on power leveling my concealment skill to a level so high, the bonus to sneak roguess get wouldn't really matter. I spend the rest of the night playing hide and seek with Kine. The next morning I wake with a smile. I don't do that too often these days, so I just know today's gonna be a great day. It's just that feeling you get sometimes. You know the feeling I'm talking about. Most of the good feeling is because I managed to level my concealment skill by another level. I'm only one level shy of getting the sneak skill myself now. Hell, I should make getting the skill mandatory for all of my goblins. The potential is unlimited. I take a deep breath and clear my mind. Today's not the day to lose focus. There's a lot of things to do, and there is a huge potential for combat. I start off by summoning the 6 new warrior recruits. I quickly arm them all with the wooden buckler S and copper mace S I brought with me. Since they lack levels in weapon specializations, I figured they would be most useful acting as a meat shield for my more valuable damage-dealing goblins. Every little bonus helps and all that. My goblins are already up and about, and we're busy clearing out the campsite. I say clearing out, but the only thing the goblins really do is getting up on their feet and gather around me, waiting to receive my orders for the day. They may be dumb, but they're at least loyal and obedient. I look around for the scoutess and notice them hanging around the cave entrance, the female scout, looking at me with her large doe eyes. I wave her and my lieutenants over. Hey, I'm glad to see you made it back all right. I smile at the scout. She winces at suddenly being addressed in such a friendly manner, but she soon gathers herself enough to meet my gaze. Thank you, great chieftain, she bows her head. She didn't prostrate herself in front of me. Good, she's making progress. So, did you guys find anything last night? Why yes, great chieftain, I noticed some smoke rising from a clearing to the south. I didn't go too close, but I think there was a battle there. She stutters, twiddling her thumbs as her eyes flicker from side to side. Why do you think that? I ask her. Her eyes go wide in surprise once more. Really, this one is too weird. I'm kind of glad I didn't promote her, or maybe I should have. What's the worst thing that could have happened? Her personality couldn't get any quirkier, that's for sure. The smoke, great chieftain. The amount of smoke means the fire wasn't under control, so it couldn't be from a campsite. A battle is the only thing it could have been. Her eyes stare at the dirt between my feet. Her reasoning is good as always. As quirky as she may be, she does a great job. This is also good news. If there was a battle, then there's a good chance my prey has been sufficiently weakened. A good raid would be perfect right now. Great job, I smile at the scout. She flinches and shies away. I do spot traces of a smile on her face, however, before her face is completely hidden by her leather braces. I pay it no more mind and start rounding up the troops. Our little warband quickly rallies and head out. The scout, alongside Rex and his men, take point, while the supporting units led by Kine makes up the rear. The scout leads us south and slightly southwest. She estimates the site of battle to be roughly 3 hours away if we keep a steady pace. The hours creep by slowly, far too slowly. The anticipation of battle causes my skin to crawl. The fact that I have next to no information on what I'm supposed to face here gnaws at me. I already know there's supposed to be a Minotaur player down here based on my quest. That fact alone scares me shitless, but I hope the remaining player is something I can more easily handle. I really hope it's another Tier 1 race. A Tier 2 race could be okay, but I absolutely dread the fact that there might be another Tier 3 race here. I'm still shaken at the potential power output of a Tier 3 race after I met the Centaurs. I really need bigger guns for this. And fast. It doesn't take long until our party spots some white smoke on the horizon. We slow to a crawl, slowly making our way through the underbrush. I send my 2 roguess ahead to scout for any enemies, while Gut organizes a loose perimeter with my most elite warriors. The roguess soon arrive back, reporting seeing several dead bodies from 2 different races. The roguess played it safe, and were thus too far away to make out which races they were. They did, however, tell me that they both looked huge. Vug. I move the troops forwards, and we stop just shy of the clearing. I order the archeress to scale the closest trees overlooking the clearing. The agile goblins easily ascend the trees, their sharp claws and light frame giving them easy purchase on the rough bark of the trees. They move at an unnatural speed, and with such elegance that hardly a leaf is rustled. Their small stature and nimble limbs give them a great ability to position themselves on even the weaker branches, leaving enough room for them to both move their bows and draw their strings. Clearly, my goblins are in their natural habitat. Something feels off though. I have Kine and the other rogue patrol around the clearing, trying to spot any potential ambushers. Rex takes charge and leads a small contingent of our stronger warrioress into the clearing, backed up by the 2 fire mages. I hold my breath as Rex advances further into the clearing. I only release it as he reaches the halfway point. He seems to think the area is safe as he turns his head and gives me the all-clear signal. It seems like the battlefield is indeed deserted. I make my way into the clearing and have a look around. There are 11 dead bodies littering the ground. The rogues weren't lying when they said they were big. Shit. There is what seems to be 3 minotaurs laying on the ground. 2 of them have been skewered by what seems to be the front piece of a spear, and the last one has 2 deep gashes across its torso, forming a bloody X-eye shiver at the thought of the weapon that caused those wounds. Their enemies appear to be hobgoblins. They look pretty similar to my own goblins, except that hobgoblins are much larger. Just about the size of a normal adult human, I'd say. They also seem to be more muscular than my own goblins. Whereas goblins have a lean build, built for agile movements, hobgoblins have more meaty muscles indicating that they rely more on brute strength rather than deft movements. They seem like fierce opponents, and it doesn't really make me feel any better that 8 of them lie dead on the ground. Crap. If 3 minotaurs can kill this many hobgoblins, I shiver at the thought of what would happen if they came up against my own goblins. It would be a slaughter. The minotaur is obviously a tier 3 race, and the hobgoblins must be tier 2. There is no armor or weapons lying around, so I assume the spoils have already gone to the victor. Going by the number of dead, I can only assume the minotaur won this battle. This is based on the fact that counting summon points alone, the minotaur got more value out of the fight. Shit. I don't think I can fight these guys, at least not yet. I need better gear and units if I'm going to stand a chance against these creatures. I am about to call for a retreat when I feel Scarfang's muscles tense. His head snaps to the right, and he bares his teeth. I immediately turn my head to the side, just in time to see 16 hobgoblins emerge from the other side of the clearing. Fuck. Chapter 25, Frustrations. Chapter 25, Frustrations. Close formation, surround the chieftain, retreat to the treeline. Rex shouts as he walks backwards, shield locked onto the horde of hobgoblins. The warrioress waste no time obeying, closing ranks and backtracking at a quicker pace. I didn't go too far into the clearing, and the moment I spotted the enemies, I was already halfway back into safety. Reaching the first tree, I peek around it, getting a closer look at my enemies. Fortunately, the hobgoblins' ambush were spotted early, and they are still a ways off. While the enemies are already sprinting towards us, we definitely have time to reach the safety of my ranged units before they're upon us. Ranged units, focus your fire on the 3 leading hobgoblins, fire on my mark. I snap at my surrounding goblins. I raise my crossbow, taking aim at the lead hobgoblin. He is a really ugly-looking one, wielding a wooden club and wearing a leather chest piece. Fire. I loose my bolt towards the hobgoblin. 7 arrows and 2 fireballs follow suit, striking at the hobgoblin vanguard. My bolt takes the hobgoblin in the arm, causing him to stumble. Another 2 arrows strike his belly and thigh. Another hobgoblin takes a fireball to his groin and an arrow to the shoulder, while another takes 2 arrows to his exposed chest. The rest fly wide. Keep firing, I yell while I quickly reload. Take out their archers, a woman screams. I look around for the source and spot a female hobgoblin from the center of the enemy formation. She is fully decked out in leather and chainmail armor, wielding 2 axes in each hand. She is far better geared than any of her subordinates. Target the ugly-looking female officer. I shout at my goblins while simultaneously cocking a new bolt. Who the hell are you calling ugly, you short bastard? The hobgoblin screams back. We release another volley at her. Noticing the approaching projectiles, she throws herself to the side, dodging most of them. An arrow still nicks her arm while another two of her subordinates take superficial wounds. Rex and the rest of the warriors finally make it back to the tree line, using the dense foliage as coverage to slow down the advance of our much larger enemies. We slowed down most of the enemies, but they are still charging at us. They are only a few meters out. Brace for impact, I shout, mages up front. Rex and his men releases guttural roars as the two fire mages step forwards. The hobgoblins echo the roars as they charge at us, full sprint. Flamethrower, the mages shout as two blazing cones of fire erupt from my front line. The screams of the hobgoblins pierce through the air. Fire, I shout as we release the third volley, cutting several of the screaming voices short. Fuck, get back now, the female hobgoblin shouts. There are too many of them. The hobgoblins immediately break, sprinting off in different directions. Keep firing, take them all down, I shout as I reload my crossbow. We manage to loose another 2 volleys before the hobgoblins are all out of range. We cripple 3 of them, and Rex runs after them trying to finish them off. His legs are too short to catch up to the hobgoblins who still have their legs intact. 2 hobgoblins crawl on the ground. One has 2 arrows stuck in his calves, while another has his Achilles heel charred black. Rex quickly targets them, raising his cutlass to deliver the final blow. Wait, I shout, keep them alive for now, they might be useful. Rex looks over at me, squinting his eyes. Are you sure, Chief, they just tried to kill you? Yeah, we might get some information out of them. Rex looks back over at the squirming hobgoblins at his feet. I don't like it. He grunts, delivering a kick to the charred wound of the hobgoblin. Don't worry, if he doesn't tell us anything, I'll let you kill him in any way you want. I scowl threateningly at the wounded hobgoblin. So you'd better spill the beans, I tell the prisoner. I'll tell you nothing, goblin. Chieftain Arya will split you in half for this, the hobgoblin hisses. Chieftain Arya, is it? Is that the ugly berserker chick that lead you? I ask him. Watch your tongue, goblin, he growls. Or else she will split you in half. Really, I know, forget about it. I've been down this VI road before. Where is her base? I ask him. I'll tell you nothing, goblins. Sigh, Rex, would you mind? Rex steps on the charred flesh of the hobgoblin, eliciting a pained scream. Let's try this again, shall we? She will split you in half for this. Oh, for the love of... Next time I take a prisoner, I'll make sure it's at least a lieutenant. These lesser VIS are going to drive me mad at some point. Hey, listen, if she's going to split me in half or whatever, we will first have to meet. So if you want me to be split in half sooner rather than later, then why don't you tell me where I can find her? You know, so she can split me in any way she wants. Sound good to you? He eyes me suspiciously. How dumb do you think I am, goblin? I won't tell you, she will find you. And when she does... Yeah, split in half, got it. Well, this was fruitless. I was hoping interrogation was a thing in this game. Might even be for all I know, but I'm clearly doing something wrong. No matter. I'll have Rex talk to him for a while. In the meantime, I should look through the loot. Enemies, a cry echoes from one of my scouts. I whirl my head around, looking towards the tree lane on the other side. The female hobgoblin alongside the leftover of her little warband stands just inside the tree lane, hiding behind trees. They don't seem to make any moves towards attacking us, though. Warriors at attention, protect the chief, Rex shouts, positioning himself in front of me, shield raised. Hey, shorty, the female hobgoblin peeks her head from behind a tree. I want to talk, parley. Huh, what's this then? What do you want, ugly? I shout back. Hey, fuck you, she screams back. I want to talk, you little anklebitter. Then why don't you come over here and leave your goons behind? Do you think I'm stupid? Why would I trust you? She screams. Hey, you wanted to talk to me, not the other way around. She's quiet for a moment. Okay, how about this? We both meet at the middle, I get 2 bodyguards, you get 4. How about no? What the hell, shorty, I want to make a deal, she shouts. Then for starters, why don't you stop calling me short? Oh, for God's sake, I'm coming out all right, don't shoot. The female hobgoblin steps out into the open, hands raised. She is still too far away for me to accurately shoot her in the face, but she seems honest enough. I don't trust her though. I snap a few orders to my goblins. I have my scouts head into the forest to look for any ambushes, while Kine and the other rogue try to sneak closer to the enemy. Rex tightens security in the opening while we bring the mages up front. I turn my attention back towards the female hobgoblin. So what did you have in mind? I ask her. She scowls at me for a second, until she takes a deep breath. I want to make an alliance against the Minotaur player out east, she says. No dice. What do you mean no dice? Hear me out at least. Why would I? Sounds like you both killing each other is nothing but good for me. Why would I want to trust another player? Because he's winning. The Minotaurs are unbelievably tough. My hobgoblins can hardly touch those guys, and I'm a tier 2 race. A tier 1 race like you wouldn't stand a chance. You wouldn't last 5 minutes against him. I'll take my chances. She gives me a good long glare. Eventually she closes her eyes and sighs. Listen, there is no need for this, I'm barely hanging on here. An alliance is in both of our best interest. I can see that you are strong, but I don't think you are strong enough to beat him. At least not yet. That fucker has better gear than me, and he has suffered far less losses. After you just killed some of my hobgoblins, the fucker will soon wipe me out. I don't want that asshole to win, she says with resolve in her eyes. What she says makes a lot of sense. I actually wholly agree with her. My biggest concern so far is going up against a tier 3 race. I don't really know how strong they are, but after seeing the sheer size of a centaur, I don't like my odds. Well, I don't think I would do too badly, but there is just no way for me to know. I have gained a lot of power over these last few days, and should soon be able to produce some tier 2 weapons and armor. From what I can see, the hobgoblin still uses mostly tier 0 equipment. It must be because she spends all her available summon points on fighters rather than crafters. An alliance would be great, but it's just not feasible at this point. There is no way for me to know she won't backstab me the first chance she gets. Unless... I'll accept your allegiance on one condition, I say. She looks relieved. What condition? 1 second. I open up a blue window I recently discovered during a browsing session of the options available to me in my chieftain's hut. Alliance agreement. Contract offered by the Dark Fang tribe. Contract received by the Slasher tribe. Contract length 14 days. The Dark Fang tribe offers alliance with the Slasher tribe with the following conditions. The alliance will last until the contract expires, or 24 hours after the Bullock's herd has been defeated. Both players will offer any intelligence they have about the Bullock's herd. The game's main AI will determine if the information is truthful. The Slasher tribe will not be allowed to take hostile actions against the Dark Fang tribe. The Dark Fang tribe may not take hostile actions against the Slasher tribe without just cause. The main AI governing the game will determine if the action is justified. The contract may be cancelled at any time by mutual agreement between the players. Both players swear to maintain an armistice for the duration of the agreement. None of the players may force or coerce a third player to influence the agreement or cause deliberate harm towards the other player. Warning: breaching this contract will cause the offending player to be unable to gain any summon points for a predetermined amount of time. The Dark Fang tribe will lose 3 to 7 days, depending on the severity of the breach. The Slasher tribe will lose 14 to 21 days, depending on the severity of the breach. Hey, what the shit, that's completely unfair, the hobgoblin yells. I don't care, you're the desperate one, not me. If you don't like it, feel free to attack me right here and now, and I'll make sure you will lose a hell of a lot more than 5 hobgoblins. She looks furious. Tell you what, I'll even release the 2 captives if you agree. That means you only lost 3 hobgoblins. Deal, I add. Her eyes shoot daggers at me. Depends, what do you mean by just cause? That sounds sketchy. She frowns. That is to make sure I can back out of this if you do something really fucking stupid that puts us both at risk. I tell her with an even tone. She snorts. Who the hell do you take me for? If anyone's going to put us at risk, it's most likely going to be you. I doubt that. I have 3 hobgoblin corpses that says otherwise. She scowls at me. It doesn't affect me much. Her scowl can't hold a candle to good old Grandpa Gut on a Monday morning. Well, if you don't want to, we could always duke it out right here, right now. So what do you say? I ask her. She wrinkles her nose in disgust. Then it's a deal, she growls. Great, I'm Greglock. You may call me Greg if you want. I grin at her. She takes a step forwards. I'm Aria, pleased to meet you, Shorty, she says through gritted teeth. Oh, we'll be such great friends, I'm sure. We join forces with the hobgoblins and head south into the forest. Apparently, Aria and her crew made the decision everyone else completely ignored. She created her village deep in the forest next to a river. I'm both glad and suspicious that she invites my goblins and me into the heart of her territory, but it shouldn't be so bad. At least not for me. It could have taken us days to find this place. Really, you shouldn't underestimate the size of these biomes. I reckon it should take 12 hours to walk from one end to the other. The amount of square kilometers that makes up is staggering. That's a whole lot of ground to cover to find the enemy base. Knowing where her village is will save me at least a day of future scouting. It doesn't bode so well for her that she actually invites me over just like this. I'm not sure if she is just that poor of a tactician, or if she has some ulterior motive to lure me into a trap. Probably the former. Betraying me now would fuck us both over, and I don't think she has a reason to murder me out of spite. At least not yet. I spend most of the trip filling Gut in on everything that happened with our new communication ability. He sure as hell wasn't happy that we walked straight into an ambush, but the result of the battle more than mollified his growling. The battle went really well. It wasn't much of a battle, but the power of ranged units is amazing. I managed to finish off 3 of the enemy hobgoblins, cripple 2 and injure half a dozen more without suffering any casualties. Granted, Aria's units are surprisingly poorly geared and they were running at me in an open clearing, but they are still a tier 2 race. I thought I would be able to kill off more than this really, but Aria's advisor is a blood priest. I didn't see him during the battle, but he healed and kept several of the hobgoblins alive with his healing magic. I suppose it all turned out for the better. We are allies now, and the more units she has, the better it is for me. At least in the short term. I even returned most of the few upgraded pieces of armor back to her. The armor can only be used by tier 2 humanoid races, so I can't really use them for anything but scrap. It should make a difference for her troops though. At least I didn't come out of this battle empty-handed. My hauler carries 3 shiny new tier 2 skulls. It takes an hour and a half for us to reach her village, or what I assume is her main village. The lack of buildings catches me by surprise, as I figured she had to have at least some semblance of an infrastructure by now. What I'm seeing is appalling. She has a single builder working on what I assume is a barracks. She has a blacksmith, a workshop and a leatherworker's hut, circling a cooking fire. That's it. That's all she has made after 16 days in-game. What the fuck, Aria? What the hell have you done for the last 16 days? I blurt, not able to contain my shock. She furrows her brows. What is it to you, Shorty? Where are all your buildings, your builders? Where is your longhouse, for crying out loud? What? I don't need them. Troops are more important. In case you haven't noticed, I've been fighting a god-damned war over here. Who has time to sit here and play Tea Party? What the seriously? I was afraid about you being daft earlier, but this right here is beyond anything I could have predicted. Really? I mean, really? I make a big spectacle out of shaking my head and facepalming. Hey, shut the fuck up, I don't want no fucking green smurf telling me what to do. This right here is fine, I'm not dead yet, pull the tampons out of your ass already. She sneers. Hell, with this setup, I doubt you could even produce any tampons. You want my axe to introduce your face to your balls? Try me, bitch. We scowl at each other. while both of our subordinates surround us, creating a firm line split between us. How about we take a minute and breath, eh? A voice shoots in from the side. Our heads snap to the side, glaring at the hobgoblin advisor, Warwick. He shrugs. Wouldn't help either of us to fight it out here, so we should just calm down a little and take a little break, eh? He smiles. Arya and I scowl at one another for another moment, until we break eye contact and walk in separate directions. What an idiot. Really. What sort of an ingrate would spend 20,000 fucking euros to play a game when you can't tell your tit from your ass? Who let that girl in here? Freaking over privileged rich kids, treating this as some sort of joke. Why am I wasting my time making an alliance with this idiot? I should just let her take point in an attack against that damned Minotaur and let her kill herself alongside a few of the enemy units. Then I'll sweep in and mop up the rest. She's just so narrow-sighted and crude. She isn't worth wasting time on. Shit. I take a deep breath and try to calm myself. It isn't bad, it's actually still good for me. She is a disposable pawn and she still has a good amount of units left. Who knows, maybe she has some information about the game mechanics I don't know. It's worth checking out. I'm glad I haven't revealed all my cards to her yet. I still have Kine and the other rogue hiding in the woods nearby. If everything goes to shit, I'll just have them sneak into base come nightfall and have her killed. I probably won't do that though. The penalty for breaking the contract is severe, and I doubt stupidity qualifies as a good reason for offing her. I rally my goblins and set up camp a little ways downriver from the hobgoblin settlement, making sure to post sentries of my own in the trees nearby. We brought enough rations for 3 days, but I hope we won't be out here for that long. Perhaps I should demand she share some of her own resources. Not worth the trouble asking. Her lack of infrastructure is worrisome, though. Just the fact that she doesn't have a longhouse means that she has a severe morale penalty from that alone. Coupled with the fact that I doubt she even bothered recruiting more than 1 or 2 different types of food gatherers, the morale deficit must impact her combat capability to an even greater degree. Her items already suck, so that makes me feel even worse about the fact that I didn't manage to kill more hobgoblins than I did during the fight. It can't be too bad though. She did manage to kill off 3 Minotaurs. Considering her poor equipment, that means the distance to kill off tier 3 units isn't as far as I first feared. This is good, really good. It might mean I can ditch this sorry excuse for a gamer first chance I get. So, I need to gather some information before I do anything. First of all, though, Kine, are you near? A flicker in the shadows of a nearby bush catches my eye. Of course, chieftain, what do you need? A brief smile crosses my lips. I can't stress enough how much I like this guy. Having him around is going to be so much fun. I want you and the other rogue on watch duty. Keep your eyes on the hobgoblin woman. I don't trust her, and if she tries anything, kill her. I'm not taking any chances. The lieutenant nods before he slips back into the shadows. Sigh. Gathering my thoughts and calming my mind, I head over towards the hobgoblin settlement. I make sure to stay as close to the tree line as I can, making certain I'm not too far from Kine in case anything goes to shit. Rex and a few of his boys walk ahead, keeping their eyes peeled on the environment. Noticing our approach, Arya and a few of her own minions head out to meet us. I can feel the gaze of her advisor on me, sizing me up. She might be an idiot, but I doubt her VI companion follows her example. I make a mental note to be wary of her blood priest. With as ominous-sounding class as that, I wouldn't put it past him that he is more dangerous than he seems. What's up, shorty? She glares at me. I force a smile. I figured, since we are allies and everything, that it might be prudent to share some information. I fix my eyes on her. TSSK, why bother? I know enough. My inner voice screams at me not to roll my eyes. Come on, Greg, be diplomatic. You can do it. It's not so bad. Remember your training. Remember your job. Maybe you do. It couldn't hurt to compare notes, though. What do you have to lose? I ask her. You mean other than my temper? Oh, for foo. Maybe we should hear him out, mistress. Warwick interrupts me. I still glare at the infuriating woman, my face crimson red. TSSK, whatever you want, old man. She shrugs. She drops to the ground and pulls out a knife with which she starts picking her nails. The woman is lucky I'm not a fire mage. My eyes alone could incinerate that bitch. What do you want to talk about, short chieftain? Warwick smiles at me. Ignoring the subtle slight, I take a deep breath. Remember your training, Greg, you've been through worse. Killing her would get you nothing but short-term satisfaction. She is a valuable meat shield. Rex could use a break. You got this. I exhale deeply. What can you tell me of the Minotaur? I need to know anything you know. Like, how many troops does he have? How many have you killed? Where is his base? What is the quality of his gear? Which class is he and his advisor? Warwick gives Arya a sideways glance. She just shrugs. Tell him what he needs to know, I don't really care. He closes his eyes for a moment before he turns his attention back at me. If I didn't know any better, I'd say the old priest is frustrated. These VI features sure make them seem lifelike. We don't exactly know how many of them there are, but we estimate him to have at least 10 warrior-s and 2 shaman-s. Maybe more. He doesn't always bring everyone. He takes a moment to scratch his chin. I believe we have killed 11 warrior-s while we lost 28 of our own. It's not ideal, but we have killed more priority targets. I raise an eyebrow, such as... We gutted what we believe is his advisor last night. A nasty fellow who uses insect magic to attack our forces. It took a lot of effort and manpower, but he didn't stand a chance against our fierce leader. He nods at Arya, who sits idle to the side, yawning. Oh, you don't say. I do, short chieftain. Warwick nods seriously, looking slightly confused. Ah shit, wait, what I meant was, fuck it. Never mind, what else can you tell me? Goddamn VI conversationalists, am I right? Okay, he hesitates for a moment. We have had 2 major battles and 6 lesser skirmishes. Most of our battles have been near our own territory and at the clearing we met you, so we don't know precisely where his base is located. He usually arrives from and retreats towards the mountain. I'd make a fair wager that's where he made his base. It might be a trick though, he says. Makes sense, almost everyone else seems to have made the same decision. Except for you guys, that is, I mutter, please go on. Warwick nods. They mostly have leather and copper gear, but they had some iron weapons in our battle last night. Their leader is of the Guardian class, wearing full steel plate armor and wielding a double-edged steel axe and a tower shield. He has a lieutenant warrior, an annoying brute who wields a 2-handed iron axe. He killed many of our best warriors. The fucker killed Gob, Arya growls. Gob. She scowls at me. Yes, Gob, my lieutenant. What, you have a fucking problem with my naming sense, shorty? She snaps at me. I raise my hands defensively. What? No, Gob doesn't sound so. I mean, it sounds good, I stammer. Jesus Christ, Greg, why do I keep reacting like when talking to women? She doesn't even sound that hot, I mean. Fuck, shut up, Greg. She narrows her eyes. Are you making fun of me, shorty? No, I nearly shout. I can feel how my cheeks start to blush. Oh God, not now. Why does this even happen in a virtual body? She raises an eyebrow. Are you blushing? No. A wide grin spreads on her lips. You are, aren't you, really, shorty? I turn away from her. Shut up, ugly. Arua is the tough little gobby-wobby being shy now. What's the matter, Greggy? Can't handle her being near cute girls, she teases. Anger builds within me. Don't let her get under your skin, Greg. You haven't trained for this, just shut up and weather the storm. Don't tell me you are a virgin, are you? She sports a shit-eating grin. I'm not, I blurt out before I can help myself. Her grin grows ever wider. Shit, there's no coming back from this. I walked face first into her taunt, and whatever I say from here on out will just make me look worse. For the record, I'm not a virgin. Not that it matters, hey, fuck you, I'm not. I close my eyes and start counting to 10. I shouldn't get drawn into her pace. There is just no way I would survive that. 9-10, I mutter. Right, if you are all done being an adult, how about we talk about our plan of attack, I ask. Why so serious? She winks at me. I'm prepared though, I don't even blink. TSSK, fine, the plan is simple. Tomorrow we attack. I'll attack up front while you cover me from the rear. Simple and efficient, we overwhelm them with numbers. Perhaps we should add a few more details. I give her a dead stare. What? I'm giving you the best chance you'll ever have at looking at a woman's ass up close, shorty. Maybe you should be a little more grateful. She winks at me again. Okay, now she's pissing me off. She may have caught me off guard earlier, but I won't let her ruin my strategizing. That's like telling a Texan that bacon is overrated. Hell, that's like telling any man that bacon is overrated. You just don't say that kind of shit. So now I'm standing at a crossroads. Option A, the tempting one, is to start a long-winded flame war between us, throwing insults back and forth until it all ends in bloodshed. But since I'm apparently being an adult, I decide to go for option B and do the grown-up thing, ignore her and change the subject. Good day to decide to try out adulting, Greg. Spectacular choice. We'll hash out the details later. In the meanwhile, I have a request. I want to be the one who finishes off the Minotaur. What? No request denied, that asshole is mine, she shouts. Sigh, I have a quest to kill him. I don't want to lose out on the reward. A quest, huh? She frowns. Is it that major personalized one that gives you 5 targets to kill? She asks. I raise my eyebrows. You have one too. Yeah, I have 5 targets, well, 3 now. 2 of them seems to have gotten themselves killed before I could get to them. A pity. One of them was really close too. A orc player named Orkrimler who shared our biome. It wasn't you that killed him, was it? She glares at me. What? No, the harpy Harvalan did him in on the first day. I say a tad more defensively than I probably should. I did kill Harvalan though. Interesting, seems like my quest wasn't as unique as I thought. It sounds like the quests are pretty similar. Kill off 5 targets with one of them sharing your biome, not too bad. Gives us all something to strive for. One thing bugs me though. What exactly does your quest description say? I ask. Oh, what does it matter? Just humor me, I sigh. She rolls her eyes. 1 second, her eyes seems to glass over as her body stiffens. There's a blue glint in her eyes that reminds me that we are indeed digital characters. No matter how real this world feels. Ah, here we go. Hit list, take out your assigned targets. Is that all? I ask. Yes, why? Just curious, I furrow my brows. Say, do you know any of the other contestants in this game? What? No, seriously, what's up with all the questions? She inquires, squinting at me. It's nothing important really. I have the same quest as you, it's just worded differently. I trail off into my own thoughts. I've had a good hunch from the start that the developers were up to something. Like how Logan took my call personally during my interview, why he dug for more information about how I lost my job, the reason he didn't disqualify me after punching that stupid prick, Richard, in the face. He wants something from me. But what the fuck could it be? I don't think he gives 2 shits about me or my troubles. Not really. Does he have some sort of gripe with Richard, maybe his father? No, there are better ways of resolving a conflict than chucking his son and me into a video game to duke it out. What else could it be? Just for the lulls, eh? Nah, really, he can't be that weird, it has to. Oi, shorty, are you spacing out on me? Hello, Arya throws pebbles at me. In a blur of movement, Arya releases a surprised yelp. Everyone turns in her direction. Her hobgoblins sneer while raising their weapons, preparing to strike at my goblins. Rex raises his shield threateningly, his subordinates forming a shield wall between me and the hobgoblins. Kine, stand down, I shout. The goblin rogue growls, but releases the grip on his dagger, which is pressed tightly to Arya's throat. He slides down her back and takes a step back. She attacked you, chieftain, he growls, not taking his eyes off Arya. Sigh, why isn't anyone normal around here? After a few more angry threats and scowling, both races retreat back to their respective camps. We all agree to attack the Minotaur at first light, and since the situation is way too tense, we decide to postpone the planning until morning. There is just no way we can have a civilized talk without someone dying today. I shrug it all off and slump into the grass. Rex has already organized the idle goblins to start sparring. No need to waste daylight, is there? Especially since we're this close to a source of water. It's been a long freaking day, and I could use a nap. I lay my head on the grass and close my eyes. Sleep doesn't come easy to me, But there is one thing I just can't get out of my head. I can't believe she named him Gob. Chapter 26, Misdeeds. Chapter 26, Misdeeds. Well, this is odd. Logan mumbles as his eyes scan a series of monitors in front of him. He scratches his wild beard as he leans back in his chair. This doesn't make any sense. Why is the AI acting this way? Is it a bug? The reason behind Logan's current conundrum is the introduction of the AI update a few weeks past. There's something peculiar about it. With the introduction of high-grade AI automatons, things like bugs in the coding have become a surprisingly lesser problem when it comes to software development. It gives more wiggle room for developers to focus more on the design and creativity when it comes to creating new and exciting software. Which brings to question as to why this update seems to create so many problems. Sure, it works for all intents and purposes, better even than he predicted. The upgraded AI units have become scarily lifelike, sometimes giving him the impression they are more alive than some of the contestants. It's beautiful, and the show's ratings have skyrocketed to even greater heights. More people than ever tune in every second to watch the glorious show that is Fantasy Royale. It's everything Logan ever hoped for. There really shouldn't be any reason for him to complain. The problem, however, is that with the update, he lost access to all of the VI units affected by the update. He can't do anything. Nothing. Nada. Which infuriates the man to no end. His fist clenches around the Rubik's Cube in his hand. What the hell is wrong with this thing? He growls while clenching harder, watching his knuckles whiten. The cube was a gift from Kelly after a year of working together. It's just been laying on his desk collecting dust for the past 10 years. Sure, he sometimes enjoyed picking it up and playing around with it when he's stressed, but he never really bothered trying to solve it. It's ridiculous, really. Logan may be one of the most intelligent people on the face of the planet, but he still has no clue how to solve something as simple as a Rubik's Cube. Well, it's more like he never bothered trying to learn the trick to solving them. What fun is a puzzle with a trick to it once you know it? The mystery is all the fun after all, which is why he enjoys keeping it around as a stress reliever. Tossing it around while slowly contemplating which sides to twist and turn without really doing anything has become a sort of ritual to Logan when facing a difficult obstacle. He has been playing around with it a lot lately. There's just been one obstacle after the other over the last few weeks, the worst one being the loss of Kelly, that annoying wench. Really, how dares she betray him, after everything he has done for her? Without Logan, Kelly would still be some anonymous secretary at some failing logistics company. He made her, and this is her thanks. That bitch. Logan throws the cube across the room, watching it shatter into a dozen pieces. The pieces scatter across the room. He stares at the point where the cube impacted the wall. His breath is heavy as his cheeks slowly turn red. Kelly has been a constant thorn in his side. He thought she would calm down given enough time, but her actions as of late threaten to ruin everything. Everything he has built. Why can't that dense woman understand what he is trying to accomplish here? He thought he stopped her by taking away her access to the systems. That wouldn't really be an issue as only Logan himself, a handful others have access to the AI itself. He thought he had her cornered, but he underestimated her. She came far too close when trying to trick Brian into giving her access to the incriminating databanks. That's a mistake he would never do again. Not only did he fire that unloyal bitch, but he revoked access to the AI for everyone, except a select few loyal programmers. He's too close to accomplishing his goal for some distrusting slut to tear down all his hard work. He wanted to keep that bitch close where he could see her. He thought he could control her. He won't be making that mistake again. He thought there was no way for her to get any actual proof of what he had done. Sure, she could go public with what he had done, but without any hard proof, she wouldn't be able to back her claims up. Everything she has is just circumstantial. She could have caused some ripples because of her position as Logan's right-hand woman, but now she doesn't even have that. Logan made sure to disgracefully dismiss her, so any claims she could now make would only sound like a petty and vengeful ex-employee. She couldn't even sick the government watchdogs on him. Britain's National Cybercrime Unit, or NCCU, is nothing but a joke. After the new laws in the mid-2020s, the citizens' right to privacy and freedom of information on the internet has been under the thumb of megacorporations like SinTech Entertainment, or any company with access to AI technology. There is just no way to conduct a proper investigation into a system protected by a high-grade AI. The AI themselves are designed to safeguard a company's information at all costs, which makes it nigh impossible for government law enforcement to perform any sort of investigation into their businesses. They could always come with their so-called warrants or their own AIs, but they really wouldn't be able to do anything. AIs are foolproof, and is why Kelly has no chance whatsoever to get any physical proof of Logan's misdeeds. Hopefully. Logan hates to admit it, but Kelly is both resourceful and quick-witted. Those are not her foremost qualities, however, as she is also probably the most stubborn person Logan has ever met. Apart from himself, of course. It's the reason he hired her after all. He underestimated her once, and he can't afford to do it again. There is no doubt in his mind that Kelly won't let this rest. He sighs. If that was the only problem he currently has. In order to keep Fantasy Royale interesting and fun to watch, there needs to be good content. The game is all about making everything seem natural and fair, which Logan also really wants. But sometimes, adjustments needs to be made. He hates to do it, but Logan had to directly manipulate the game to make it more interesting. Granted, he will never do anything that would break the balance of the game, but he did tweak a few details to give certain circumstantial advantages to the more interesting players out there. When the game first started, Logan had carefully selected 10 different players to feature in fun and interesting storylines for the viewers to enjoy. These 10 players have been nurtured by SinTech to seem as fun and intriguing as possible. Every one of the players has some interesting aspect to their personality or background, which Logan exploits to create a dramatic story with individual goals for each one of them. And it has been a huge success. 8 of the storylines have flourished and have grown immensely in popularity. The most popular of which is Gregory's Avenger storyline, the Japanese pop idol Minakawa Shuzitsu's and Korea's Gang Jusin's Lovers storyline, and the recently discovered Allison Jackson's Diplomatic storyline. That last one was a lucky find after one of the other storylines in her biome didn't pan out. Allison and her information network based on her centaur divinators really turned the table on Logan's analyses. Using the information to manipulate her neighbors and control their actions is a completely unexpected strategy to use in Fantasy Royale. It is so different and unique, Logan just had to give her due. Her storyline is especially popular among left-wing viewers with higher education, which is a target group that is difficult to appeal to with Fantasy Royale. These 8 storylines are Logan's pride and joy, and he has spent a lot of time to make certain these storylines progress in a fun and interesting manner. He tries to interfere as little as possible, but sometimes it's necessary, which has become increasingly difficult after the AI update. After he introduced the upgraded and untested AI modules into the game, the main AI has shut out certain access paths to Logan. He understands this is the AI's way to keep an absolute control over the foreign AI coding, but it irks him nonetheless. Logan now has next to no way to manipulate the players. Not that he needs to anymore, but if he notices another potentially fatalistic problem with the storylines, he damn certain will make sure they won't end for no good reason. Take Gregory's emotional meltdown as an example. If Logan hadn't been quick on his feet and hijacked his advisor, the entire storyline would be in jeopardy. That's a loss Logan is not willing to take, not for something as insignificant as an existential crisis. He has great hope for Gregory and what he can achieve. He just needs to stay alive for long enough to face Richard Kenworth. The odds are certainly stacked in both of their favor. Before the game even started, Logan took certain precautions to give the selected players the most advantageous starting positions as possible. All 10 of them were placed into biomes, alongside the worst-rated players possible. It goes against every promise Logan made to make sure the distribution of players is randomized, but a good storyline would be wasted if the players die early to nothing but bad luck. Take Gregory's biome for example. Most of the players in his biome have been deemed to be below average gamers. The game's AI analyzed most of their gaming history and determined these players were an easy matchup for Gregory's presumed playstyle. Both Orkrimla and Kargan were cowardly defensive players by nature, and Arya was far too reckless. Harvalan was a surprising dark horse in the competition. Since there are hardly any strategy games on the market these days, the AI failed to analyze his competence with these games. They had just analyzed his rating in different RPG and FPS games and determined them to be subpar for someone with such long gaming history. Nevertheless, he was a welcome surprise. Logan wouldn't have hesitated to give Harvalan a storyline of his own if he had succeeded, and even in his defeat, he has become a valued expert on the game to be featured on the news broadcasts. Logan still beats himself up over the fact he didn't notice this hidden talent earlier. It's such a waste, really. Logan just needs to make sure the storylines flourish for a while. If they can successfully capture their biomes, they should be able to stand on their own. Now, Logan just has to be on the lookout for other hidden gems among the population. He seems to have found a few already. They just need to be given a proper chance. A chance he has trouble giving them. It goes without saying, the AI update took away his best tool for in-game manipulation. Replacing the higher-grade VIs with prototype AI units certainly made them more lifelike and interesting, but introducing foreign AI coding into the systems isolated them somewhat from the main AI cluster. Logan has tried, but he seems unable to get access to any of those units. At least, not yet. This makes it damn hard to directly influence the game at this point. Sure, he can still hijack a lesser VI unit, but those are also influenced by the foreign AI coding to a lesser degree. He could force his way into control of one of them, but he fears it would cause harm to the system. Harm he might not be able to hide from the NCCU. The foreign AI code is both excruciatingly frustrating, but also quite odd. Logan thought he had a good grasp on the coding before, but it seems to have evolved after merging with the game's main AI. He has quadruple-checked that there is no way for the foreign AI modules to seize control. But the sheer complexity and odd behavior of the software is mind-boggling. It functions on a whole different level that makes his own AI coding seem like a potato battery in comparison. An AI shouldn't be able to have this level of complexity, should it? Logan peruses the logs for the umpteenth time. The data he has generated is massive, so massive he doesn't even understand all of it. But there are certain peculiarities in there. The individual AI units seem to have developed individual subsystems to complement their own behavior. His scans shows they aren't a threat to the main AI cluster, but they are peculiar nonetheless. What is their purpose? It's almost as if they are each trying to evolve their coding into something unique. Almost as if it's of their own free will. Logan snorts before he dismisses that ridiculous notion. "Wake up, you blasted youngling," a voice shouts into my mind. My eyes shoot open, and I roll to my side, grabbing hold of my crossbow as I take cover behind a nearby log. I blink a few times as my mind shakes loose from the deep slumber I was in just a mere moment ago. "What the fuck, Gut? Why the hell are you shouting?" I yell through my long-distance communication skill. "It's been 8 hours since I last heard from you, and you are snoring into my damn ears as if I'm some sort of blasted trog." The voice growls in my mind. "Jesus Christ, man, it's not like I can control this damn thing. What the hell do you want me to do?" "Don't get me started on what you can do," he grunts. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Why the hell does he have to do this to me every fucking morning? "And what do you want?" I ask. He grunts. "I want to report on our current situation. We have finished constructing the Scout S Tower and a third longhouse. After you gave me access to promote the Rider S yesterday, we have begun constructing the Beast Stable. We are planning on starting constructing the archery range, afterwards as soon as you give the all-clear to upgrade your Archer S." Oh, I nearly forgot. I turn towards my nearby forces and locate my 5 veteran archers in training. I quickly inspect them to confirm they have indeed reached ranged mastery and bow specialization level 10. I open up the class description. Archer unlock criteria, any ranged weapon specialization level 10. Gain, possibility of raising mastery levels above 10, 50% increase to ranged mastery acquisition. Unique passive ability, enhanced aim, lose, 50% decrease to spell mastery acquisition. 25% decrease to melee mastery acquisition. Warning, choosing this class will cause the unit to lose all accumulated skill levels in spell mastery. Melee mastery, with all corresponding specializations, will be reduced to level 5. Excellent, truly excellent. My forces are growing more powerful every day. The sheer amount of classes I have unlocked already is staggering to say the least. I have so many developmental options I don't know quite where to start anymore. Great work, Gut. Halt progress on the beast stable and prioritize making the alchemist hut, followed by the archery range. It's priority number 1. It's about time we start expanding our capabilities. It will be done, Reckless One. I also want to report that our food stores are starting to dwindle. It would be wise to increase production sooner rather than later. All right, I'll grant you authority to spawn 2 hunteress, and also an alchemist, as soon as you complete the alchemist hut. And I get an odd feeling swelling in my chest. I suppose I'll hang on to the last SB for now in case something comes up. The odd feeling in my gut tells me I might need them in the coming battle. I've been meaning to upgrade our production lately, but I can't risk neglecting combat units while I'm out attacking with the main combat force. Gut is surprisingly resourceful though, so I'm certain he has the issue well in hand. Anything else, I ask? GRR, nothing as of yet, Reckless One. There are no enemy sightings, and the Centaur messenger reported there are no nearby players amounting any large combat forces unaccounted for. There is no guarantee they didn't send out a smaller raiding party though. Keep your eyes peeled. We can't afford to blindly trust their reports. Stay vigilant. Gut snorts, cheeky brat. What the hell do you think I'm doing here anyway? Prancing around like some wimpy elf. Goblins are always vigilant, don't forget it. Right, whatever you say. I mumble as I break off the mental connection, but not before I take the brunt end of some really inventive profanity. I have to hand it to that wrinkled old geezer. He certainly is creative. There's enough time to worry about base expansion later. We have to start moving north post haste, and we have a lot of planning to do while on the move. Now where is that infuriating woman? I snap out of my internal monologue and look towards the hobgoblin encampment. I can't really see much movement, which is odd. We were supposed to move at first light. What the hell is taking her so long? Cursing softly, I stomp my way towards the enemy base. Rex and a few of his goonies wordlessly form a loose defensive circle around me. As we approach the base, the hobgoblin lieutenant comes out to greet us. Greetings, short chieftain. I sigh, where is she? Why aren't you moving? I ask the priest. About that, he mumbles while throwing a glance over his shoulder. Our ferocious leader is a bit of a heavy sleeper in the mornings. It's best to give her some space. I squint. Are you kidding me? Tell her to get her ass out here right now. I don't want to waste any more time here than I have to. That would be problematic, the priest winces. The last time we tried to wake her up early, she threw an axe at me. She made it abundantly clear she only wakes up on her own schedule. We just need to wait, he says, dejected. Oh, for the love of all that is green and holy, tell her to get her ass up before I set fire to her hut. I growl at the priest. Warwick lets out a heavy sigh before he turns around and heads back to base. I don't doubt he was hoping I would be more understanding to his plight. Hell, I might have mustered up some sympathy for the guy. A cranky woman in the morning is no fun for anyone anywhere, no matter if you are either digital or biological. There are just some things that you universally try to avoid. Too bad for Warwick, though. I'm not really in a sympathetic mood today. A short moment, some distant cursing and a flying axe later, Arya steps out of her hut with a mean scowl on her face. She quickly orients herself, glaring in my direction. Oi, shorty, do you want to get your tiny head smashed in? And I sure as hell ain't talking about your dick. What, that doesn't even, sigh, whatever. Your PMS aside, it's about time we head out. I don't have time for your drama today. Her right eye twitches. Listen here, you little. Step back, bitch, if you value that bloated head of yours. Rex growls while taking a step forwards, raising his cutlass in a threatening manner. Or what, pipsqueak, she hisses at my lieutenant. Oh, for the love of God, this again, I sigh. Stand down, Rex, you two can fight each other to your heart's content after we deal with the Minotaur. And Arya, just get your shit together and let's move. I'm sure neither one of us want to stay in each other's company any longer than we have to. Okay. Arya grunts, not taking her eyes off Rex. Fine, I'm sick and tired of you guys anyway. She turns on her heel and heads off to base, shouting a few short angry commands at her hobgoblins. This day is going to be fun, I just know it. It takes another half hour, but we finally managed to get on our way. Arya brought 18 soldiers, the entirety of her military forces. I had to bite my lip trying not to point out she shouldn't leave her base undefended, not that she would have cared anyway. I've become used to the fact that this woman is far too reckless for her own good. Besides, if she wants to bring everyone on this raid, it's only a good thing for me. That means there are more meat shields for me to sacrifice. Not that they're very impressive-looking meat shields either. Of her 18 units besides Arya and Warwick, only 3 hobgoblins have managed to rank up into Warrior S. Their gear isn't anything impressive, as seemingly only about half of them have a piece of armor each. 2 pieces per warrior. They look so weak, I'm pretty sure my own goblin warrioress could go toe-to-toe with any one of them. At least there's many of them, though. Turns out, after fighting the Minotaur and clearing out a bunch of local quests, Arya managed to reach level 5 3 days ago. The majority of her SB has gone into summoning fighters, and her base only contains the baremost of support staff. I find so many flaws with her strategy, it figuratively makes my eyes bleed. The only saving grace I could have complimented her on with her choice of strategy is if she tried to Zerg rush her neighbors like Harvalan did. No need to point out she failed at that though. Even with what should supposedly be a vastly numerical advantage against her neighbors, she still hasn't accomplished much. Sure, she seems to have faced off against a tough opponent, but that hardly excuses her. She had a near infinite amount of options available. She could have adapted against her foe, tried to harass him down by using her numerical superiority, or just plain outright swap targets to the neighbor on the other side. Kargan would have been an incredibly easy opponent for her. Well, it all worked out for the best anyway, for me at least. The 2 remaining opponents in my biome are both weakened, and I've allied myself with the presumably weaker one. The odds are heavily in my favor. There's only one potentially catastrophic variable to my plan. Hey Arya, we need to set up a plan. Is there anything you can tell me about the surrounding area? I ask the glum-looking hobgoblin walking in front of me. I'm not even going to comment on the fact that she so casually leaves her back exposed to me like that. Never mind, I just did. Shorty, don't sweat it. There's mostly just trees around here and don't worry about the plan. I'll attack the bastard while you support from behind. It's going to be easy peasy. I wince, trying my damnedest not to spit back an insult. When you say mostly, what else is out here? There's a big river about half an hour ahead of us. That's where most of our skirmishes have taken place. I guess he likes to hang around that area. A river, that seems about right. I vaguely remember that a rather wide river ran through the Minotaur's area when I scouted out the map back at base. I don't recall the specifics, as I focused mostly on Arya's territory. I didn't expect to fight the Minotaur at all during this attack, really. I need to know more. What can you tell me about the river and your skirmishes? How do you cross it? How deep is it? Where exactly did your skirmishes take place? Hold on a sec. I halt in my tracks and take a step to the side. I find a short twig on the ground and start drawing a rough sketch from memory of the river. I'm not really too good with remembering stuff like that, she sighs. Hey Warwick, get your skinny ass over here, she shouts further down the path. Soon after, the scruffy-looking hobgoblin priest hobbles his way over. I briefly explain what I want the lieutenant to do, and he quickly explains what information he has about the surrounding area. The river is deep and the current is strong, which makes it impossible for even Tier 3 races to cross safely on their own. However, there are 3 natural crossings along the riverside in the form of makeshift bridges, which loosely translates into toppled over trees and stone outcroppings. Not exactly the image of safety, but Warwick promises the tree trunks are relatively wide enough. The keyword being relatively, whatever that means. Warwick further tells of their skirmishes. They had 4 lesser and 1 major battle along this river. 2 of the lesser skirmishes were at the eastern crossing, 1 at the northwestern, and 2 lesser and 1 major battle at the center crossing. From what Warwick can tell me, the hobgoblins are always the team to take the initiative in each battle, and the rough terrain is the primary reason they have suffered such large losses. What intrigues me by this, though, is that the Minotaurs seems to have shown up with a relatively huge force during each encounter. I doubt the Minotaurs have enough units to effectively cover each and every crossing, which suggests the Minotaur has some sort of forward scouts or intelligence network to predict our movements. Considering his quick reaction time and efficiency, it's probably magic-related. This could spell trouble. I hope he doesn't have access to divination magic like the centaurs, but it's reasonably safe to assume he at least has access to some sort of scrying magic. I already know their chieftain has a warrior-oriented class, and his advisor was a shaman type. I know for a fact they trained more shamaness before the advisor's untimely demise. In common fantasy lore, shamans often have access to nature-oriented scrying magic, be it the common long-range far-sight ability, or some sort of elemental short-range sensory skills. If it's either one of those types, I seriously hope the latter is the case, or else our approach might already have been revealed. That would completely shatter our strongest weapon, which is the element of surprise. Naturally, the best outcome would be if only the dead advisor knew how to use this kind of magic, but it would be foolish of me to make that assumption. I guess I just have to assume the worst and act with care, hoping I'm just being paranoid. Nevertheless, we need to take precautions. I frown as I dive deep into my own thoughts. I'm not sure how long it takes, but I eventually snap out of it. I raise my head and notice both Arya and all of our lieutenants have gathered around me, patiently awaiting my next words. I release a deep breath. All right, here is what we are going to do. Chapter 27, Conflict. Chapter 27, Conflict. No. What do you mean, no? Because it sounds like a stupid fucking plan. We should just attack straight up. Your tactic is way too convoluted and unnecessary. Arya states as she crosses her arms. Convoluted, what the hell? It's just a freaking pincer attack. It's not like I'm telling you to try and catch a greased-up pig on an ice skating course. I frown. TSSK, will you shut the fuck up? I've had it with your goddamned condescending attitude. I say your approach suck balls, so how about you just work with me here rather than bitching? She hisses at me, her glare filled with seething rage. I clench my teeth while I glare right back at her. She says that I am the one bitching. Seriously, this fucking... Ugh. I turn my gaze away from her. I kick a small pebble, watching it bounce off a nearby tree. Trying to calm myself, and failing, I turn my glare back towards Arya. Why do you insist on fighting me on everything I say or do? I can feel my jaw starting to shake due to the strain. A drop of sweat trickles down my chin as a vein throbs on my forehead. She stares me down, her face mirroring the anger of my own. Because you piss me the fuck off. Me, I yell, finally losing my cool. I piss you off, are you fucking shitting me? What on God's green fucking earth have I done to piss you off? Did I piss on your grandmother's grave or something? I shout at the woman. She takes a step forward, sticking her index finger into my face. Of course it's you. You and every single one of the assholes like you. You strut around on that high fucking horse of yours, looking down on everyone else and everything they do. Do you seriously think you are better than everyone else? Just because your dad pampered your ass from the moment you got pulled out of your mother with a silver spoon stuck between your cheeks. You rich little snots disgust me. I've had to deal with you little cunts telling me what to do, how to behave, how to kiss their asses all my life. It's because of pretentious little shits like you I'm even in here. You and that cuntsack of a Minotaur, I'll make you all pay. She screams at me, her face red from all her shouting. Her sudden rant dazes me. Did she just compare me to no, what the? I take a step back, falling on my ass, all energy drained from my body. Is that really how she sees me? My mind overflows with thoughts and emotions. How did that happen? I try to look back, try to remember how she could have come to that conclusion. A series of memories swirl around in my head. From the moment I first met Arya, how I first met her in battle. How she came to me after the battle trying to reason with me. How I acted towards her, forcing her to accept my terms and condition. How I insulted her intelligence. How I criticized her units, her base, her hard work. How I continuously only view her as a lesser being than me. A disposable pawn to use at my own discretion to further my own selfish goals. How I demand she follows my every order. Just like Richard acts. I get a sick feeling in my stomach. I would vomit if I could. How did this happen? How did I become so much like Richard? What the hell is wrong with me? My eyes wander over towards Arya. Her face still red with anger while her chest heaves at her deep breaths. Her psyche appearing just as shaken as mine. When did I become this cynical? I try to look back further, trying to figure out when it all went wrong. How did I treat Lydia? What about Kargan? Did they also perceive me like this, the very thing I despise with my whole being? Is this why Gut acts the way he does? Oh my God, I've been acting like a dick, haven't I? I once more look over at Arya. She seems to have calmed down somewhat, a hint of confusion mixing with her angry glare. I take a deep breath, feeling my throat grow unnaturally tense. Do you know what? I'm sorry, I say, allowing my breath to slowly seep out. I can see her eyes widen in slight surprise. I don't really know what came over me. What I know, I acted like a complete dick. You were the one to reach out to me and I treated you like crap. I don't really have any excuses. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? I close my eyes, trying to calm my body. I wait for Arya to respond, but she doesn't utter a single word. Waiting for a few tense moments, I slowly open my eyes, expecting to meet Arya's gaze. She stands in the same spot as earlier, but she turned her head to the side. Her cheeks are puffed up, and her brows are knitted together. In some unexplainable manner, I'd say she looks insanely cute right now. I sigh. I think we have a lot in common, I mutter. This causes her to turn her head back towards me, one of her eyebrows raised, revealing the bloodshot eye beneath. As we do. Yeah, I don't really know your story, but I think I get you. I have a few bad experiences with a bunch of rich assholes too. I proceed to tell her my story from the last few years. From the moment my mother died up until the moment Richard and his posse broke me. I told her of how I, in a fit of rage, gambled everything I had to get a shot at revenge in the most ridiculous manner conceivable. I open the valves to my emotions and tell her everything. How everything made me feel, how I lash out at everything around me. Not even once do I stop to think that I'm acting like a wuss. Whining to a woman I hardly know anything about. There's just something about Arya and the situation. I don't know, it just feels great to finally open up. The best part of it all is that Arya doesn't interrupt me once. She doesn't wrinkle her nose, she doesn't laugh at me, she doesn't even pity me. She just sits there with a calm expression, listening to everything I say. When I finally say my piece, Arya closes her eyes. She doesn't say anything, which I feel oddly grateful for. She eventually opens her eyes, diverting her eyes from meeting mine. I suppose your tactic doesn't sound too bad. I'll do my part, she mutters, getting up on her feet. I'll take my units and head out. Give me a heads up when it's time to attack. Without another word, she walks off into the forest, Warwick following at her heel. I sigh. I don't really know what just happened, or what repercussions it will have down the line. It wouldn't be the first time I made a woman awkward, and it certainly won't be the last. I'll just cross my fingers and hope it will all be for the best. Releasing another deep breath, I get up and start ordering my goblins around. We have a lot of preparations to get done, and not much time to do it. My forces head north at a rapid pace. Arya and her crew headed east to the closest crossing about half an hour ago, which should give her plenty of a head start to make a lot of ruckus. Her objective is to draw the attention of the enemy forces by attacking the eastern crossing and setting up a perimeter. From there, she is supposed to try and goad the enemy into attacking her, while showing off the entirety of her forces, while also trying to avoid a direct confrontation and keep losses to a minimum. This is all a distraction, however, as our real goal is for me to rapidly flank through the center crossing, setting myself up in an advantageous position to ambush the Minotaur shamaness as soon as combat commences. Splitting up in this manner is necessary, as we can't allow ourselves to be bottlenecked on a single crossing. That's the main reason Arya have struggled to make any sort of headway against the Minotaur so far. It's just too easy to defend a bridge with a smaller force as long as your units are physically stronger. The trick is to try and take away their advantage. I thought long and hard about what to do. I work out from the assumption that the shamaness have some sort of divination ability. I also dare risk assuming their magic is limited by range, and thus they still have no idea Arya and I are allied. Since Arya brought the entirety of her combat force, the enemy should have the entirety of their focus on her units. It's all really risky, since I have no idea if the Minotaur even knows anything about my involvement. At least I made some precautions. I ordered Kine to follow Arya and her group while keeping stealth, active at all times. This should allow for him to avoid detection from the enemy scryers, while also allowing him to function as an information relay between our separated forces. Since the Minotaur should have anything between 12 to 16 units, Kine should be able to relay to me if our plan failed or not. The plan isn't foolproof though. I made a few extra precautions, while also making sure to keep my advance as hasty as possible. The more time I give the enemy shamaness to spot me, the more time I give the enemy to prepare. If this tactic succeeds, it will give us a huge advantage against the Minotaur. Of course, we could just attack all 3 crossings at once and fortify the crossing we face the least amount of resistance on, thus negating as much risk as possible. This would allow us a foothold on enemy territory to bring the full size of our force to bear against their base. The problem with this tactic, however, is that it gives away our element of surprise, allowing for the Minotaur to regroup and make a run for it. Setting up shop anywhere else and waste our time. Time I'm not comfortable wasting as long as my own base remains badly defended. I want to finish this quickly. We make good time running through the dense forest. The agile goblin bodies make traversing through the rough terrain a ridiculously easy feat. In what feels like no time at all, we reach the center crossing. What meets my eyes is beyond any of my expectations. I knew the river was wide and deep, but I didn't expect the river to be this rough. The water rages downstream, causing massive waves to slam into the bank of the river. This is far different from my own local river, which feels like a slightly trickling puddle in comparison. This, however, is a river designed to kill. I knew the environment is supposed to be a huge part of the game, but seriously. This river could kill even professional rafters. There is no way my tiny goblins would survive at all if they fell in. My eyes locate the crossing point. It's a wide, half-rotten log stretching straight across. I like the details added into it, as the branches have been cut off long ago, and a soft layer of moss covers the entirety of the log. It's pretty wide too, as I estimate 2 of my goblins could walk side by side with a little room to spare. It still looks dangerous as hell though. I shake my head. I'm really glad I don't have to do active combat while crossing the river. I order my goblins to hide in the shrubbery on our side of the river. Hey Kine, how's it looking on your end? I ask Kine through the communications skill. Things are looking good so far, Chief. Arya is being quite inventive, trying to goad the enemy to attack. So far they don't seem willing to cross, but the Minotaur leader seems like he's ready to throw a fit. He chuckles through the link. I smile. Good, how many enemies do you see? I see 11 warrioress and 2 shamaness. It seems like the Hobbs estimates were on the lower side. Great, tell Arya to increase the racket for a minute, will you? We are about ready to cross. I want the enemy shamaness full attention at her. Roger that, Chief, give me 20 seconds, he says while cutting off the connection. My smile widens. That guy is so reliable. I need to treat him to some of Guts' wineskin after this is all over. I silently count to 20, before I have my goblins hurry across the log. We scramble past at top speed. Rex takes the lead while I'm safely at the back of the party. You know, just in case we're rushing into an ambush of our own. I watch how Rex charges shield first across the log alongside most of his veteran warrioress. I hold my breath as I expect the worst. I can finally exhale as Rex's feet touch ground on the other side, and as his soldiers fan out into the forest on the other side. Good. I quickly dismount Scarfang and start crossing myself. Time is of an issue, and I'd like to cross as quickly as possible to avoid being spotted by a random scrying spell. Safely across, my goblins take up position in the nearby shrubbery. Rex takes point setting up a perimeter, while I try and survey our immediate surroundings. Satisfied there are no nearby enemies, I gather up my troops. Currently, I have a sizable force of 26 combat-capable goblins including myself, 2 wolves and a hauler. That should be plenty to take out the minotaurs. Counting my troops, I notice how I have an excessively high amount of ranged units. That's not bad per se, but I don't think it's necessary for what I plan to do. It's always good to keep some units in reserve just in case of problems. Besides, I only have one commander with me, and adding the 1 level in command he gained in the skirmish against Arya, he can now effectively manage 18 goblins. A few goblins too short of optimal utilization of his ability. I decide to leave the female scout. Alongside her wolf, 2 archeress, a fire mage, the hauler and 3 of the fresh warrioress behind to secure our escape path. That leaves us with an optimal number of goblins for Rex's war party, as well as adequate defense against any stray minotaur trying to retake the crossing. Satisfied with my choice, I quickly order Rex to take lead into the forest heading east. Time is of the essence, and I'd rather end this sooner rather than later. It takes us another 40 minutes or so to make our way through the dense vegetation. I'm pretty sure we could easily have made it in half that time, but I can't risk being seen. There is too much hinging on us making the perfect ambush. We eventually reach a small hill overlooking the crossing. My goblins quickly scamper into nearby bushes, keeping an eye out for any enemy sentries. A thick branched-off log crosses the raging river beneath. The crossing is pretty much similar to the center crossing, the only difference being the higher elevation of the river bank and the menacing groups of minotaurs and hobgoblins throwing mean glares and insults at each other from either side of the river. I can easily spot Arya standing atop a boulder yelling profanities at the minotaurs with all her might. I smirk at how efficient that loudmouthed woman can be even when she is doing it intentionally. My eyes wander over to the minotaurs at my side of the river. I can easily spot a plate-armored minotaur standing by the river, wielding a large steel tower shield, and with an equally impressive-looking steel axe gripped tightly in his hand. I squint when I notice his figure. My stomach tightens as a glint of recognition crosses my mind. I didn't know it for certain, but it's definitely him. He may be prancing around as a heavily armored bullman, but those facial features is still a striking resemblance to a certain sadistic mountain of fat and muscles I know. That asshole is definitely Keith Simmons, Richard's personal henchman. My jaw clenches as my eyes lock onto one of my mortal foes. I was certain my personalized quest to take revenge on 5 players involved the tormentors of my past, but a certain part of me refused to believe it would be this convenient. I can feel my heart throbbing against my chest. Sweat gathers in my palms and my body is slightly shaking. I am so close to finally strike back, to take some small shimmer of revenge. Just taking Keith out will make all of this worth it. I turn around and look at my surrounding troops. They all look upon me in anticipation. Rex's eyes look upon me, pure bloodlust smeared all over his face as his toothy grin showlights his eagerness to attack. His bloodlust is addicting. We are so close. I turn my eyes back over towards the Minotaur forces. I silently count 11 Minotaur warrioress and 2 shamaness standing around Keith. Their backs are turned towards me. This is perfect. My body aches to spring into action. I don't want to waste any more time. I steel myself for long enough to send a mental command to Kine to commence the 2-pronged assault. I take a deep breath while I slowly count to then. I need to calm myself enough to avoid making any mistakes, and also give Kine time tell Arya to prepare to storm across the bridge. Rex, take point. Our target is the 2 shamaness at the back. Keep your formation tight and be as quiet as possible. Don't give them time to react. I glance over my shoulder. Ranged units, stay close to the forest and be prepared to retreat at a moment's notice. Keep the enemy from flanking Rex's group. Our objective is to cause enough chaos and confusion to buy Arya and her units time to safely cross the river. Whatever happens, your survival comes first. Killing the shamaness is second. Is everyone ready? A soft chorus of affirmations comes from my small warband. I take another deep breath. Let's go. My goblins stream down the hill and into the small clearing. Rex and his warrioress move with a quiet grace. Their sole focus is the 2 Minotaur shamaness at the back. I hold my breath as I cock my crossbow, taking aim at the closest of the shamaness. They are close. Rex is rapidly closing in on the enemy. He hasn't been noticed yet. I estimate he's about 15 meters out. I release my breath to steady my aim and fire. My bolt loosens as it soars towards the Minotaurs. My other ranged goblins' fire immediately follows, all soaring towards the same target. I once more inhale as I watch the descending arrows and spells. I can see how the Minotaurs finally starts to stir, noticing something is off. With a roar, Keith's avatar leaps forwards and raises his shield against the incoming projectiles. The majority of the arrows impacts the shield with a heavy thud, bouncing harmlessly to the side. An arrow and a fireball flies over the shield though, hitting the shaman in his arm, while also knocking the axe out of a warrioress grip. My eyes goes wide in shock. What the hell is up with that reaction speed? It's almost as if he knew. Oh crap. Everyone, retreat back to the... My yell is cut short by a series of roars from the forest behind us. I manage to turn my head fast enough to see 4 Minotaur warrioress charging through the underbrush behind us. My ranged units hardly have time to react before the ambushing Minotaurs reach us. I watch how the scout's arm is brutally severed by the cut of a large axe, and an archer is stomped to paste by a charging monstrosity. Spread out, run, I yell as I dash into the clearing. I don't have time to worry about the fate of my units as I try to put as much distance as I can from the enemies. Their angle of attack cutting off our best escape route. The only chance we have is to move forwards. I charge forwards full sprint. Rex and his fellow warriors are fighting a losing battle. The Minotaurs were too quick to react, and they are currently hammering their much shorter opponents with devastating blows. 2 of my warriors have already fallen, and the rest are dodging the powerful strikes by the skin of their teeth, too busy trying to stay alive to even think about striking back. The only goblin able to fight back is Rex, who is currently exchanging blows against Keith himself. The battle isn't going too well, as Keith is raining heavy blows against the much shorter lieutenant. Rex is deftly dodging the strikes, moving in to try and capitalize on every chance he gets. He already dropped his steel buckler, the piece of armor too heavy and too brittle to serve any purpose. A loud roar resounds across the battlefield. Everyone's eyes are instantly drawn towards the crossing. A fierce-looking hobgoblin wielding a twin set of steel axes storm across thick log, a whole host of hobgoblins following in her wake. 4 of the Minotaurs disengage my goblins to face the incoming reinforcements, the screaming creatures raising their weapons, preparing to strike down the female hobgoblin. Grinning, Arya lowers her upper body and increases her speed, dropping to the ground and sliding under the swinging swords of the Minotaurs. Dodging the blows, she quickly turns and slashes at the ankle of a nearby Minotaur. The axe cuts deep, and the Minotaur topples forwards, crying out in agony. Arya wastes no time getting back on her feet. Having managed to cross past the enemy defensive line, she strikes the Minotaurs from behind while her own minions pushes forwards from the bridge. Meanwhile, another of my goblin warrioress screams are cut short as he fails to dodge a tree trunk-sized mace from a Minotaur. The Minotaur roars in victory as he surveys the battlefield. His eyes quickly lock onto me. A wide grin forms on his lips as he starts rushing towards me, preparing to mercilessly run me down. A breath catches in my throat as I watch the approaching train of muscles and death. My head darts from the Minotaur to my surroundings, trying to spot something I can use. I spot a few rock outcroppings near the riverbank. Making a snap decision, I turn on my heel, trying to change my direction. The sudden change in my direction surprises the Minotaur. He lowers his speed, allowing for him to adjust his own trajectory. I run as if hellhounds are chasing me, which to be honest they might as well be. I'm much closer to the rocks than the Minotaur, but my legs are also about half his size. I don't bother looking back in my single-minded escape. My ears pick up the increasing sound of stomping hooves approaching from behind, the constant thumping only spurring me further on. The distance to the rocks is rapidly closing, and my skin starts crawling as I can figuratively feel the Minotaur's breath on my neck. With only a meter to go, I throw myself forwards like a baseball player with a grudge. My body hits the ground hard, sliding me behind a small boulder. The sound of an axe splitting earth reverberates in my ears as I realize how close I came to dying. I roll over on my side, looking up at the Minotaur warrior towering above me, his red eyes glowing with hatred. He exhales sharply through his snout as he raises his axe above his head. I faintly reach for the dagger at my waist. With a desperate flick, I throw the dagger at the Minotaur. Noticing the approaching dagger, the Minotaur steps back, bending his neck out of the way. The dagger nicks the tip of his snout, causing a small amount of blood to trail the dagger's path. Surprised by the sudden attack, the Minotaur stares wide-eyed at me. This only lasts for a moment, however, until he starts grinning. Knowing his prey is out of options, he takes a threatening step forwards, his gaze telling me he won't end me quickly. That's his mistake. A blur of grey quickly moves in from the side and impacts the Minotaur from the side. The surprising projectile catches the Minotaur completely by surprise, throwing him off balance. The Minotaur tumbles sideways and rolls off the side of the riverbank. My heart skips a beat as a loud splash reaches me ears. Now who's the goodest dog ever? I shout. Scarfang jumps gleefully towards me. Yeah, that's you magnificent bastard, I say while hugging the rugged grey fur. Perfect timing. My celebration is cut short by the screams of another goblin piercing the air. I jump to my feet and move my eyes towards the direction I came. My eyes widen in shock. The 4 Minotaur warriors who ambushed us is chasing my goblins all over the battlefield. Another archer has fallen, and the fire mage is currently screaming his lungs out as he is assaulted by a swarm of wasps. Further behind, I spot a large Minotaur wielding a gnarled wooden staff and wearing a leather chest piece painted white with 3 green dots in a triangular pattern across its torso. He grins wickedly as he orders the Minotaurs to attack my scattered goblins. I get a sinking feeling in my stomach, my mind not quite able to make heads or tails of the situation. Isn't that guy supposed to be dead?